Hola, hola gente. Guara, ¿qué me importa? Y juega Argentina. A ver, hoy son dos grandes partidos importantes. Argentina contra Francia, el Mundial. Y también el Mundial de la CHAMPS. Hoy hay dos grandes cositas que tenemos que ver el día de hoy, ¿eh? Solo que una se puede transmitir y otra no. Hola Juan Daniel, hermano, ¿cómo estás? Pasamos para acá la camarita. Un minuto, gente. Oliwish, una vez más. Oliwish. ¿Qué onda, mi rey? Soy virgen y es primera vez aquí. ¿Es verdad, Usumanco? Es verdad. Ah, tú eres el que casteaba ayer, ¿no? Sí, recuerdo. Y esa era más, saldrás con el ojo plano cuadrado. Ayer hicimos 12 horas de streaming, mi loco. Pero llegamos al pico de 300 viewers. Y llegamos a la meta de las 100 suscripciones. Así que gracias a todos los que aportaron ayer con las subs. Con las subs regaladas, con los bits. Y de todo un poco, gente, gracias. Hola Enigmática, ¿cómo estás? Salúdame, coche tu madre. Hola Karen, ¿cómo estás? Hoy ya vengo modo Carter Club. Lo siento, voy modo Carter Club. Nashi. Vengo modo Carter Club. El día de hoy, lo siento. Hasta con la tacita del Carter Club. Un cafecito para empezar el día. Nada mejor. Hoy ya vengo todo Carter Club, lo siento, gente. Mentira, no tiene más ropa. También es verdad, pero chucha, y ahí. Que ya son las 8 de la mañana y me hice unos pancitos con mantequilla. Para ir tragando mientras tanto, mientras veamos esto, porque si no, me va a cagar de hambre. Esta va a ser uno de los mejores de los dueños Try vs 5. Try vs 5, Luminosity Gaming. 3 equipos nada más quedan. Top 1, top 2, top 3. Una locura que es lo que se viene. Hola, Aiko, hermano. ¿Cuál imagen José? Ya sé cuál es. La inicio de stream. Hola, Kevin. Hola, José. Argentina, Francia. Ojalá que gane Argentina. Ojalá que sí. Hola, Antonio. Hola, Chubi. Hola, mi Tofu. Ahora sí, muy Carter Club. Ahora sí, ya era hora, ¿no? Hoy habrá final. Listo para ganar. Ah, hoy es la final. Hoy es semis. Y hoy es final, ¿no? A ver cómo quedó el bracket. Igual está jodido. El equipo de Ey Mateo, ese equipo está muy roto, hermano. El equipo de Ey Mateo es una verga. En el buen sentido, que está muy rotísimo. Me enfrenté 2 veces contra él y las 2 veces me han culeado. ¿Dónde está? Bracket por aquí. Ok. Guara contra Ey Mateo. Avanzamos a semifinal. Contra uno de dos que gane. Avanzamos a finales. Hoy se streamea todo. Igual que Tribe, igual que INCO. Así vamos a quedar. Semis y final. Tú que también andas aquí metida chubio que chuya. No sé qué tan fuerte es el equipo de Takeshi o TKM. Pero alguno de esos equipos por ahí bien pulito, loco. De LATAM sí quedó. El de LATAM quedó Brasil. Perdón, sí. INCO Gaming de Brasil. Papi, yo todo INCO Gaming. Todo INCO Gaming, papi. Mi hermano, buen día, te quiero mucho. Lo mejor de despertar hoy domingo es conectarse a este canal. Gracias, Holgobo. Hola. First up, representing the Latin America region, it is INCO. INCO, te amo, Lucas, sí, dame un hijo. Ahí está Dad, Noel, Rafa, Crossing. Luminosity Gaming. Vanet solo una verga jugando. Tribe Gaming. Los mejores de Norteamérica. ¿Qué comes? ¿Pan con café? A nadie le importa tu jugar, me vale mucho, Alejandro, gracias.
He's able to single-handedly clear everyone off. Watch the gunfight sliding through.
Tectonic just went on like an 8 spree. He's still going.
Shot will land. 1v1.
Vamos, Lucasín tiene que cularse a Tribe. Lucasín me pide la champs, 40 algo de kills. Ya me lo vi.
This is looking like the end of our grand final.
This is how it happens. They gotta win ASAP if they want to make it happen right there.
Lucasín, regálame un calzón, dice. Claro que sí, Brad. Eso es para ti. Sí, Tribe de Norteamérica, INCO de Brasil, Luminosity Gaming también en Norteamérica, gringo. Oliver G, papi, ¿cómo estás? Raleigh, Carolina del Norte. No, estaré con un ojo aquí o un ojo en la final de Francia y Argentina.
It has been a long time coming to get our LAN event to crown the best in the world, but now we're on the
¿Quién con quién? Primero vamos a ver INCO Gaming contra Luminosity. El perdedor entre ellos dos, que serán partidas BO7 o BO5, se enfrentará contra Tribe. El ganador entre esos perdedores se enfrentará otra vez con el ganador, como lo repetí, ¿no? Entre INCO y Luminosity. Un poco complicado, pero muestran los brackets y les explico un poco mejor.
We really don't have anything to go off of coming into this one.
It's really interesting to see how there's 2 NA teams. And it's really great how this particular region just showed everyone how.
Ojalá gane Wolves. Trata la verga, Wolves, ya estoy full eliminado ya.
Shut everyone down. It's just incredible how INCO just shut everyone up when it comes to doubts, when it comes to their mind. And now it looks like they're in for the run and in for the trophy.
Well, let's take a look at the journey they took.
Hey, saluden para el Instagram, voy a grabar una historita. Latam versus NA. Victoria absoluta de ley, sí o sí para mí, Tribe Gaming, digo, INCO Gaming. Voy a final de fútbol y de champs, no sé cuál verme. Estoy con las dos, papá.
But it was a beautiful run nonetheless. We're starting things off with their game in Stamina Esports 3-0, Omega 3-0, and Wolves looking like the redemption match that needed to happen.
Muchachos, es la gran final. Tribe Gaming, INCO Gaming, Luminosity Gaming, 3 equipos nomás nos quedan. Hoy es todo, jálense para acá para Twitch. Y además también juega Francia contra Argentina. No sé cuál verme, pero lo que ustedes quieran. Acá lo que quieran ver con Noel. Go. Ah, está el chat por aquí, me olvidé el chat. Ahí tenemos al chatcito. Saludos, niños. Se viene Papu Lucasín. Sexo en la final. Wash es una verga en BD. Los dije, me la pelan. Go, 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 go. El Bobby.
Starting with our team on the bottom side of the bracket, Tribe Gaming. Now, Tribe Gaming, they were the best in the West last year. They came in with such high aspirations, and that surprising loss to Wolves made it very difficult for them. When we were worried, was it a bad day and they were going to get knocked out because they couldn't bounce back? But they answered that emphatically, dominating the bottom side of the bracket until their rematch against Wolves, and they won that one.
Se viene, me vengo.
3-1, but 3-1 nonetheless.
¿Quién gana Wolves? ¿En qué momento? Los que no estuvieron ayer, pues ganó Tribe Gaming, eliminó a Wolves una vez más. Ahí está, papi Índigo. El Tectonic. De hecho, Wara ya ha hecho una de estas, así es.
Bolu, Vague, and Jez to represent their team, and everyone's asking who is going to be that one person that can try to stop a person like Lucasin. That could actually probably be Jez.
No question about it. He was phenomenal all day yesterday. But looking at the stat sheets, there's no one really top dog throughout the day. I think Jez had some struggle games, especially in that elimination matchup up against Wolves. And it wasn't really till the second time around that he really got going. You look at Tectonic, actually the top KD for the playoffs so far for that roster. And across the board, really, really consistent. I think that's the one thing about Tribe that you can always count on.
Besos, José. Go y Timmy Levin tipo 1. ¿A qué hora juega Cardona?
whoever they're going to be facing in the lower bracket.
Mira el Mundial Guara. No puedo ver el Mundial, gente. El Mundial de... En este caso, la final entre Francia contra Argentina. No se puede transmitir. Saben que los derechos me culean a mí. No se puede hacer nada de eso allí. Hoy gana Messi, papi. Hoy gana Messi. Hoy gana Messi. Tengo fe. Hoy gana Messi.
But Tribe now, they are stronger because they battled through, and now they still have the opportunity to being crowned the best team in the world. Now, next up, let's take a look at their compatriots in North America, constantly in the shadow of Tribe Gaming, but now with the new organization in Luminosity, the team formerly known as Undream.
Hoy solo son 3 partidos y a qué hora será más o menos. Sí, 5 o 6 de la tarde está más o menos ya desocupado. Creo, igual no sé porque acá la final en esta vaina. Igual te aviso. Entra el otro club de la FIFA, dice. Oigan, ¿a qué hora creen que acabe esto? Lo bueno es que solo son 3 partidos y sí que no va a tardar mucho, por ende, ¿no? Vamos, Ude. No ayude, papá. Luminosity.
And Envy, both in the top 5 for KD heading into today. They're definitely on a revenge tour, and especially having an opportunity, more than likely at some point, to go up against their former team. It should definitely be an opportunity for those two.
Hoy soy Brazuca y Argento por 2, weón. Se preparan Luminosity Gaming, Blue, Banned, Washi, Solo y Envy.
Who looked pretty near unstoppable up until that point. This Luminosity roster, so fantastic to see them
con las almohaditas
at the right time. Constantly, again, stage 4, so close. They were so close behind Tribe, but couldn't get over the hump. Whatever they figured out up into the land has been fantastic.
Ah, man, it's just so great to see how all of these teams came together. And one of the matchups that I really want to do is probably the NA versus NA matchup. Whoever is going to be going in there, it's going to happen, sure. I'm kind of, I'm going to revel in the fact that we're here, we're in NA. A lot of teams here and the fans are in the crowd, definitely supporting a lot of their players. But let's see if one team coming from Lancet can go and make a difference.
That's right, that team, INCO Stalwart, so dominant, 12-1 map score so far throughout the tournament, just untouchable by all squads.
Yeah, nobody's had an answer for Lucasen. Like that.
Son el Guara mexicano, dice. Hola, chavo ruco, ¿cómo estás, papi? Messi versus Marchi, qué buena final. Llevo esa final, pero me corté el pelo, entonces le di mi lugar a uno de esos. Listo para apostar, así es. Vamos que hoy gana INCO. Confiemos en Lucasín. Confiemos en Lucas, que se gana, muchachos. Ojito para el Gabo.
Por 69 Chir 100. Olivo en azul.
Hola, ¿cómo estás, Gabo? Elber versus Galina, entonces, claro que sí.
And mind you, 2 of these teams, they have control KDs that are so crazy in the 2-0 KD range.
This was probably my favorite series because Smart Omega looked like they were the loose team that got to get away with anything that they wanted to do, and they ran into the buzzsaw that was INCO Stalwart.
Yo voy con INCO, hermano. Todo estresado por lo de ayer, dice. Ay. Es un quilombo tremendo, ¿no? Andar chequeando esto otro, varios partidos a la vez, ¿no?
No one really seems to have an answer to the SKS, to that ranged fighting here, and it's really throwing other teams off of their game.
Nadie que no es fácil. Es una cagada. Llevo streamando un buen tiempo y hasta la vez he hecho un torneo por lo complicado. Mira, el KD de INCO Gaming.
Is a great player, Band, a great player, not even close.
It's not.
Ya, Lucas en primer lugar, lo sabía. El mejor jugador del puto mundo actualmente.
I was talking to Tribe, I was talking to Luminosity. What are you guys gonna do to take down Lucasen? Now they weren't willing to share those strategies because they don't want that out in the public sphere. But he's no question the biggest issue for any of these teams to go up against. The one thing that I will say INCO haven't had to go against any of the teams that finished top 4 so far in this competition outside of when they played Wolves back in the group stages. So they haven't been truly tested so far. This Luminosity matchup definitely going to be their big.
Déjame la etiqueta para chuparle un poco el pito a Lucasin, papi, va.
Team that could go and make a difference was going to be Smart Omega, but it just seemed like the confidence of this team just steamrolled out of control, and that's where INCO Gaming can really shine, knowing very well the weaknesses of their team and just really make it shine.
Well, we've got ourselves our
Well,
first
got
matchup
you
of the
right
day.
now.
It is our championship bracket
Now.
versus Luminosity. We saw 2 players from one team and 2 players from the other team, both in the top 5 of KDA. Shoutouts to Pab Zera, who's had himself a heck of a tournament over at Skade. And they are playing for that top side.
Tengo el KD 4.5 de pura. No esperaba que lo hicieras. Buen día, Helmo de Hermano, ¿cómo estás? Tiene más KD en la Champs que yo todo. Entonces me quedo jugando COD. INCO pierde contra los Luminosity, esperemos que no. Di María contra Tectonic. Se avienta, se avienta.
Just such a great boon for all of these players. And for you at home, you have the opportunity to win some super cool in-game swag by watching in the client. If you're able to go ahead and tune in during the broadcast in-game, you'll get free rewards just by watching. The longer you watch, the better
¿Qué pasa, mi
the
reina?
rewards.
Mi gata está que maulla, no sé qué quiere.
If you haven't gotten it, you had 3 days to get this. I haven't yet because we're so busy here on the desk, but I'm going to be making sure I'm going to set my alarm or tell Bobby to remind me to get these in-game viewership rewards. We have a ton of them, and plus, this is my favorite color scheme so far.
No question about it. Absolutely beautiful.
¿Qué pasó?
Like we said, it is going to be just me getting absolutely chased around by
¿Qué pasó, mi amor?
all day long for stream
¿Qué
back
pasó?
from all the stage
¿Qué pasó?
broadcasting. So it'll be terrifying, but it's
¿Qué le
beautiful.
pasa a la gata?
Well, we've set the prize pool. We set
Bueno,
the
de Río de
rewards.
Janeiro, sí, manito, soy de Río de Janeiro y también soy guacho, yo soy un pibe argentino, el día de guacho, ¿qué te pasa, pelotudo? Además, soy un macaco. Y ya somos brasileiros por el equipo de INCO y argentinos por
All right, well, who you got? Who you got?
el Mundial de Argentina contra Francia.
They've seemed to be the most dominant. I know that teams are going to be drawing up game plans.
Tindambro quiere gato, ¿no? Porque tiene comida y está ya esterilizada.
I think he leads this team to victory.
Beef mommy.
Man, this is hard. I'm always a big fan of a lower bracket run, so I might have to go with Tribe.
¿Qué pasó?
Because they had so much resilience going through the
Anuncios,
lower bracket,
anuncios.
and now,
Ay, perdón, ya les quito para los que son subs. Aguántame un segundo. Configuración, afiliado. Visualización sin anuncios. Ahí está. Para que permitir que los suscriptores vean el contenido de tu canal sin anuncios. Ahí está. Ahí tiene que funcionar. Really? Really. Dale de comer. Ya tiene comida, loco. No sé qué pasa. A ver.
Let's send it on over to our casters, Shift and Proper.
Thank you there, friends.
No estoy en la mañana ayudante mucho con tu nuevo stream. Pensé que sería buen día, pero pasaron algunas cosas familiares. Ah, ok. El Tofu me acaba de comentar que no va a poder estar en la mañana. No pasa nada, mi Tofu.
They've had really clean runs throughout just their groups, but also here so far in the upper bracket. Maybe the only blemish comes down to what we get out of control from those guys.
You're absolutely right to talk about control when it comes down to Luminosity. Is the only game mode out of the 3 that they have truly struggled with.
Yeah.
But hey, if you can end up closing things out with just, map 1, 2, and 4, then control might not matter all too much. As you take a look, just the overall, the map losses, really not too bad at all, tied as far as wins are concerned. And the respawn KD, well, it's just a little bit better for INCO, but I think it's kind of inflated.
Aquí está, diga, yo sí que jodo y que jodo y que jodo.
When you throw somebody up that's nearly a
Diga, hola.
2.0, yeah. That
Hola,
number's
chat,
gonna
diga,
go up
allá,
just a
allá,
little
allá al
bit.
frente, mi amor.
But,
Allá al
you
frente,
saw
no,
kind
no,
of the
aquí
map
abajo no,
win
mira al
losses
frente.
right there for a moment. The thing that we
Porque no
really
quiere
harp
ver
on
una
here is
glotona.
Luminosity. Out of those 3 losses, 2 of them came to control. So we'll kind of throw it out in the air. Summit would be map number 3, control. Haven't seen much of that this weekend, so we'll keep kind of our finger on that while we look over the first 2 maps. Standoff, hardpoint, raid, search, and destroy. Where's your headspace at, Proper?
My headspace right now, when it comes down to it, is quite literally just around that raid, search, and destroy. The only reason being is because the vetoes kind of go against what INCO are mostly comfortable on. The Hacienda taken away. Take off hardpoint, not even in question whatsoever. So the raid, search, and destroy, I think is going to be quite telling where these 2 teams stand up against each other. Got to get warm here on the standoff hardpoint first.
We have yet to see This INCO team play on standoff hardpoint, but you expect to still
¡Ey! ¿Qué empezó, papá? ¡Empezó!
El pendejo. El pendejo.
Agradece a la subs de quién. Que no tengo los auris. Aguanten. Déjame hago pre y veo. INCO contra LUMINOSITY.
Because of course he did. He won about halfway through its tenure here on the opening set, and I mean, all said is that INCO are still in a superior position. Yeah, they're getting traded out, but so long as you can dictate the pace of the middle of the map, you're going to set yourself.
Ahí está, un minuto para la predicción. Ah, fue para el Jonathan. Gracias, vaya por la sub. Se resuscribió por un mes. Gracias, papi Jonathan, gracias. Justo me levanté a ver mi gatica. 3 meses con una sub.
Bobby ended up talking about it as well, is that you have to have a strategy of some kind to deal with the long-range poke and prod effect that is the SKS. Kill feed starting to erupt in blue, but the push that's coming through in the backside of Brown is actually quite...
Gracias por ver los anuncios, uno Benja.
I don't think INCO expected that there was going to be hit from the south side of the map. Now the spawns will give them that information, but it's just too late. Solo, 3 in a row. LG on the break, up to 40 points.
Ok, LUMINOSITY. Ojito, Gabo, hermano, gracias por la sub. 102 suscripciones ya. Gracias, Gabo, hermano, mil gracias. Te amo. Gracias, Beto, gracias. Team para el Jonathan, hermano, gracias. Bien, INCO entró al punto, tienen que entrar ahora o nunca.
Working your way back in for 30 seconds could be very, very good. And you see it right there on your screen yet again. Lucasin, 1.96, mostly just with the SKS, has been an absolute trendsetter, already up to 11 kills.
And the thing that we really have to keep our eye on with these setups for INCO, once they get the rotation in their favor,
yo le voy a todo INCO, hermano. Le voy a todo INCO Gaming.
Lucasin likely to lock down one lane. You expect Dan to kind of swap back and forth.
LUMINOSITY son de Norteamérica, o sea, una mezcla entre Estados Unidos. Hay uno que es mexicano. Bueno, tiene nacionalidad mexicana, el Envy. Uno filipino. O no sé dónde es. Pero en región Norteamérica. Región gringa.
Washi will be there for the elimination, and it is just coming up all wonderfully for LG at the beginning here.
Canadá sí hay un poco, hermano.
LG in this map from yesterday is saying, let's not make sure Band goes on that huge 9 spree onto this hard point. He was floating, flying, stinging all over the place.
Ah, guachita, Ok, pierden el fondo atrás. Bien, entre Papi Noel.
Nearly does, but the clock comes out for Washi. Only finds 1 elimination. LG still with numbers to try to get back in, and so it will be the switchblade from Band, another double.
Here, fire out, Band locking things down.
Ok, esto no me gusta. Fueron al next point ya, de ley que sí. Ah, ok, Guerrero, gracias por la info, hermano, thank you. Ahora, ¿qué le pasó a Tribe? Tribe está en las finales, pero está en loser. Tribe se enfrentará contra el equipo que pierda. Contra INCO, contra LUMINOSITY. Yo opino que Wolves, con 2 meses que tiene Wolves, alcanzó el nivel de Tribe Gaming, hermano. O estuvo nada de superarlo. Con 2 meses que lleva ese equipo nomás. 2 meses.
Kills favor that of LUMINOSITY, but INCO still have a chance to contest from the front.
There's still a very defining reason why LUMINOSITY are the #1 hardpoint team with a plus 118 differential.
Vamos 5 Gaming, weón. Vamos 5, ustedes pueden, INCO.
Breaking back in with the Holger in hand is Crozen, just trying to meet them at the gates here at 4.
Yeah, both teams largely have not been contested in their hardpoints.
Lucasin y Rafi Crossing van muy igualados, 14. Me han ganado por casi todos por cuestión de kills, pero ojo con el OBA. Recordemos que Tribe sabe dominar puntos de una manera increíble. INCO es un país de Brasil. O sea, perdón, es un equipo de Brasil. Sudamérica. O sea, servidor SA, pero está contado acá como región latinoamericana. Vamos, triple. Vamos, Lucasin, ya 20 kills, weón. ¡Bitch, Lucasin, papá!
Now it's on to Noel Dad. Can they work their way back in towards the SMGs and try to lock this down? Rafa also in the mix, but only for a short time. LG, 3 quick eliminations. Right back into the hard point. Ban locking down the back door towards Hotel, and it's LG dominating the kill feed and a chance to continue to grow a cushion here on their score.
20 seconds remaining here inside P1. Double-edged sword coming through for Luminosity.
Eric, gracias.
Buenos días, Guararomas. Pasaba a saludarte, suerte en tu stream, corazón rojo.
Por primera vez una donación normal, gracias papá. Ok, perdiendo por 40 puntitos y ya Tribe tiene toda la rotación del siguiente punto, hermano. Y esto no me gusta.
Here as soon as the hard point opens up. LG members all over the place. Noel quickly to come back in. Tagged up, but can provide a little bit of assistance, but no. It's LG with the quick eliminations, and as the hard point opens, it's LG securing more time.
And look at the split spawns that are actually coming through from INCO. You have 2 players that spawn up over by the gas station. The other ones are spawning over in the courtyard outside the bakery. But no one was reading where Ban was located at outside of L. So much damage was able to be found because INCO were just one-dimensionally trying to sprint into the hard point to try to help things out.
Lucasín como gana una gunfight, loco, contra la garra. Soy guacho en una triple se aventó ahí. Es mejor que vayan al next y dominen el siguiente punto, hermano. Es lo mejor de todo. Que las rotaciones de Tribe las hacen mucho tiempo antes, loco.
Yep, you would need a full 60 here at Grandma's, and the setup isn't exactly strong when you already have players that are moving their way over by Grandma's tank. You have Predator missiles being called in by Blur, Envy finds 2, and now you're spawning out of your INCO, not the setup that you want ahead of 3.
Rafa, last one left, just flat out overwhelmed. Luminosity again, dominate on rotation, holding the spawns, holding the early time of the hard point, and they will break past the 200-point threshold. Operators out for solo. It will expire, only finding a couple of eliminations, but that will still be fine. One more deep. He gets caught swapping between the weapons as the charge runs out, but again, the streaks now start to fly on forward. Hunter Killer Drones, Preg missiles, doesn't seem to make a difference what it is, just throw it at them, and INCO are completely stuffed without even getting in until maybe Dad here. Okay, hold on.
Tribe, me equivoqué. X-Tribe, perdón, ahí sí.
It's going to be 3 as Dad will clear the point out for INCO.
Got the Dad cap on and everything. Purifier needs to continuously lock things down here, 25 seconds, but you look at just the overall score. This is where we start having the conversation for leaders advantage. It's 219 to 111. Now Luminosity, they don't have to break here. They could just set up for new, and that's exactly what they're doing to try to close it out in the upcoming hill.
No operators for them though to try to hold on to this setup. On the opposite side, you look towards players like Crozet. 24 eliminations, a chance to possibly be the catalyst for the break with an operator ready.
Puta madre, Lucasín 31 kills, huevón.
Hard point expires over at Grandma's. Now we head over towards Bakery. Dad through the warehouse, looking good. This will set up a bit of a route, looking to play for spawns, but Envy denies. And Luminosity, a really solid read on where this INCO hit is coming from as they get to 225.
Luminosity Gaming, X-Tribe, XUD, todos estos huevones antes eran de Tribe. Tribe Envy, Tribe Washi, Tribe Banet. Ahí fueron UD y ahora son Luminosity. Vamos que los comeback existen, muchachos.
On the entry, finds an easy cleanup, a good double kill from him and Blur, and that may be the winning moment here in map number 1. INCO, yeah, they got 32 from Lucasin, but it is not nearly enough as LG dominate.
Chala madre, es que eso es lo que ese es el problema de lo que te dije, hermano. Y que Luminosity Gaming y Tribe todos los jugadores tienen un nivel muy similar. Y acá en INCO Gaming es Lucasín y el Crossing a veces, o Lucasín y Rafa. Y eso les complica bastante, loco. Lucasín no puede contra todos.
It was just an all-star affair that really felt like at the end of P2 in the first set of hard points, they had the resource advantage and they let INCO feel it.
Look, I mean, you got
32-29, ni negativo quedó, hermano. Todo el resto sí. Chavairo, loco. Y primera ronda, son partidas BO5, tienen que ganar Luminosity Gaming un BO3. Bueno, lo bonito de esto, lo que me da emoción, es que sí o sí veremos un Tribe Gaming contra INCO Gaming. Creo que el partido más esperado desde que inició la CHAMPS. Eso sí o sí va a pasar. Soy Noel, 12:30, huevón.
Trying to find themselves angles of opportunity to open up opportunities for the rest of their teammates to then get inside the hard point. But once INCO got in, they couldn't stay alive.
Mira eso, Lucasín, racha de 2, se le acaba su porquería. 3, 4, y con pistola. 5. Es que es una verga este Lucasín es imparable, huevón. El otro año Tribe Lucasín, ni modo, loco.
12 and actually did not finish off all that well. Where on the other side, you've got 20 from Solo, 22 from Ban. The SMG gameplay was great from Luminosity, and that's what you needed to see from INCO. What we were used
Ok, ahí van sus puntos perdidos.
clears the way. SMG's follow up.
Yo no me importa, yo apoyo a muerta a INCO Gaming, hermano. Ya si pierde, pues ni modo, pero yo ojalá que pueda remontar estas partidas del Search and Destroy y el Control. Ojalá que se entren a todos el modo God, el modo bestia.
This is what Call of Duty has to offer, that if the backline is offering that much space provided for you, the SMGs need to be able to capitalize on the damage in the
Ay, sí. Oye, Lucasín es tan humilde que el día de ayer publicó un tweet, a pesar de que MVP en todas las partidas y a veces dar un buen carry en todas las partidas, publicó este tweet. Este de aquí, que dice: muchas gracias a todos por vuestro cariño, ha sido una experiencia sensacional, el sueño continúa, si no fuera por mis compañeros no sería quien soy, qué humildad, papá. Gracias a todos mis compañeros por ayudarme a ser mejor jugador y persona, son las verdaderas estrellas. Hasta lloro con ese mensaje, loco, qué hermoso.
It's just really tough to gauge, isn't it? Because I mean, now what you're looking at is essentially the number 1 and number 2 when it comes down to search and destroy. Luminosity only having that one loss, but the differential is still
Combina igual que Guara, ahí está. INCO depende mucho de Lucasín, es lo que te digo. En Tribe Gaming o Luminosity hay 5 Lucasins en el equipo que todos tienen un nivel muy similar, pero Lucasín acá en INCO es el que siempre destaca más. Es más, contra Luminosity no quedó negativo. Lucasín que se ve a traer a quién deberían votar, y no sé a quién, la verdad.
Although we do assume, based on the records and the results over the course of the last couple of days, that INCO will hold an advantage in the control compared to their counterparts on the other side of the stage of Luminosity. But this is an interesting setup for the search and destroy, because you never want to be in a position where you have to reverse sweep. Not to sit there and say this is a must-win for INCO, because the rest of the map set does look pretty good for them, based on what they've played so far. But this right here, this map establishes, are the SMGs going to build some confidence up? Because for INCO, they were really missing out on that map number 1, and you cannot have that absent when we eventually get to that control, as we had just previously mentioned. So we jump on into it.
Todo bien, papi, estoy aquí no viendo el partido. A ver, Search and Destroy en raid. Hermoso, no, hermoso. A Prey.
Something that we saw INCO take as far as an adaptation is concerned in their search and destroys late last night was that they were just bringing out more submachine guns and just really just denying so much space by way of aggression early in these rounds.
Number 4 in Blur, the only defender at A, but he's going to be getting help from Ban on a long route already through bedroom, and nobody from INCO is expecting this. Patience, it's a virtue after all. Ban able to secure a nice free win, and then how about Blur? From inside the site, completely stuck, comes away with 2.
Ahí está.
That likely wins the round for LG, just down to Crozen.
I love that coming out of Blur.
Limosina Gaming le puse. Para darle la sal.
Inside of money won't be able to stay alive for long, and you know, if you want to talk recency here, especially for Luminosity, again, such a small sample pool because they've just been tearing through everybody. They have.
No, Tectonic es indispensable para Tribe, hermano. Tectonic juega muy bien. No pueden votar a Tectonic de Tribe.
Their timings and all, as you got to see Band on that previous play. Full on rush coming through here today.
2 defenders, though, will be here. Solo working with Blur this time. Once again, the trophies go down. Rafa.
El remember de bueno ya no dice.
Finds the first onto Solo. Slide cancel on in, and Blur cannot hold against the 3 members of INCO that get on. Quick plant also on the way.
Fue una agresividad para el punto ya,
Take this on 3 different fronts, but open staircase is being looked at from Crozen. You still have Washi to deal with, but if you're Envy, you have to wait for this push.
No, ni a Yes y creo que tampoco ni a Vegas, hermano.
Envy finds one to the backside. If he can get the
Bolo podría ser una opción.
This would be a 1v4. Finds the first rather rapidly, but the second
Buena, Noel, buena.
well, no problem.
Vamos, 5, vamos, que ustedes ganan esta search and destroy. Ustedes pueden ganarlo. Yo confío, weón, yo confío. Y a Marshi también podría hacerlo, loco. Marshi podría ser una opción. Yo saco a Bolo de Tribe y meto a Guara, dice. Uy, ese Walvan.
It seems very early on that INCO want to take the aggression early and try to meet the pace that they know Luminosity are going to bring.
Well, G, we'll get a little bit of map control early, but again, this is what we were expecting. Lucas in, scouting things out, swapping to the sniper rifle this round.
Lucasin va con sniper y ya se lo llevan a Lucasin, pero se lleva uno al menos.
Careful, Solo is actually pushed up in towards mid.
Hay fact, todos por mid.
Doesn't necessarily need it. Dad not there for the trade. And just like that, LG significant control.
Quédate ahí, Crossing, quédate ahí, weón.
They've kind of got INCO.
Y no se va a pasar acá al Laus, loco, el
Yeah,
Crossing.
they sure do. And even though Luminosity, they have that one number advantage.
El Washi mantiene un hard scoping ahí que no creo que lo suelte.
Solo, maybe to try to go take a look at kitchen, maybe take a peek and a gander over by the A bomb, but you have B on lock. You 100% play for the retake here.
Hola Luis, hermano, ¿cómo estás? El Bolo en BD es bueno, dice. Y verdad. 3 contra 3 es mucho ojo.
They will stack together, like you mentioned. LG going to give up this A site in order to likely just play for full retake with mid control, laundry control. You think it's going to be good?
Ponte command por espalda, papucho.
The idea that okay, they're not coming to B. Let's get ourselves in a better position to try to contest this bomb plant. Here comes Rafa forward. Trophy system goes down. LG stacked up towards the staircase. First sniper.
Hijo de puta, se lo cumearon. Hijo de puta, le envía doble.
Just down to Crozin. 1v4. He's stuck inside a Tiki. With a lack of
Una hijo de puta. Se ríe nomás el Bannet.
So why not try to throw something out early?
Sitting there having a little bit of a chuckle in that 1v multiple situation. Might as well slide into Tiki and let the Dukes out, man. That was fantastic stuff coming through from Luminosity. Again, very reserved, I would say. They found those 2 picks, they gave up the space, and they played for the retake. Executed wonderfully.
That's a strong left hand.
Yeah.
Si oye, si Bolo quedó mal en la mayoría de partidas, ¿eh? En la mayoría de partidas que he visto, Bolo ha quedado en la pija, loco.
Again, forward mid-map control for LG this time. It's a double
Holy
stack, so
mocina.
very different look for them defensively with Band working alongside Wash.
Anulo Mufa por 2.
The other defender towards B is Envy.
Tengo fe.
Laundry now playing towards the backside of ring. So this is a very far forward advanced setup towards B, whereas the defenders at A are more playing response and react.
You're starting to see some of those transitions actually coming through from the weapons itself from INCO. Again, a little bit more SMG eccentric. Will be traded out 1 for 1 we go. But Washi going to be able to find yet another pick again. And they know that they have them trapped, but somehow, some way, the bomb still gets pushed up by Rafa.
Hijo de puta, el Solo, hermano. Lo hizo un baiteo, se hizo slide, cambió de arma y con la short y lo mató. Y no sé qué pasó con mi internet, que se fue a la verga. Oh, ¿fue el stream de ellos?
Gonna be able to find yet
No.
another pick again, and they know that they have them trapped, but somehow.
Mira la ronda de retraso que tiene. Recién vemos otra vez el escopetazo de Solo. Oh, se fue el stream de ellos. Se detiene ahí, ¿eh? Wow, el día hide this. Turn on so hard my stream crashed. Ah, sí, FF, sí. Es el stream de ellos. Es el stream de ellos porque que le ponen FF, stream gone, crash, FF, rip. Ok, pero ha regresado, Nah, weón, 4-1, qué hijo de puta, están que se los cumean. ¿Qué la Chana empezaba a las 5:30? La Arcade, no sé por qué dijo eso, hermano. Sí, la Arcade vi que me dijo también eso ayer, ¿no? What the fuck, ¿no? Ahí está que estamos quitando el delay. ¿A qué hora juego de Luminosity Gaming o lo LG SSUD? Tengo 4-1.
Will be pushed off just a moment, but LG still clearance through the double stairs. All this post plant is set up deep towards bedroom, hoping that Crozen's got an angle at the bomb. LG, 18 seconds to go. Have to make a move, and you have to hit a snipe. Luca's in close. Band able to track down almost one. Blur, last one left. Two players tight, and not enough time, you would think, to get the kill nor hop on for a defuse, and that will indeed be the case. Well, the 2-4 half.
One sniper, one SKS.
Vamos ese Kuma, Lucasín. Vamos ese Kuma, INCO.
Is being able to call the bluff of LG, who all went in for that ring control. And INCO was just like, hey, we can get aggressive too. Just immediately bull rush over towards A, get the free plant, and then the post plant was just absolutely.
Se me despertó mi tía, dice. Oui, oui.
It's another moment, though, at the halfway point where you look up towards the scoreboard and you say, who's going to help out Lucasin? 7 eliminations. LG under the cover of smoke, looking to make a play towards A, but this is all a bit of a fake. No full commitment to get to the bomb on at the moment. Washing with control of Tiki. Ban trying to zone off the money window, but as he gets tagged, said he'll back off and just play this from basketball as the bomb's playing.
Push up that if you're banned. No. Good call. We got players inside Tiki. Gonna be watching that money window is banned as well. Make sure that the flank stays secured.
Blur's playing deep in towards bedroom. Washing and Tiki with the scope. Numbers for INCO. Crozen checking, playing lifeguard over the pool. And LG have not given up anything. Good trade comes through. INCO are now in towards the site. But how do you clear out these players that are in and around Tiki? That's the bigger question here. Blur playing down by the beach chairs. Flank out of band. Communicated for Lucas. And Rafa's also moved forward. He's cleared out Tiki.
Ahí, ahí. Se activa, se activa, se activa, se activa, se activa, se activa, se activa. Bien. El tiempo. No. Puta madre.
And LG go to 5. That retake was so quick and it was executed so well. Every single line of sight being looked at and being able to find the eliminations as quick as they did.
Chucha la madre por tiempo, loco.
Maybe 2-3 seconds to be able to find those eliminations. Otherwise, everything was looking pretty darn stellar. 5-2. Luminosity nades over the top to basketball court again. Lucasin is under pressure, but Noel will find first blood.
That's a big pick because he's pushed up aggressively alongside a couple other INCO members.
No, él te van a cumear por ir por mid, loco. Ya los dos se cumieron, con él y a Rafa.
And it works out for the double. Mid-map though, INCO still retain numbers. 3v2 with that elimination from Dad.
And to be wisely enough, waiting for Blur's help to come all the way back across the pool side. Some shots are going to be thrown out there, but I mean, Dad, Lucasin, Crozen, they're making the right call here. You just play inside jungle, inside a kitchen, you play for the retake.
Yeah, LG do not have the weaponry to try to pick apart at long range. This Kilo will be fine to spray down players, but it's not an SKS, that's for sure. Dad will let you know about it.
Buena, Dad. Buena, Dad, esa doble, buena.
Collects the Skull of Envy through the woodwork. And INCO still hanging around.
Really did feel like that Blur's play all the way into the back of garage was going to be the difference maker right there, especially counteracting the overall aggression that was coming through the middle of the map for INCO, but not going to be the case at all. Keeping their heads above water here, keeping it within 2. Still rushing over towards A. This LG team really loves it, and it seems that INCO are starting to get an idea of what they can possibly do to counter it.
Lucas into flash stun, concussed up. Noel laying prone, looking for a little bit of help for a shot. Misses. That'll be enough for Washington. Elimination and the turn back for Band. Collects the double. And INCO are going to have to play retake in a 3v5 with no ground at all to work with. But Crozen may have poked a hole in this post plant with the first blood going.
No juegas que el cuando está en USA. Vete la verga, toda la.
Looking to make a play. No, instead he's actually going to join his teammates. They're going to try to full flood
te refieres por lo que sí.
from that back staircase.
Ahora todo tiene sentido.
Dangerous prospect. Band still holding, waiting for any sort of comm, any sort of point of contact. Solo's hitting a bit of a round. Crozen! Whoa, what a shot that is! Little slide through, Crozen gets more, but now Solo on the flank. He's gonna finish off the double! And now map point for Luminosity.
It was almost about to look like what it did a few rounds ago, that when INCO were able to get that retake, they knew exactly where all the positions were located at. The only difference was with one player inside a cube, but
INCO el hardware lo perdió como 250, 120 algo.
Kitchen 6-3. More aggression in the middle of the map defensively, and LG have to run a wrench into the system.
Yeah, INCO have
bien, 3 por mid, buenísima.
LG on this setup. LG's only gut check call would be to try to force their way over towards B for a quick plant, but there are still nades available for INCO. How about this? Right over the top. Band does clear out some of the play through mid.
Gol de Francia, nah, no te creo. Ni empiezan a jugar todavía.
Steep advantage for LG in this post plant. Set up in and around ring.
One-dimensional retake starting to manifest itself here for INCO. They're all essentially on the back.
A ver, INCO si pierde tiene oportunidad porque se tendrá que enfrentar contra Tribe, hermano.
Trying to get over towards driveway. Band holding close. Has he been stunned? Someone's got to make a move. This is taking a lot of time if you're INCO. Initial trade comes out. They do a lot.
Lucas en una doble. Buena Dad. GG's. GG's Dad. Buena por esa doble, papi.
It will not make much of a difference. The defuse will come through.
Imaginen que estén así saludados y se olviden desactivar.
Yeah, required retake, obviously, otherwise they would have been down 0-2. And again, that's
Eso, seca la pantalla, seca la pantalla.
Luminosity team, but hey, when the retakes are on and they're coming through one-dimensionally like that, this is where INCO absolutely thrive. Their teamwork, communication, team shots, and everything else included is what is required for them to be able to make that play happen. A little bit of a bait.
Final de la Champs, Tribe versus Tribe antiguo, literal.
And Solo, he's trying to.
¿Qué pasa, señor Beneco?
I think he's hoping that he's going to get some help from his teammates through mid on the zig cut, but it does not happen.
No lo vio, no lo vio, no lo vio.
Envy also drops. Blur up top inside a bedroom. Would have to probably get two.
Ta madre, pero
Does well to find
entran así, huevón, no.
Lots of time for LG. And you know, if you're INCO, you really can't take
Lucas ahí lo tiene visto,
towards this offensive spawn, so they'll back down and just play their normal setup with numbers advantage.
Ban might be the player to watch out for, but he's going to have to get through Noel first and throws a shoulder through Zig. Very tough gunfight to find for yourself. Damage is going to be traded off, but the rest of their team is surely on the way through Zig.
You have to hope that Washi hits a shot here. If you're going to cross through mid or head over towards B, Washi has to connect. That's your only way back to a 3v3 when you know for a fact Lucasin and Crozin are going to have some hard.
Y por dos, hermano. Nian es una puta bestia. Nian demostró que es una puta bestia sniper, hermano. Uno de los mejores que he visto literalmente en la Champs, Nian, loco. Uno de esos snipazos increíbles que metió. No, Vane, no. Bueno, no. Mira, bueno, Noel.
Attributing the assist to his teammate. And now it's just on to Washi. He's found a kilo to work with. Also has the bomb. He's going to stick for the plant to try to put the clock on his side.
Noel got the sound cue immediately.
Bueno, Noel, GG's.
We'll get that elimination. 2 rounds in a
Vamos
row.
que se gana, vamos que todavía hay esperanza, weón.
Here on Raid Search and Destroy, and that's coming through with shutting down any aggression antics.
El wallbang que hizo en Fighting Range, qué hijo de puta, loco. No sé si alguien tiene clip de eso, pero qué puta locura. Pero bueno, no hay clip porque literal no tenemos perspectiva de Nian, loco. Hijo de puta. GG's. Cosa se lleva uno. Mira ese spot de Washi, hermano. Crozin se lleva 2.
Hasta la próxima.
Bien. 3 contra 2.
It was a 4-2 half, and INCO, as gritty as they come, are going to be able to force out overtime.
Eso, métele en huevos. Esta partida no solamente es nivel, es mental también, loco. Humillen, griten, emociones, lo que ustedes quieran. A los 8.
So big from Crozin on a lot of those defensive rounds. Nades over the middle of the map through tree. INCO still collect first blood. Solo drops.
No!
INCO playing this very, very patiently. They know they have numbers and they're still waiting.
Error de mi internet o el stream de ellos.
Is one shot no stim right now. And INCO are more than aware of it, but they're not capitalizing on it.
No, not yet. They got the information that they needed. Maybe that's enough to pull the defense. They may be able to think about trying to threaten over towards Tiki, number 5 in blue. Washi over towards Money Window, maybe the one to contest this, but now the call from INCO is to try to force this over in towards the B site. Bomb making its move in. Rafa waiting for a little bit of assistance, and those shots coming forward may have dissuaded them from actually committing to this. There's still plenty of time if they want to track back over towards A, and Washi, very heads-up play, has made that rotation. And look at the proactivity. LG are already calling that INCO are going to want to make a full wrap, but they may have guessed incorrectly.
They haven't seen a soul.
Oh, or maybe they guessed correctly.
but the timing is not favorable. They all ended up going back to check over towards A, but they were exhausted so much time, 40 seconds remaining on the clock, and INCO might have been able to find the time to get
I
way
don't
over here.
know. I don't know. Washi and Blur have the weapons to try to hold off against this.
Hey.
It's on to number 4. In blue, Blur, SKS, gets a read, sees the player and says, that's enough for me to back away. You have a long flank on the way from Band. You also have Washi contesting the map, and INCO want to try to isolate him, and you catch him on the reload. And now you can immediately swing back through pillars. It's going to be Blur on the rotation.
Junto. Bien, huevón. 2 contra 4. 3 contra 2. Igual hay chance.
Bomb going down for Rafa here at B. Close plant, set up for laundry. You also have arc control, and Rafa just swinging around rings.
Bien, me gusta cómo está Rafa. Me gusta cómo están dispersados todos. Me da un poquito de miedo, pero me gusta. Ya, Noel, lo escuchaste, Noel. Noel, lo acabas de escuchar.
This play not concealed anymore at all. And Noel gets out of dodge. So good just to kill a little bit of extra time.
Noel.
Confirms that LG are double stacked. Envy up high, Band down low.
No!
One connects for Envy with the SKS. Dad, next one up.
Bien!
Just one, but Noel finishes the second.
Dale ese Kumba, weón. Dale ese Kumba.
Insane scenes coming through for INCO. Again, adapt, overcome. Really utilizing all of those 2 minutes on the game clock to their utmost advantage. They found
Tranquilidad. Una más.
From red. They never pushed that much further forward. Here come LG again, though, offensively.
How about INCO, though? 3-man stack through water stairs. They're going to catch this LG on rotation. The kills, they're coming rapidly. It's looking clean from INCO.
¡Sí, huevón!
It's going to be number 2 in Blur. He's
¡Vamos!
to reinforce and a comeback of the
¡Hijo de puta! ¡Esa es remontada! ¡Eso es remontada! ¡Eso es remontada, papá! ¡Eso es jugar bien!
INCO come all the way back, force the overtime, and it ends in an 8.
Tengo el logo en mi camiseta en este momento. Tengo el logo en mi camiseta en este momento.
Consecutively. You cannot write this any better for INCO. Their adaptations and understanding of what the enemy is doing continuously throughout the entirety of the map, their reads on point, playing with the clock, fundamentally, everything just
6-3, huevón.
coming through from this INCO stalwart team. The
6-2 creo que iban.
wasn't working, Alan. So you ended up pulling out an SKS, a sniper, get some SMGs presence through the middle of the map, and everything just came up so much better for him.
3 members of 13 eliminations for INCO. Notably, that is all of the long-range players.
Lucasín MVP, Da también jugó Super King y Crossing, una locura. Todos mejoraron bien hasta aquí. Todos. Ah, ¿qué pasó? Vane, sigue riéndote. De chill, Vane, sigue riéndote. Mira, acabo de colocarme el logo de INCO. Imaginen que lo tengo plasmado en mi camiseta aquí. Creato el club de COD Mobile, acá INCO Gaming. De chill. Ahí lo dejo.
The word adaptation is easy, but that's just great resilience as well from the subs who had a very poor first map.
Cierra el orto, cierra el culo, papi.
Especially offensively, Luminosity were finding way too much value with trying to push over towards the AS&D aggressively. And it was mostly solo coming through the middle of the map through open staircase. So yeah, you have to answer that back with 2 SMGs coming
Hijo de
through
puta,
the
qué
middle of the
buena.
map to be able to shut things down as we watch some of these highlights on the screen.
And initially, you start to think
Bueno, sus puntitos.
He was finding so many key kills.
Creo que todos apostaron por Drive aquí, ¿no?
From the defensive side on some of these retake moments.
Oye, 15.000 puntos. Ah, no. 15.000 puntos para LUMINOSITY. A cada rato digo try, pero es que me equivoco.
Sniper rifle long range gameplay from Blur and Washi looked near unstoppable until we swapped the sides. Because I'm telling you, Washi is hitting different today. Like we saw instances of this Washi.
Cecil, lo siento, hermano, sorry. Lo siento. Pero me tendré que ir. Ay, para todos los que estén por aquí, los que quieran dejar su reacción, gente, se agradecerá un montonazo de corazón. Los que quieran compartir también, muchísimas gracias. En este tremendo partidazo que acabamos de reaccionar. Qué locura INCO Gaming, hermanos. Un 4-2, un 5-2, hermano, una tremenda remontada. A un 8-6.
But at the end, I think the word resilience does really kind of stick with it, is that INCO just continuously throwing more and more adaptations, understanding the
y los que quieran jalarse acá a Twitch, recordemos que este es mi último mes de stream en Facebook y en Trovo. Y por acá en streams ahora.
You know, we could throw out a number of different synonyms towards talking about adaptation and stuff like that, but that is a lot of trust.
Yeah.
When you're down 6-2 essentially.
Todo por ti. Bebeto, todo por ti, babucho, todo por ti. INCO tiene que perder para que veamos INCO versus Tribe, si no nunca lo veremos. Puede que Tribe le gane a Luminosity Gaming. Y ahí veremos el INCO contra Tribe otra vez. Resimpió, sí, papá. Le simpió a Lucasin como tienes ni idea, loco.
Even less from these two squads overall. This is two things for me. Number one, operator usage needs to be key. Yeah. How are we pulling out things like claws and purifiers? And then on top of that, just a little bit again, leaning on towards the INCO stalwart side, can the subs continue to perform? Because we saw great play out of band from Luminosity in map number 1.
Summit also could be the calling, because if there's one thing that we could definitely take away from our two Chinese teams here on
Mondongo, así es.
Was some shotgun plays as well. The best hardpoint team is Luminosity, but the biggest issue is that they're 8th place in control. Yeah. This is where INCO can absolutely take advantage of coming off of a map 2 barn burner and going in towards Summit, keeping them at an SKS's reach.
Ok, toca... Toca control.
Yeah, a mere 50% win rate so far, 2-2 on control for LG. It's been their biggest vulnerability for whatever that might mean, because they've been polished everywhere else for the most part. But I think you look at this, if you had that information, if you're INCO, you look at how do we beat this LG team? How do we get to the World Championship Finals from the upper side of the bracket with a major advantage? You have to think that map 3 should be ours. So that has to be kind of step number 1, which is weird to say because it's actually step number 3. But you win the control. That's now the swing map mode combo. It gives you a little bit of luxury because you're going to guarantee you get your slum search and destroy that I believe was their selection. And the firing range hardpoint, let's not lie. As much as we like to assume that that's going to be largely controlled by sub gameplay, we did see, I believe, INCO and Skate also play this firing range hardpoint, and I will say their ability to lock down lanes, trusting the...
¿Quién ganó? Van 1-1, gente. Un juego en la Champs y otro en el Mundial. Ya está por iniciar la final del Mundial. La pondré en ciudad para verla de fondo.
For this INCO team, when you're thinking about it, middle of the map, SKS. Through America, SKS.
Sure.
You can end up also controlling all of Banana with an SKS if you really think about it.
I
don't think they've actually played firing hardpoint, but we have seen them on fire.
Van 1-1. El primer hardpoint lo ganó Tribe, el primer Search and Destroy lo ganó INCO Gaming.
Some other time, I definitely do remember they could have.
Van 1-1, son BO3, así que tienen que ganar de ley cualquiera de los dos equipos un control y un hardpoint de más.
But I want to go back and I want to highlight something that we were starting to talk about.
¿Qué hacen aquí Mundial, papá?
Because it's something that you and I were talking about when they were going up against Omega, and that is their teamwork and their trust. And it was also alluded to in some
Ponte condón ahora porque Lucas viene por ti. A Lucas se viene en ti.
The trust and communication for these guys.
No, Luminosity Gaming contra... Es que me equivoco cada rato digo Tribe, weón, no sé por qué. INCO contra Luminosity, no sé por qué digo Tribe a cada segundo. INCO contra Luminosity, es la costumbre, loco.
100% agree with you. And interestingly enough, you know, I'm kind of going back towards the 4 statistics. They actually didn't play any firing range then either.
That's interesting.
The thing that I guess what I'm kind of assuming at this point is watching them, how they kind of set up for a map like Takeoff that has, again, kind of the same instance where you have a lot of long lanes. Maybe not long rotations, but long lanes. That's where you expect that players like Lucas are really going to shine and really going to pop. So for LG, it comes down to trying to reduce the impact in these next 2 maps of that SKS, which has been a very easy blanket statement for us to say because everyone's trying to figure that out. Even against Skade, that was an issue. So as much as we kind of keep talking about INCO Gaming, I think you still have to look at least this map as being favored for them, just due to the fact that Luminosity's weakest mode has been control, and their ability to go map 3, map 4 wins here are still pretty high, even though firing range you assume would be a lot more SMG heavy.
Oh, totally. I mean, it's hard not to argue with statistics, isn't it? I mean, it's everything that we've seen so far throughout Worlds, and looking at the map set again, it's just daunting, because albeit the Summit control favoring towards INCO.
Paulina me subió, gracias por encima de tus historias, Pau.
Honestly, escape you very, very quickly if you are INCO. You really just need to continue to rely on what's been working so well for you, and that's all just based around the SKS. Set your SMGs up for the utmost amount of success. It worked for 6 rounds in a row.
Puta madre, en Summit. Bueno, vamos con la predicción, gente. No, Tribe no ha jugado. Tribe está en ese bracket. Tiene que jugar más ahorita. Con el perdedor de estos equipos.
It's scrappy, but it's going to work out for them. Clock has stopped for second progress, looking good. Band on the flank, good to try to deny some of the reinforcements, but the first tick still gets locked in regardless.
Nice opening. Nonetheless,
Ahí está, gente, tienen 2 minutos para votar.
but space still needs to be found here. Second segment, very much so on the way.
Cuando ya lleva racha de 5, qué chucha.
Look at the push that's also coming through from the snow path as well, but completely unbeknownst to INCO. All of Luminosity wanted to come back through the north side.
Really well done, and just good distraction play out of Solo, pulling out the R9. We saw a lot of our Eastern teams try to do the
Qué agresividad de ambos, ¿no? 20-20 cada uno ya. Vamos, INCO, vamos. Vamos, INCO, 26-26.
But largely mitigated by the kills coming out of Luminosity. And this is just good recovery from LG. Second floor control. Lucas is just sitting here.
Lucas con Switchblade.
I love that call. I don't know if you ended up
El Crossing se está mamando, 8 bajas. Lucas en apenas una y no el 0. No logró dar, loco.
Lead has been mitigated down to 2. Space being provided for Luminosity, but
Ojo.
INCO trying to
Uy, se agarraba Milicu, weón.
trying to find some different points of angles as well.
Buena, Crossing.
With the SKS.
Crossing tiene misil perdido ya.
Big round as well.
Yes, it is.
Frozen could use that as an opportunity to either stop the clock at A, make some more progress, or possibly just completely cut off the reinforcements. But LG, good double coming out of Band as well as from Envy, as he actually makes it 3
hicieron spawn drop.
in a row. Crozen's play mitigated largely just because LG flat out shooting better.
Just straight up shooting better. Luminosity coming out of the gates, absolutely swinging. 10 seconds remaining here. Only a single segment is all that you need over on A if you are INCO to extend the game clock.
5 segundos.
There's just no route to get there, none at all.
Fuck, puta madre. 3, 2, 1, GG's.
Long range pressure from LG has matched up with INCO 100% perfectly. Clock will expire with just 2 ticks of progress. The lives were starting to get tight, but Luminosity after the opening break-off pretty much denied any re-entry towards A at all.
Really did feel like
Es que tú dominas top en ese mapa y está loco.
over at A, but I mean there was just
Está complicado ahí,
focus that was coming through from INCO.
Está full jodido.
There wasn't a whole lot of focus over by Catwalk, which hey, you guessed it, that is actually.
Vamos, venga, los que quieren disfrutar de las mejores partidas.
Luminosity, good first bloods, high ground control. INCO, they're just
Que se jalen para acá, para Twitch, por favor, a la gente.
picked apart. So LG with numbers. Dad can only do so much. And with that, only one member from LG will drop their arm towards the A site. They've got a player deep inside of the INCO spawn. And this is punishing on multiple facets as LG really letting INCO have it at the moment.
Yep, this is exactly what Envy was able to find success with, what Noel was attempting to do. Look at all the space that is coming through for Luminosity. 26 plays on against 22. The second segment already on its way. And already up top is Band with the claw, letting them have it, finds himself too.
Chance to snowball right here for LG. We'll take a second to listen in to see how exactly they may finish off this offensive round.
Flank that.
Flat outside A door.
30 bucks.
Los callouts.
Stay on that beat, don't get one green. Green. One's our green. There's 2 green.
2 green.
Help us cap. I'm flashed. They're all green. All of them are green. Hey, help us cap. Come on now. Fucking shit. One more green. Good fucking shit. Don't peek blur. No. I got flash right now. Alright, he's gonna push right here. I'm gonna double flash main. One more, one shot, two. They're fast. Go in. One more, Swansea, one more. I died. One more. Look alive.
Not the most polite comms you've ever heard, but hey, they're working out pretty well. 16 playing up against 8. They nearly got it done on the second attempt. Again, that snowball.
Ganan por bajas igual este Luminosity, loco.
Fires nearly allowed them to just string together both zones.
You don't have to be nice. It's top 3. You just got to get it done by all means necessary. Second segment already completed here at B. 13 playing up against 8. Just under 2 minutes as well. But Crozen able to at least take down Watchy. Look at all the space that INCO have been able to find.
Hijo de puta, un tirito.
Purifier out. Continues
10-5.
to punch over through the LG spawn, but it is a 10 versus 5. And LG are looking at that as their win condition. Just do not give anything away. The counter stack from INCO. Purifier is out. Dad on the way in. If you can line up a couple, it'd be massive. Only gets one, but Lucas.
Buena entrada, pero mal ejecutado, loco.
Great favors out of INCO. Need to clean the rest of this up, and as Envy drops, it's down to round.
Buena, Rafa, buena.
A 5v3.
5-3. Bien.
Now a 4v3. LG a bit stuck. Plenty of time. No reason to get crazy. You could literally play this as an S&D round from here on out.
And you don't have Watchy. Washi's the one with 2 streaks plus an operator. Noel playing down low. Crozen is here as well, able to slide.
Bien, Crozen!
Another 2-piece. Now you got a 2v2 situation here, and it
2-1. 1-1.
Against Blur for the round. 47 seconds and Blur is trying to call his bluff by playing the low ground with the R9.
No pushes, chill, que tiene que buscar spawn. Él tiene que buscar puntos. Huevón, que remontada le lleva también el control. Como 10 kills de diferencia.
You're pulling in operators when you're down considerably for lives. You just want to make sure that it's worth it. Dad pulling out that purifier, able to find some space, communicating and where everybody might be on the map. INCO, stay alive, get themselves a defensive round of their own.
Ya empezó el mundial, me van informando cómo va Argentina contra Francia, ¿va?
INCO stacking up towards A. Once again, they're focused primarily towards the lower ground, but LG, nice little response. Keep it relatively even, and with these kills, they've actually regained a lot of this second floor. Rafa caught with a nade out. That's not going to work out, but actually, pardon me, that was a 100-killer drone, so he secures his own trade. Solo taking his place by repositioning back towards that same high ground. First tick of progress being depleted. Dad not able to hold on towards the zone.
Just playing inside of Grates, just waiting for some help here.
Eso, corre. Corre, no regales.
Maybe try to win this battle on two different fronts, and you can even see off the
Gol de Mbappé.
INCO have no idea where to go.
Saludos, González, hermano.
Snowpath control. Noel needs to be the one to get activated. He's only able to find one.
Good help though coming from the rest of his teammates. Trades will still allow INCO
Chucha la madre, Blue lo salvó.
holding, making sure his teammates can stay safe from afar. And Gravity Vortex got his spent by Blur. Works out for 3 eliminations in a row for him. Noel stopping the clock over towards B. Pred missile called in. That'll find Crows in as Noel continues to kind of go back and forth between the B zone and the lower portions.
Ok, le ganaron todo spawn, mira. Ahí ven puras kills azules ahí porque tienen todo dominado.
And LUMINOSITY had to feel like this is going to be a pretty comfortable defensive win for them. Pending Noel doesn't do something unbelievable.
You came back from a life deficit defensively. So just do it on offense, Forehead. 20 seconds remaining here, 22 playing up against 4.
La estrella que tengo suscriptores, que no tengo logos de los subs. De ley.
They're not trying to push into their spawn at all. They're playing this very, very well defensively.
Debe hacerme loguitos para los subs.
Have only dropped 8 total lives in the span of what has been a very, very quick defense.
Yeah, convincing, I'd say.
Yeah, that'll work.
Only losing 8 lives along the way.
Casi gol de Argentina por posición adelantada, opa. ¿Ya? ¿Tan rápido? Voy a dar la caja del celular.
Pocket full of posies, maybe. I don't even know what the saying might even be. All I can tell you is that Lucasin is struggling. 7 eliminations for both them and Noel. Rafa's the one that's been stepping up, and Crows is going to open this up with a claw to try to get themselves an early numbers advantage.
Immediately shut down. LUMINOSITY have met them with 2 claws of their own. Dan trying to find the shutdowns wherever they possibly can. Pred missile called in. It gets down 2. LG, even with those eliminations, have not found a way to get towards either of these 2 sites. They're trying to put the hurt on with the lives. Dan up top, nearly able to lock things down for INCO defensively. But now recovery will have to happen. Nasty heady from Van. Takes down Rafa for his 2nd elimination. And now LG say it's time to go. Second tick of progress on the way. 2 operators being spent. INCO nowhere to be found. Do they have to give this up? And it looks like we may have gotten our call. Thing about it is they can't just give up this entire space because LG can just move right over to B.
Yeah, and they have resources to be able to snowball over towards B as well. Solo down low with the purifier inside of the A zone. Might just be able to get this.
Ya, loco, las rachas han ayudado un montonazo. Y capturan A, pero en verguiza, loco. Eso me le temo, loco. ¿Cómo capturan? Pero en verguiza, maricón, un punto.
Hunter killer trying to clear a little bit of space. LG following up behind that. Solo. Double forward. Pred missile called in. This is really putting a hurt onto INCO's life count. 22 playing up against 12, and LG stopping the clock even further at 1:57 still left. Looking good for the offense. INCO.
Y no, hasta es GG para LUMINOSITY, hermano. Sí, es que toman eso más agresivo, loco.
LG zoning forward. Van playing far. He's going to find Dan, no worries. And now it's a 20v4. Doesn't even make a difference. It's going to be the full capture of the B zone and LUMINOSITY, the 8th ranked team based on control stats thus far. Absolutely making us look silly for trusting the numbers.
Hey, that's one thing that we do love as commentators and analysts. I love being wrong, and LUMINOSITY showing up when it matters the most here on Championship Sunday, being able to put themselves in a position there on Summit control. A lot of questions is not only just around control, but just what both these teams are going to look like on Summit. But it doesn't really matter when you just have good fundamentals. It doesn't really matter when you have superior gun skill. That's LUMINOSITY's argument as they take a 1-map lead in the series.
Yeah, and the Summit pick looks like it may be one that INCO will have to consider.
2-1, si LUMINOSITY Gaming gana el hardpoint, GG's para INCO, baja los brackets y se enfrentaría INCO contra Tribe Gaming.
Lucasin had a switchblade in hand, so as much as we were sitting here saying the SKS may be championship condition for INCO, you take away takeoff.
Consejo para ver el partido de Champs. Yo ando así con la PSV y con el celular aparte.
Yeah. You always got to say, you got to play against your opponent's strengths. And that's why we have the veto process, right? You know, Luminosity, you see on your screen taking away the takeoff. INCO not wanting to go to Hacienda, which is utterly surprising because they are very, very good on Hacienda search and destroy, but probably more fearing what Luminosity was going to be looking
Ay, Diosito, qué mal.
the potential for a Hacienda hardpoint or a search and destroy. As we take a look at some of the player stats comparison, specifically in the hardpoints, it has been Blur versus Lucasin, and it's really hard not to just focus on this guy.
Lucasin 10-21, sé que le costó lo que también no tiene su fuerte, hermano. Pues se cae aquí.
These are your main slayers on both those of each team respectively. 35 and 18 with a minute and 30 worth of hardpoint time for Blur. That's a little bit more impact if you ask me.
100%, and that again is an SKS versus SKS battle in that map number 1 between those two. So, something to be said about Lucasin trying to find value, getting these eliminations and turning it into objective time, not just for him, but even for his squad. They're having a really tough time getting rotational wins. But Blur has stepped up to the plate.
Tarde un huevo para hacer una cuenta aquí. ¿Por qué como así?
Across their run, and maybe even just over the course of
Ya jugó Tribe, no. O sea, Tribe sigue en ese brackets.
What do we do to
Está llorando, parece.
SKS play? And I'm just going to go ahead and wager. Blur stepped up and said, boys, I got you. And boy, he's got him.
I wonder if he ended up going back to his room last night and just started pub stop.
Literally, probably get raps, get raps, get raps.
Oh, man. Yeah, this is going to be INCO's first game on firing range during all of stage 5. And firing range, again, both you and I were just flabbergasted. Like, we go back through it, it's like, no firing range?
Seca por el sudor, seca.
I think it makes sense.
It's a map that, like, we kind of relate to other maps that have happened.
Ok, gente, voy añadiendo predicción.
Even though it's a small map, the lanes are long.
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Del hardpoint.
And this is something we saw from Skade yesterday and even the day before on firing range. You put those SKSs, you get them set up.
Ahí está. Tienen un minuto. Vayan votando, muchachos.
Just down to can INCO do the same as their Brazilian compatriots. Nice start. Rafa for 2. Noel gets the 3rd in the mix, and that is very convincing kill feeds, leading to a lot of time for INCO right off the rip.
And that's what you need right there. Lucasin got the SKS back in their hands. You need to continue to pop off right there because you cannot allow to have LG pop off the way they did the same way over inside of the standoff. It was a blistering pace set on early. You need to answer the back here in map 4.
LG able to find at least an answer for now. Smoke will be the biggest muse for them getting in towards the hard point. 4 kills in a row for Envy, working towards possibly early streaks. Ban getting aggressive, sidesteps a Hunter killer drone. Quick reaction out of him.
Coméntame, Ninky, ¿qué tal por allá? ¿Todo tranca?
That INCO though able to re-break, and with that, the 22 seconds of Luminosity will be met
Buen
and
día.
succeeded by INCO Gaming.
Good quick rotation also coming around all the way past tires. It's also being looked at by player number 4. That's going to be Lucasin that's watching that. That's the player that you probably want, being able to shut that down ahead of the rotation. Middle of the map, also at least trying to be secure.
Bien, tienen el next point ya. Me gusta.
But it is INCO set up for new.
Keep your eye very passively on the minimap for number 4, number 5 in gold. Those are your 2 SKS users. You would like to see them on opposite sides of these hardpoints, and so far that is indeed the case. LG trying to force a break, trying to break.
Buena, Lucasin, bebón.
But it's not working out really whatsoever. Blur able to control Jeep. That's going to be a nice little setup for them to try to get on in. Blur Envy.
Uy, se Blur, si es una racha de 4, loco.
Push the spawns away and also reclaim.
Y les ganó punto Luminosity ya.
Be able to break on in very, very quickly.
A esto me refiero de INCO Game, digo de Luminosity. Cubren puntos increíbles. En Queens acostumbrándome al frío. Ya, Camello, ¿tienes ya algo? ¿No? O ya tenías todo planeado cuando viajaste. ¿De chill? Blur Sync.
Them a little bit further out than you probably want them to.
Good map control on the rotation here for INCO. We were not able to say that very much at all in the opening hard point. This time though, just a bit on the tidy side. Only one player inside for
Bien, ganaron. Bien, buena granada, Noel, triple kill.
Wow. Well placed, I'd say. And with that, INCO will gain the early time. But LG looking to threaten quickly, have some mid-map control, try to also play it through backside barrels. Purifier early, out for Noel. Claw trying to shut it down. Washi able to at least spam things over. Lucasinn doing the same from the opposite window. Gets one. The second one on the interior finds that as well. One more deep.
Vamos, Lucasinn, chucha tu madre.
INCO reclaim the point.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is just massive stuff coming all the way through just off of that previous.
Amigos, si quedan 2-2 y van para el Beide, hay más chance para INCO, hermano. Ah, por el Jesse ha trabajado, por ahí le estamos dando, dice. Hágale, papi, mucha suerte en ese nuevo proyecto de life. Ese new project de vida, papito. Mucha suerte, que lo importante es la family, tu niño.
He's in, and the support deep from Rafa. Lucasinn working out well. Blur onto the gravity vortex. Number 4 in blue, trying to hold it down. He's by himself inside the zone.
Bien, piden el spawn en baños, dime que sí. Ah, no, hay uno por baños, Pero bacán. Luminosity está respondiendo por atrás. Corre. Bien, Rafa. Rafa, no. Y ahí les cagaron el spawn, Ahí les cagaron el spawn ya.
Neck and neck is this hard point right now. 45 seconds, still ample time to fight over.
Gol de Francia, gol de Marruecos.
Pulls out the Purifier, goes over towards Banana, only able to find one, but it sets up their team for success to be able to find those trades. You still have 2 players that are pushed out through the middle of the map, and it is being read by Envy over inside of 10. Another big 1v1 happening off screen, but regardless of the matter, everybody from Luminosity showing up the kill feed where it matters the most, keeping INCO epic.
Smokes, concealing some of the window play. Rafa shut down by Solo up top. Now trying to jump down to assist the hard point, but doesn't need to. Teammates have
Lucasinn acostadito mandando desde Tyler, weón.
Scrap time also looking good for them as INCO are hard focused on trying to control Trailer and America. They're able to neutralize a little bit of the time and even get some of their own here at the old wood hard point. But as we rotate to sandbags,
Cachan a Lucasinn, 23 bajas, 24.
With LG inside of 10, they should be comfortable to at least contest this hill.
P1 going in towards the second set is mostly all based around this 10 control. And making sure that the flank is going to be secure. That actually gets picked up by
Tienen que ganar este hardpoint, loco, para darle una buena pelea en el Search and Destroy a Luminosity.
On screen, trying to zone away 10, trying to keep all of INCO on their toes and just cutting down their reinforcements where they can.
Rafa's able to sneak forward. Noel watching over the top of him. Watching, looking for the reclamation of the hard point. Dad stunned up, taken down, no worries. LG, 30 seconds to still fight for. And they look like they want to try to soak up as much as humanly possible, allowing INCO to gain some key positions as we look towards rotation soon. But you do not want to let this go if you're INCO. This game has been close until this point. You do not want to let
Ahora tienen 3 en el punto, loco. Ese Lucasinn, hermano, sabe dónde aparece la gente, loco. Ya Lucasinn 30 bajas, hermano. Ni siquiera los de Luminosity llevan 20 algo. Mira eso. El más que lleva kills es el Envy con 20, va 20-20. Lucasinn 39. Concha tu madre. ¿Cómo no succionarte el miembro masculino viril, hermano? Es imposible. Es una puta locura, hermano. ¡Puta madre! Ya entraron todos los de Luminosity, hermano. Ojo, buen drone. Sí, ellos le dan cuenta en eSport donde tienen todo ya habilitado.
Zoning away is Solo with yet another Purifier. A little bit too out of reach is Lucasinn with the SKS, who finds yet another 3-piece.
There are 3 operators that INCO could use to possibly try to break down this time. But they're not looking all that privy to try
36, huevón.
Sitting back. Very uncharacteristically so.
Duplicándole, va para las 40 ya.
And this is all INCO saying. We want to try to control trailer spawns, but there's still so much time at old that those spawns really aren't even open yet. So now to 175 go LG. A chance to win the series and go to the World Championship final right here. And if they find a way to lock down trailer, this game could be out of reach for INCO.
One operator gonna be Solo doesn't even need it, able to find themselves 3 in a row. Purifier also in the hands of Blur.
Eso es verdad, todo bien con las kills, pero con kills no se gana, muchachitos.
Both have operators in their back pocket. You need
Eso es verdad.
Yeah, I'll say. This is just a critical mistake from INCO, you have to think. Noel, Purifier in. Able to take down one. That will get the zone back into their favor, but only 30 seconds to fight for. A long laundry list of things that have to happen. Noel responds.
No!
Solo, who single-handedly breaks. Rafa on the way in. Just enough assistance from INCO to shut down the potential final play from LG. Red Missile called out for the rotation. And it will find one off spot. Rafa, challenge.
Buena, Rafa.
As the double goes his way, and INCO are sticking around. Envy for one last challenge, but it's only for about 7 seconds.
It's still a whole hard point difference. 201 to 130. You have to find yourself a full 60 just to bring yourself back into the game. And good luck with that going in towards Wood. Wall bangable, to say the least. Lucas and Noel.
No te merecemos, Lucasín. No te merecemos. 40 bajas.
Solo Blur, lurking members able to find
Ya tienen el otro punto. No, pues GG's. Aquí es prácticamente ya un GG's. Tienen el spawn de baños. Van a empezar a spawnar por larga. Y van a tratar de pushar por baños y por mid. Ojo que entraron.
That will provide an opportunity for Solo to try to work on it. He gets 2 with the Purifier before falling, but INCO still retained the point.
Oh, band up top, and Wood able to get behind enemy lines, pulls out a claw as well, slides on forward, is able to find himself.
El error de INCO no es incluir a Guarda en su equipo.
Inside of Banana, 225, the 147, Envy Blur, not slowing down.
This has just been too cautious from the side of INCO. Still, 3 operators in their hands. Most of them have not been used. Rafa gonna pull out the claw for himself. Gets at least the first. But, I mean, this is at a point that is really not going to allow for the claws to do too much. You've got to face up against Predator missiles, and Luminosity have full control mid-map, looking to put this map away.
That has an operator. Frozen has one as well. Lucasin's going to pull out a claw again, able to find himself at least some damage, but still not enough quite yet. Noel needs to...
No te merecemos, Lucasin. Mira ese timing, huevón.
Lucasin trying to lock down time. LG, though, with the numbers, trying to break back forward. Putting it away here. Just need 8 more seconds. Blur, good elimination. Tries to step in through the smoke. Denied. INCO not going to let them get away with it for free.
Va por las 50, hermano.
Now persist. Luminosity looking to break once more. They've got high ground control. Washi jumping down. Little Batman move from the high ground. Not able to turn to find the follow-up elimination, but his teammates are here. Is this the winning moment for LG to get to the World Championship Finals? It sure looks good for it. INCO trying to deny, trying to contest with the kills. They go back and forth. Still back and forth. Pinstripe goes...
49. Ay, Dios mío.
49 eliminations. But is it enough? LG can still try to find a way to win here. Contest for this long enough, but you look towards rotation to New, and LG have members that get the last 2 seconds.
Oh, Band's pushing up. He's finding so many eliminations, gets himself some squad spawns. New hardpoint will pop. 2 seconds all that required, and INCO are nowhere to be found.
Pierde INCO Gaming, gente baja, loser brackets.
Are able to punch their ticket to the World Championship Finals.
No te merecemos, Lucasin, chucha tu madre. ¡Ah! Qué dolor, hermano, ver cómo perder con 49 kills, hermano. 49 al Luminosity Gaming, loco.
Do you claim it to the fact that they have not played Fire Range Hardpoint in a while? Do you claim it to the fact that Lucas is sitting here saying, I'm about to drop 50, I don't need an operator?
Igual, demostrado que Lucasin es el MVP de la Champs, hermano. Nadie la puede volar.
That is a massive mistake in a couple of key moments for INCO, not using operators to try to lock down spawns, or more so, beyond that, try to find a way to win these rotations.
Y el banner cómo se les ríe, loco, se les burla por el banner.
But their ability to lock things down was essentially absent.
It really was. And there were so many different moments of time where...
Definitivamente el puto MVP de la partida, loco. Definitivamente el MVP de la partida, Lucasin 49-29. Todo su team negativo, además de quedar 49-29 casi un minuto de BJ.
Gerson Hernández ha donado 25 estrellitas patuano. Banner cae mal.
Tranquilo, que ayer estuvieron ganas de cerrar el culo a Banner, loco, no te preocupes.
Yeah. There's going to be some very quick conversations that are going to happen for INCO because that is
es que no, solamente, en resumen, las rachas que valen nomás que uno son el dron cazador y el misil pret, nada más, no vale nada más. Tocaría ver Tribe Gaming Contra INCO Gaming. Tribe contra INCO. Si pierdo otra vez INCO Gaming, pues ya quedó como top 3 del mundo. Y sigo insistiendo que Lucasín es el MVP de todo. Tiene que ser el MVP de la Champs. ¡Penal! ¿Cómo? ¿Penal? ¿De quién? ¿Pero de favor de quién? Penalti a Argentina. Gol de Francia de penal. Penal de Francia. O sea, ¿lo cobra Francia o lo cobra Argentina? Penal para Argentina. O sea que Argentina cobra el penal. ¿No son nadie?
It's not really that easy. It's a bunch of SKS. It's hard to
Está Blur.
They're really nasty, and we just gotta try our hardest, you know.
So one of the questions that I think a lot of people had is stage 4. You guys, while you were
Qué robo, penal para Argentina, papá. A ver, me están diciendo penal para Francia, para Argentina. ¿Quién cobra el penal?
Stage 5 on land international experience, and you guys are now the top dogs.
Well, stage 4.
Gol.
Like every game is a learning experience. We make a lot of mistakes, and
Gol.
Worked on the most will be like team.
Gol de Argentina.
Communication and all that. We just try our best every time.
I mean, your best has been pretty damn good. Right now, you are at the lowest.
Gol de Messi.
That is
Vamos.
money. Again,
Vamos.
So, now INCO Stalwart and Tribe have to play against each other. Who would you rather see?
Vamos, Argentina. Vamos los guachos, vamos los pibes. 1-0.
Both in grand finals. I want to see that happen.
All right, well, we'll find out what happens there in the lower bracket finals. Again, Blur for Luminosity Gaming.
Look, there are a couple of conditions that, as we were kind of talking through things and then hearing it from Blur, that have now kind of surfaced in possible favor towards Luminosity. The first is the fact that I don't know what Blur did overnight, but he's looking disgusting with the SKS all of a sudden.
Gol del Diego.
Luminosity's control looked very polished, very clean. That was completely missing.
Argentina puros penales ha pasado. Qué gol.
Moments in this upper bracket run that they've put on. But look, if you could just take the former point of that, Blur dominating space and letting his team win in rotation, that was the biggest thing for me in these opening hard points.
Oh, it absolutely was. I mean, through both hard points, when you're really thinking about it, you know, taking on the selfless role, right? Being able to seemingly turn
Gol de penal de Messi,
SKS monster. You even heard him talking about their
como guarece a punta de DQ y así llegamos a top 24 de LATAM.
They saw on the opposite side, it's very hard to deal with, and yet the way that Luminosity decided to deal with it was just one, keeping them at an SKS's reach and allowing their SMGs to outshine that of INCO.
And you can even see it, like number 4 is Blur. He's watching these crosses, and even if he's not finding kills, he's giving communication to his teammates of where they're coming, when they're coming, and how many.
Well, it's just like, you know, the one shot from the SKS is going to leave them.
Well, that too, yeah.
It's an absolute abysmal amount of health. So, I mean, so long as you're just getting that chip.
Estoy tan nervioso que me puse a ver el directo de Guara. Uy, uy. Si es bueno o es malo. Se cae cualquier jugador argentino a la mitad de la cancha. Penal para Argentina. Ah, uy, uy. Mundial regado Messi. Ya, déjalo que se lo gane Messi. No me importa, ya. Que se lo lleve Messi. Ya es su último mundial, loco. Su último año, que levante la copa. Latinoamérica, que represente la LATAM, hermano, habla hispana. Lucas Follacín. Es bueno, oh, gracias. Twitch no me carga, me da el asco, ¿cómo así? Bueno, Twitch consume mucho más, no te voy a mentir eso, pero obviamente la calidad del stream acá es una locura.
And they just use it to such a high degree that I don't think that INCO have really dealt with all tournament long.
No, déjalo que narre, que me sirve, déjalo a Gerson que me narre, que yo no estoy viendo el partido. No me quiere cargar en el celular, no sé por qué. El link.
In this map in particular, I mean, we're 175 to 109 in this current state, and Lucason's got 36 kills. Blur only has 16.
El problema no es Messi, sino que sus fans. Ah, de la toxicidad, es normal. Eso. Toda persona así conocida tiene su fan que lo apoyan y los fans que lo defienden a todo,
when you have to put the SKS down in order to use the operator.
El Bane, weón, el Bane. Chucha tu madre, te cierra el culo, Tribe.
Largely missing for this INCO team that, as we mentioned, had not played much firing range. So a couple of things that have instantly cropped up that may put INCO
Lo de Chuy por 2. Le tiran miedo a Argentina y apoyan a Francia, la misma gente de la hispana, pero bueno, la final es decisión de ellos. Tampoco soy quien para criticarlos. Tienen preferencia por otros países, así que está chato, no hay ningún problema en parte. Pero ahí al menos por lo latino, loco.
Moving on to the grand finals, and now we got to see between INCO Stalwart and Tribe who will be joining them. But let's break down.
No, INCO no quedó eliminado. Baja a los brackets a enfrentarse contra Tribe Gaming. ¿Qué pasó con el gordo de Tribe que sacó el dedo a los chinitos cuando les ganó la última partida? Con el Tectonic. Pues ahí ya le ganó, ya los chinos perdieron ya.
And very similarly to their matchup against Wolves earlier, it was the S&D where they kind of take an early lead and then let off the gas pedal. That was the only win here for INCO Stalwart. All the other ones just felt in control the whole time.
Yeah, the only win that INCO gets an actual win in is.
Le va a Argentina, pero eso no era para penal. La verdad es que no he visto qué ha sido. Oiga, mientras hay una pausa aquí del partido, a ver si ya lo han recibido por acá. En YouTube. Gol de Argentina, a ver si lo subieron ya. Hace 4 días, hace 2 días. Ahí puse Tiuna. No, ahí están puras vainas antiguas. 17 horas, 2 años. Ah, aquí hizo gol de Argentina. Sí, fue gol de penal de Messi. Lo mató. Mataron a Messi. ¿Cómo que mataron a Messi? Reía porque Jesús, a ver. TikTok.
Porque ahí comienza la gente a decir que está arreglado.
Ajá, ya, y llegaron algunos comentarios que están arreglados. Oye, no me sale en ningún lado aquí en mi nada. Esta vaina es antigua. Esa gente ahí dice. Francias. Nada, ahí me tiene que salir. YouTube no se puede ver, no, pero lo resumen así, clipcito. Bueno, ya cómo se silencia ahora.
He can pull it out and fry with it, but he seemed really committed to that long-range role. Obviously, are important, but also flexibility and adaptability played a really big role in why Luminosity was going to be able to get the win.
Luminosity just found a way to counter every single one. How do you beat an SKS? 3 answers. Smokes, get an SKS of your own, and choose maps that actually suit the role of your team, and just kind of cut out those really long sight lines. And yes, in that hardpoint matchup, I feel like for Lucas to have those skills, yes, but he had a lot of it. It wasn't high impact enough for them to actually win this hardpoint matchup.
And where was the support, you know? Where was Crozen? Where was Dad? Dad in the top 5 of KDA.
Link del partido. Nah, no quiero ver la repetición del gol.
Although a little slow on that S&D, did eventually warm up and had that nearly 50 bomb on firing range to close it out. But there wasn't that secondary fragger that we've seen INCO Stalwart have in their success. Let's take a look at
el partido, cagón.
bracket. It's all filled out on the bottom side. Now it's Tribe Gaming and INCO Stalwart in our lower bracket.
Ya se están tirando cuando le tocan el pie.
Luminosity.
Qué robo, no he visto el gol, la verdad, así que ni idea. Busca roja directa por internet y ahí lo puedes ver. Yo no quiero ver el partido porque el partido no lo puedo streamear, gente. Me lo toman en el stream. Quiero nomás ver la repetición del gol de Argentina, nada más, que fue por penal. O la falta, que dicen que no es falta.
Yeah, obviously, big advantage for coming out of the winners bracket. That's something we've seen happen before, though.
Sí, posible la final sea Tribe, pero ojalá es que INCO le gane a Tribe ahorita.
In stage 3 this year, Luminosity, 1 game
que yo estoy apoyando a INCO muerte.
Get reverse swept. I think they want revenge for that one up against Tribe Gaming, and I'm hoping that they get it, because with the way
no me cargas el celo, loco. Entré por el link que me mandaron y no me carga.
Well, Luminosity.
Tienen esa madre libre fútbol y no me cargó esa porquería ahí.
Tribe looking like they're always getting the best of them, but I feel like it's such a different situation, especially with that 3-1 that they showed up against INCO. This looks like a completely different team, and I just want to note, their coach Image has been in the Grand Finals for 3 times already. One for the Western
El partido de México y Argentina terminé viendo gente ahí.
For Blacklist International Ultimate, and now coming in from Luminosity, it just seems like he's a really big deal when it comes to this teams.
Hola Michi.
Again, if you want to be a big deal, head on over to our friends over at HyperX.
Ya que sacaron al bicho medio que gane veces se la merece, así es. Pero hubo mucha gente molesta. Qué gol, digo, qué robo de mierda. Qué mundial más arreglado. El peor mundial.
The description in the YouTube link down below so that you can go ahead and gear up for the holiday season. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's that lower bracket finals. Who will take third and who will move on to the grand finals?
Ay, qué rico, Dios mío.
A little bit. You're watching the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship.
Una pausa y volvemos. ¡Hueputa! Ay, qué asco. Se viene el partidazo, gente. INCO contra Tribe, manito. No hay dinero para comprar mundiales. Gol del bicho. Si te voy a arreglar el mundial, muchos penaltis regalados para Argentina. Si dicen que ha pasado a Argentina a punta de penales. Yo, por mí que gana Argentina. Vamos en Argentina, loco. País que nos representa, loco. Oye, el rojo 11 solo tiene 3000 miliamperios, no jodas. Publicidad de HyperX. Nadie le van a hacer falta en el área, dice. Y si no era falta, igual era gol o no.
Cala boca, puta.
El blur. No, ya no, Kuno. Este es mi último mes y lo vamos a despedir bien bonito. A ver si agregado otra página. Se lo filtro en recientes, última hora. Lionel Messi penalti. Aquí está el clip. Pero quiero ver con todo y falta, solamente muestran el gol, loco. A ver.
Les amis, j'espère que vous allez bien. But de Léo Messi contre l'équipe de France. J'ai le seum, mais c'est comme ça, les gars. C'est incroyable ce match.
Me metí a ver porno, qué chucha. ¿Qué mierda es eso? La miniatura, Messi en penal, weón, me acaban de estafar, horrible.
Todos en su carrera. Carrera frontal, arranca Messi.
Lo que hace es el gol. Pero quiero ver la falta, weón. Quiero ver la falta. Solo veo el gol. Mira, la misma miniatura.
Por la anterior. Aquí viene Messi. Va Messi. Messi.
Ese Messi siempre amaga, loco. Va despacito, caminando de chill. Y la pata bonito, colocadita. Pues pon falta Messi, Argentina. Franciúa. Que no aparece, te digo. ¿Gol? ¿Otro gol más? No, el Cheli gritó, no fue de Francia. Gol de Argentina, 2-0. Dios mío, otro golazo más, muchachos. Otro golazo más de Argentina, qué grande. Ahí está. Sigan diciendo que fue gol robado. Para que sigan hablando los dolidos, esa es. Sigan hablando mundial regalado, sigan diciendo que le acaban de hacer horrendo gol. No lo he visto, pero escuché a mi hermano en el otro cuarto gritar ¡Golazo!
Mamá huevo. Digo glu, 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 glu.
Este fue golazo, ¿no? Mi hermano gritó, loco. Dos a 0, loco, qué god. Este sí fue gol, dice.
Hasta la próxima.
Pregúntale a Argentina cuántas copas tiene. Me recontra chupo un huevo cuántas copas tiene Argentina. ¿Qué gana es importante? Pierde un seguidor, Guara, ¿por qué? Ya que lo resuelvan rápido, ese sí quiero ver, dicen que fue bueno, dice. Dicen que fue jugadota. Gol sin penal. Guara, oh. Qué grande Di María. Oye, fan de Kuno, tu nombre a cada segundo me sale así. Posible evasor de ban, supervisando. Están supervisando tu nombre. Fan de Kuno, Kuno _TV oficial. Te puedes ganar un ban de Twitch, ¿eh? No es mi canal, estas vainas de Twitch directamente, por el nombre. No sé si te salga igual a ti.
We were talking about during the break, and this is without a doubt the most exciting esports weekend of my life at this point.
¿Qué me recomiendas que compre la Kilo mítica o la Switch Elite Kilo actualmente?
Call of Duty event.
Yo fui fan de Guara, dice. ¿Cómo? Entró Michi, fan de Guara. Ince trae está mejor este mundial que el mundial de fútbol, dice. Sí, pero acá Twitch tiene más reglitas. Diablo, me callaron.
And every single console and PC player I've talked to is blown away by mobile movement, mobile gun skill, and they're interested. They're coming over to check out Warzone Mobile at the booth, and it's all the interest in mobile.
¿Qué se mete esta temporada? Pues como vemos la Champs, Kilo, Mítica, Mjolnir, Switch Play y P90, 4 armas. Y ese casi, obviamente.
I've gotten to see kind of the full progression of Warzone Mobile because we had the opportunity at COD Next earlier this year to check it out and see how far it's
¿Otro gol?
and see how many people are
¿Qué?
loving it.
¿Qué fue? ¿Otro gol?
So I know the entire mobile community
¿Qué pasó?
is really
Vamos a
excited
Argentina.
about it,
Oh my god, ¿qué pasó?
they've got big things
Contexto.
planned in the future. I know they've done big things already.
Well, thankfully, you're not only
O casi gol.
you are involved on the competitive side as well. So let's take a look at.
¿Crees? No sé, la gente está poniendo. Guachita está poniendo. Oh my god, oh my god. Di María, pero ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué hizo Di María?
All the way back from the quarterfinals, what has jumped out at you when we take a look at the bracket?
Well, Tribe is about
Recién leía la noticia Guachita. No, hombre, Guachita no está actualizada, ¿no?
They're at a disadvantage with that.
Di María saca tu video. Sí, pero vas, ese gol fue hace rato, Guachita, no jodas. O recién me lo comentas a mí. No me llega a decir gol, o Coco. Es que no, esto no suena todavía.
Other than Luminosity being in the grand finals and getting that one map lead. Now, our friends over at ROG have been big homies here.
Hace un año, hace 2 años, a ver, última hora.
Let's take a look at the ROG Phone 6 with its upgraded Game Cool 6 cooling system. It has
me subo un video de 0,2 segundos, loco.
The CPU not only from the internal structure design, but also
no puedo analizar 0,1 segundo.
The new Aero Active Cooler 6, which incorporates an AI-powered active cooling system. Thank you all weekend long to our ROG Phone 6 friends. Thank you for supporting Call of Duty Mobile. Let's dive into our lower bracket finals matchup.
Ay, loco, es horrendo pase, loco. Igual soy un poco de la verga, pero igual soy yo, ¿no? Aquí.
But as you said earlier, they've had to make
qué gente de mierda, loco.
bracket run. How do you feel like they are feeling coming in?
Hijo de puta. Hijo de puta, toma tu delay de mierda, loco. ¿Qué me vas a hablar del golpe, la verga? ¿Qué me vas a hablar? No estoy ni mi cuenta para hatearte. Me ponen la miniatura, gol de Di María versus Francia, y todo el video es un vergante hablando.
lockdown that they have.
¿Qué me hablas del pase? ¿Qué? Sí, buen pase, gol. Y logra todas las alertas. Subscribe here. Suscríbete. Balón. Live. Gol. Tranquilo. France versus Argentina. Fútbol. Highlights. Gol. Fútbol live. Wow. Creo que no leí la palabra suscríbete. Escucha tu madre. Regreso acá.
As Blur is. So we'll see what they end up doing. I know they've been running through a couple different players using it over the last couple
months. ¿Cuánto van 2-0? No, un gol más y ya estamos frescos.
INCO already knew their mistake coming in from LUMINOSITY and will probably make better decisions when it comes to those map choices. And also the fact that for control, Tribe is really good.
¿Qué pasó, Arcade?
We did say that they're going to be a
se viene. Así es.
Unfortunately, Wolves actually cracked the code
se viene,
when it comes
muchachos.
to beating Tribe in their best game mode. And INCO
LUMINOSITY jugando en la CHAMPS y estoy haciendo stream de chill con Mude.
All right, on the opposite side, INCO Stalwart really never felt like they got in this series against Luminosity. Yes, in the S&D they were able to pull this one back, but
gol de penal y otro gol de Di María.
They're on the back foot this whole time. I'm hoping that they're able to go ahead and reset the mental and bounce back, but what do you think they need to do here to get the victory over Tribe?
Really, I think
Benzema está jugando en Francia, ¿no?
That's involved a lot in success, especially on hardpoint breaks.
Y una publicación que de la queja de que el país de Francia, los jugadores, todos son de otros lados. Nueva Guinea, el Congo, no sé dónde puta más.
Or even, you know, the diffuse in S&D, that's going to be a huge factor.
Mod 6.
Te digo, Kuno, que me sale tu nombre posible, vas a de ban. Es por tu nombre, imagino.
But to get us into our lower bracket finals, let's send it over to Shift and Proper.
Why was the Mod 6 with us the whole weekend?
No, Tribe sigue en los brackets. Si Tribe le gana a INCO, Tribe sube a la gran final.
I'm going to need to give it to you later, Mod 6, to figure out what exactly you've done to manicure that beard to such great lengths and such...
I am inspired by that beard.
It's very nice. It's very nice. But...
La mayoría son africanos. Sí, loco, país del Congo, Nueva Guinea. Mostrando a cada jugador de qué país era. Si vamos con la predict, voy a darle 2 minutos para que puedan votar, gente. Si el primer hardpoint, ¿quién lo gana? Tribe o INCO. 2 minutos para apostar. Háganle. En Takeoff, el mapa de Lucasin, papá.
For what it's worth, I was totally right in guessing the vetoes. Anyway, here we go, starting things off. Take off map number 1 on hardpoint, and this was the one consideration that if you're gonna get rid of Hacienda, if you're Tribe, you have to be ready for this map combination.
Ha pasado algo. Van a reiniciar. Van a reiniciar, están AFK.
With convincing tallies, mind you. As it looks like we very well may have a bit of a restart here. Some players are stalled out. Obviously, Marshy kind of looking from left to right, wondering what's going on. Bolo still wants to frag. But maybe we could take a look a little bit longer at that overall series layout, because the conversations at this point, like, now that we've actually got significant results.
Lucasin como contra Luminosity 50 kills, weón, pero no depende de la partida, loco.
Another interesting little alpha choice here. INCO with the first ban, not just taking away firing range, but taking away Annihilator. They said, hey, Tribe, it's on to you if
por acá va el estado 1. La mafia en el fútbol sí existe, por acá dice uno.
Coming through because, you know, here in COD Mobile, I don't think that we... Well, no, you and I actually casted over one series. I don't remember what it was. It was during the group stage we actually saw the Sparrow come out, but yeah, very annoying to deal with, especially...
No hace una, Mbappé, estoy viendo los estados de WhatsApp, a ver qué dice la gente.
Tribe's court, right? But being able to take it away, expect that Purifier and Claw combination obviously to continuously come through, but I kind of want to take a deeper dive to this map number 1 here, Alan, especially with Takeoff, like we were talking about. You got to have it if you are Tribe. They have played it 3 times through this entire stage 5, and they are 3-0 on it as well, beating the likes of Wolves 250-220, 250-133 against Stamina, and 250-112 versus Scars.
Yeah, very convincing results.
¿Quién piensa que está hackeando? ¿Quién
on this map mode combo to start us off? But the standoff, search and destroy. We've already said it a handful of times.
Ah, Elise, Trae está hackeando, ya pasó con los chinitos,
you
dice.
have to feel like if you're going to come away with a map 1 win if you're Tribe, you're feeling really solid about your opportunity to turn this into a 2-0 early. Largely due to the fact that we have not seen INCO play the standoff, search and destroy at any rate. And then you get eventually to the raid control for our guaranteed.
Mismo hora que la final mundial. Sí, pero igual, la final mundial de Argentina contra Francia es 1 hora y media. Hoy son 6 horas al mínimo.
Looking at those 3 maps in particular, we've got a 50-50 battle here for map number 1. A very crucial map, I would say, for INCO. And then you've got a standoff surge that I think everyone in the venue saying that should be a Tribe Gaming win just because Jez has dominated that map so far, even though this weekend has gone to a lot of overtimes on that map for Tribe. And then who knows what the rate. Again, it's not really any significant results that you can go off of as you compare both
Ponen a Messi como Jesucristo, golazo.
And again, that respawn KD is boosted up because of Lucasin.
Yeah, just a little
Gol, hijo de puta, golazo, hijo de puta.
At the end of that previous LGV INCO firing range.
Gol.
Still dropping 40 bombs for the L. So, I mean, it's just about capitalizing on top of it, right? You know, INCO kind of got their first taste versus North America, and we've kind of talked about this amongst ourselves, but we didn't actually talk about it on the broadcast, is that this is actually their first...
Lo único seguro para este domingo es el penal para Argentina, dice uno.
Western team. So, when you're thinking about it, Stark playstyles, maybe. You're able to at least really lean on Lucasin with that SKS, but the SMGs really need to be on point. They gotta lock it in because you know that Tribe Gaming are gonna have just about all corners of the rim squeaky clean.
Yeah, on the opposite side, just to kind of flip the conversation immediately over towards Tribe Gaming in this opening hardpoint, one of the things that we've noted a lot is Marshy's ability to stay alive for an extended period of time, but where's the help for him? In those moments where he's trying to
no, chill, Martín, chill, no pasa nada. Esta vaina tarda unas 6 horas, hermano. Los bicheadores dirán que el mundial lo ganó Di María. Argentina y punto, Argentina y punto.
Yeah, in that question while we were watching, you know, Tribe versus Wolves, Marshy was that
ya jugó
guy
INCO versus Luminosity. Sí, perdió INCO 1-3.
Even though like Tech, you know, had a very shaky map number 1. We want to talk about the resilience.
Se veía venir el árbitro a favor de los Chess. Chale. ¿Qué pasó con Wolves? Nada, ya mamó.
Just kind of casually there. It is really kind of interesting how the bracket and groups have formed. INCO has yet to play another Western team until today. So maybe something there about West.
Puta madre, mandó otra notificación que no debía.
You guys have fun with that. But looking at Tectonic, you know, again, we mentioned it during the group stage. We were kind of looking for more, but boy, he stepped up yesterday in this lower bracket.
Tectonic 1,21
up to a
del
1.2 in the respawn. And again, not to keep harping on it, but we need to see that again if you're a Tribe fan and you want to see this team find that LG squad in the grand finals.
Yeah, I'd say consistency is one thing that you definitely want to see out from this Tribe roster, mostly Tectonic, right? Is that you really do need this guy to be on point, as flexible as they are.
Diablo, mamá, huevo, diablo, mamá, huevo.
If there's one thing we definitely saw uncharacteristically from Tribe, it was in that first go of things versus Wolves, where they kind of got thrown off kilter, and then through all the lower bracket run, that's when we got to see the Tribe Gaming that we saw all through stage 4.
100%.
¿Cómo va la cosa? Perdió INCO contra Luminosity Gaming. Ahora se enfrentará INCO contra el Tribe Gaming. Y el que gane este BO5 se enfrentará en la gran final contra Luminosity. O sea, Luminosity ya está en la gran final ya. Nomás hay que ver quién gana entre INCO versus Tribe y ya está. Ojalá que INCO logre remontar, que elimine a Tribe y se enfrenten en la gran final.
Because, yeah, you're doing great with the SKS on these rotations, but you see just kind of a lot of inefficient numbers come through, largely what these operator usages until it felt like it was a little bit too late. This was a great moment to keep them tight, but once the game got out of hand, you kind of felt like
de hecho, ya eres una CHAMPS, así es. También al mundial y a todo. Igual que todos.
Operator right here, he's at 27 kills, it's 129 to 96. I don't think he pops this until it's like 210 or so for LG.
Yeah. It was the first time that we ended up seeing it. I mean, even right there, you got to see a glimpse of it. 30-9, all with the SKS, but there was no follow-up beyond that. And even though Lucasin, yeah, pulled out the claw, was able to find some damage, some elimination, sure, it's whatever.
No, the game's out of hand. Like
it's already gone.
Yeah.
It's already way too late when you're going up against this Luminosity squad that are so willingly and also able to constantly pull out their operators, utilize their resources in any means necessary to be able to put themselves inside the hard point and generate time.
And interestingly enough, and I could go ahead and I think make this wager here.
Yeah.
He was a 1.96 coming into today. Both hard points were great for him when he had the SKS in hand.
Besos, Goncho.
That summit control, Lucasin was absent. That KD today has slipped down to a 1.5.
Aposté en cuál es la evolución, Warren. Ya la apuesta está hecha, papi. La apuesta ya está hecha.
It's so bad. I mean, it's still so good. But that summit control, I have to imagine, is why that KD has slipped down. Because at one point in that firing range hard point, he was nearly 3.0 positive.
Penal regalado, igual sí que fue golazo. Aparte del penal, Di María marcó tremendo gol.
the overall chemistry and fundamental needs to be followed up afterwards. You know, we've been really hitting on this point continuously, and I don't want to, you know, beat a dead horse here, but this is where we need to see the SMGs really come alive, especially against Tribe. You know, playing up against all these Eastern teams, you're able to meet their pace. But at least versus Luminosity, it was a little shaky outside of the search and destroy in certain moments of time in those hard points. Tribe are going to have all of that plus some more.
Yeah,
you know that they prepared for this.
Yeah, and just for what it's worth, I don't mean to make it sound like we're coming across harshly at Brazil. If INCO end up winning this entire thing, I don't think there's a question Lucasin's MVP. But the thing about it is when you're trying to get to that grand finals and in the mismatch that we had kind of seen in hard point time between LG and INCO, especially with players like Blur getting onto the hard point for significant time, you do want to see that come through in a selfless fashion. That's, yeah, I'm getting a lot of kills, but when needed, when called upon, I can also soak up that hard point time. So maybe being a bit nitpicky, but regardless, one more look back at this series layout. We've already talked about a lot of these maps and modes.
Sí, ya va a empezar Tribe contra INCO.
We think that this takeoff hardpoint 50-50. If you win it, you're going to feel great about the rest of the series layout, no matter which side you're looking at. The standoff surge feels like a lot win for Tribe.
¿Qué papel juegan los jugadores que están atrás? ¿Atrás de dónde? De los que están sentados. Eso es como las personas que están revisando algún problema o algo.
But it all starts here. Takeoff, hard point, lower final. Let's get it on.
Got to be able to really rely on these SKSs to be able to open up the floodgate for the SMGs. Rafa's going to find the first blood here as well, but not a whole lot less to speak of. You're not really upsetting the spawns for Tribe, not quite yet.
Jazz up top, lots of damage, lots of spam. Tribe fighting for the backside at spawns. Gonna work
Ojito que Tectonic lleva SKS, no jodas.
Not a lot of eliminations for really anybody at the moment, but Tech, importantly to note, he is popping up that SKS, looking good with it so far. Kind of like Beat Mommy was saying on the desk, there are three ways to kind of go about the SKS gameplay for INCO. Either saying, that looks like fun, I'll give my hand at it, try to match it 1-for-1, smoke it out, take him out of the picture, or the third is just completely overwhelm the hard point, force them to have to make tough decisions. Bolu from behind, Tribe clean on the kills, up to 25 points and looking good for the scrap time.
I like the 4K Nolo Stows kind of tactic as well, as we starting to look like some players are not moving across the map. Noel was one of those players all the way to the backside of the double ring, and yeah, looking like there is some conversations happening up on stage as well. So, I mean, even through the opening break, as little information as we were able to get, I definitely got to tip it to the SMGs for at least wanting to get in on the hard point. At the very least, is Triber just kind of running around and soaking up some hard point time. Jez still doing Jez things, and yeah, I think that INCO just generally need to rely on just their opening breakoffs to continuously find space.
Hey, here's the thing, if anyone's familiar with competitive
Ay, verga, pésimo inicio, loco.
Play it until admins say stop. We have not gotten that word yet. So at the moment, Tribe is just soaking up free time. This could get dangerous again. We've seen this before in multiple facets. So Tribe, 75-9. You can see Vague saying, all right, we're just gonna keep going. And why not?
Competitive rules are competitive rules. I mean, all 10 players are very much so still in this lobby. And yep, Vague throwing his hands up, relaxing, having a little bit of a smile. And well, Jess just gonna go ahead and walk around. Why not just boast some
puta madre, triple puños.
Good old 1-2 on 3.
Looking good. This will win the rotation. INCO members starting to make a move, starting to shoot back. Look, we've seen this before. And now you're dealing with a 100-point deficit as INCO are finally starting to come out and starting to play. And you've got streaks, you've got operators. This could get really ugly really quickly. Tribe realizing the shots are coming back.
Los veo FK así, pero no sé por qué. Nah, final arreglada, weón. Ya, le metí la misma del mundial.
That's exactly what's going to end up happening, especially with all the hard point time that got generated. Tribe very much so still set up. Marshy will find 2 with the sub. Jez fully streaked out of their mind, 14 eliminations. Vague also calling in Hunter Killer Drone.
Amigo, no están dando ya ni calls.
Oh, the kill feed is just not.
Algo pasó porque ni siquiera están dando cal, como pueden ver, ni siquiera abren la boca.
Dangerous prospects here, not just for map number 1, but if you mentally just get booned off of this. I mean, Tribe's ready to fight. They're saying, let's go, let's make it happen. INCO finally get a kill feed worth talking about. But I mean, it's 141.
Trash ever, what the fuck, bro, what the fuck. Miren la cara, lo casi hice todo, loco.
But as we continue to mention, the word was play
La cara de edad, velo.
Decisions may be made later on, but I mean, Tribe, this is maybe a free map for him.
Starting to look that way, isn't it, Alan? I mean, the simple fact remains is that Tribe, ever since being knocked down to the lower bracket by Wolves yesterday, have been on the absolute warpath you'd had to expect for them to come out of the gates absolutely swinging. They will take this.
Yeah, INCO just looked like they're lost at the moment. Not really able to regain mentally. Again, we don't have any idea as far as what may have happened or what may not have happened, but all we could commentate on is the fact that this is all Tribe.
Algo pasó, loco. Ojalá que repiten la sala, loco.
INCO having a real tough time even finding eliminations as they started to kind of get back in towards the mix again. And again, hard to expect it considering the fact that everything was
Verga, esa
when
puta
it comes
kilo.
to operators and specialists. But finally, INCO going to get some of their own, maybe a chance to start to put something together here.
Going in towards the second set of rotations here at the end of it. Yeah, we got to call
Algo pasó aquí abajo en la cara de Lucasín y Dado dijeron todo, loco. Estaban con su ver qué chucha, no pasa nada, no puedo hacer nada.
Look at the rotation going over back through the middle of the map. It is completely taken over by Tribe.
So we reset. INCO on the unfavored
Sí, estaban
side,
parados los
approaching
cuatro
over
de
towards
INCO,
this
algo
midfield.
pasó.
Tried back and forth in the kill feed, but with the high ground, have an opportunity to slay out around the hill. And that'll be enough for Marshy to have a chance to allow his teammates to move on forward. Just watching the crosses.
Así es, por lo que se ve, no van a reiniciar, lo dudo mucho.
Couple of response kills coming through, but again, a lot to be done here, not just on this hill, but of course in the overall state of the game. And as Tribe comes right back out of their spawn, finding clean eliminations. Lucas in for a double, nearly able to do it all himself, but Tribe superior with the numbers, get to 180.
180 counting on up. There's still a lot of time here left on P1. You also got to take a look at the spawns. INCO essentially have the better side of the map, but the way the Tribe are set up on the north side of the map, they are also setting up a nice little coordinated pinch, basically trying to funnel in INCO for that launch site itself. But when it's all said and done, you still cannot allow Tribe to soak up all this time off of P1. That'll be conceded. The back 10 seconds. 200 points on the horizon here for Tribe.
5 operators though for
Consigue la casa del kilo de Jerry.
Tranca,
yo la saco rato.
But it's 200 to 40.
O la del Gorotonic también está bot.
The most stellar operator usage we've ever seen.
Oye, algo pasó, no jodas, loco. Estaban FK los cuatro por un momento, loco. Dejaron andar calce y todo. De ahí se mutaron por algo. Y no quisieron reiniciar.
Noel, surprised by Bolu, and it's a full Tribe kill feed. The break is in, and Tribe can win here.
Looking pretty poised to do so, Alan. You got close spawns coming in. 5 and 3 in blue is Crozen. And soon Noel will fall. Operators being popped on INCO's side, but it's being answered back in kind. Tectonic there with the claw. Up to 12 eliminations, just holding down this entire flank side, not allowing anybody to come from behind.
Win condition is still in play here for Tribe on this second P2 hardpoint.
Mira, así quedó Juárez contra INCO, yo recuerdo el partido.
As they can, kills still showing up in favor of Tribe. Vague letting them know about it. No contest at the moment. INCO tagged up by nades, able to get through. Can they still find a way to extend this one more hardpoint? Because you can still win here if you're Tribe. Bolu letting them have it. And that will be 250 to 45 at the moment. And again, just because I know all of you out there are probably wondering what's happened, we don't know. All we know is the word was play on, and Tribe sure did that.
That's right. Well, admin set to stop playing, so we kept on playing on through the rotations. And when you get told to keep playing, you gotta keep going on as strong as possible. And hey, Tribe, sitting there, you saw Vega just sitting there and just having a little bit of a chuckle. He was just continue to play on. Yeah, what are you supposed to do? You just sit inside the hard point, you generate time, you just walk around, you find free eliminations, you get the resource advantage. You win by 205.
We've seen this before. We've 100% seen this before. You know, back during the Modern Warfare 2019 year, it happened on like a Hackney Dom, where a team was in the middle of an event, and one team kept playing, the other team put their controllers down. Results stood. You know, it's one of those things that comes with it. And it's not a new rule by any stretch of the imagination. So we'll wait to give a confirmation one way or the other for you, friends. As, of course, the referees doing
todos aguitados, loco. ¿Van a repetir?
Communicate exactly how things have unfolded. And not a lot for us to really take away from that, unfortunately.
Ay, verga.
No. I mean, we'll kind of see what goes from here. But
la cara de INCO dice todo, marico.
Does stand. The result for INCO becomes very difficult because it's a standoff search and destroy, which is one of Tribe's most preferred search maps.
Yep.
And then who knows what happens when they eventually would have to get through at least a Summit hardpoint again.
Yeah, 3-0 standoff search and destroy for Tribe. This is 100% for them as we take a look at the stats. 35 and 10 for
El Jess jugó un 35-10.
Those were boxing gloves. Yeah.
He was vibing. It's again, you brought up a great point that when this.
¿Qué pasó? No sabemos, hubo un problema en algo y los Incos se quedaron AP con chance, pero no. Como que no les dieron bola, no reiniciaron partido por eso.
You were able to do it, especially against Luminosity.
Sure.
You know, they were certainly down, but never out after losing that standoff hardpoint map 1. But then going into the raid search and destroy.
Le dieron
down 4-2 on the half.
La partida no la van a reiniciar.
We're alluding to verbally, there's the visual representation of the pathway that would have to come through. And going into this opening map, we said it was kind of a 50-50 with the results that we've seen, both teams preferring to play takeoff hardpoint. I'm sure both were happy to see it pop up for map number 1. But whoever were to come out on top of this first map would hold a certain significant advantage towards trying to get to the grand finals. It would be a revenge chance for INCO against LG. Otherwise, it would be a rematch of stage.
Sí, si no reinician partida doy elección de puntos, pero como pueden ver sigue hablando lo que es el coach manager de INCO Gaming, como pueden verlo.
Of what could possibly be to come.
La cara lo que hacen, velo. No, hijo de puta, qué mierda es esto.
So much to play for, so much on the line. We have been building up 3 years straight for this exact moment of time. Gotta put it all out there.
And on the other side, you know, we talked a lot about Tectonic, rightfully so, because he's been kind of the big central personality and star for this tribe team.
Claro, los primeros 2 puntos tuvieron FK. No, 3 puntos.
How impressed have you been with Jez so far in this tournament? I mean, coming into the team as an 18-year-old, first year competing, they trust him to snipe on search and destroy. They trust him to be one of the
Trataron de jugar el primer punto, y el segundo se quedaron malísimos, y el tercero también, AFK todos. Ya en el cuarto ya pensaron que iban a reiniciar y todavía tuvieron que jugarlo ya.
Not just the success of Tribe on the year, but more importantly, he's been kind of the guy that has locked in some of the key search and destroy plays. As we look back over towards Jez yesterday, it was weird to see the Annihilator pop, but
yeah.
I mean, this shows why you just don't want someone like Jez to have this.
Also just making sure that they hold on to the shot when it's utmost necessary to pull the trigger. And yeah, I think the caption for that, the LOL what, is just perfect, because like even when I was casting over that call, I was rightfully losing my mind, because it's just how quickly it all happened. 5 kills within 12 seconds. Yeah, with the Annihilator on takeoff, on respawn, that's crazy. But even beyond that too, on the upcoming map mode combination,
yeah,
this is legitimately Jez's playground. With the sniper, wallbang spots, jump shots, rotations, all with the sniper, quick scopes included. All-star talent at such a young age.
Yep. He's been one of those guys that is definitely, I think we could easily label as a superstar in the making, if not a superstar that's already arrived for us here. And I'm sure Tribe very excited to have him on board for, will hopefully be an extended period of time. Their hopes of continuing their North American regional
Ojalá que le reinicien, loco. Ya si la gana Tribe que la gane, pero chucha, que un partido al menos justo, loco. Si la gana que la gane, pero la justicia del Harpo mínimo, loco. Estuvieron FK 2 puntos y medio, casi 3. Ya andaban jugando obviamente todos baiteados, loco, todos piteados. Teníamos la cámara en la parte de abajo de mi rostro. Y eran todos mirándose, ¿qué mierda? No van a hacer nada. Dieron hasta una pausa. Warzone is coming to mobile. Hasta ahora el partido sigue el punto para Tribe, como pueden ver. INCO 0, Tribe 1. Vamos a esperar a ver qué tal. Ya mejor me puse a ver el mundial del COD Mobile. Qué equivocado estaba viendo el mundial de fútbol. Discúlpeme dioses del COD Mobile, pero creí que era mentira lo del regalo de Navidad para Messi. Diablo, manito. O sea, no es cuestión del staff. El staff nomás está ahí para supervisar todo. Es cuestión de la administración de la CHAMPS. Ellos no tienen nada que ver. Y nomás pasan la data y ellos lo que tienen que hacer es obedecer reglas. Tampoco echarle culpa al staff por ende, a los que están atrás de ellos, a los que están hablando. ¿No le pasó lo mismo a Tectonic contra Wolves? ¿La repitieron? Ahí está. A ver, vamos a ver el español, a ver si dicen algo los chicos que están gastando en español. Activision tongo, Activision fraude, Activision corrupto. Qué asco tanta corrupción, hasta un evento y eSport tienen que ser sucios. Todos a favor de Tribe, qué asco, finales todo arreglado. Todo es culpa de la 4T, no sé qué es. Toffer, mañana vas a sacar tus teorías. Trae la gran polémica que están generando los gringos. Yo sería ese. Y dejen las conversiones, uno se ha dado veredicto y están tirando basura a Tribe. Es verdad, hay que esperar a ver qué tal. Pero mínimo, espero que lo arreglen, ¿no? Mínimo. Y el Toffer, muchas casualidades. La FIFA y Activision no son tan diferentes. Hijo de puta. Toda la gente, no restart, trash server, restart. Vean, hasta la comunidad habla inglesa. Justicia por Brasil, justicia por Brasil, justicia por Brasil, justicia por Brasil. Todo en spam de Justice for Brazil, hermanos.
This puts the whole series layout into a very different perspective, not only because it starts to slightly favor the Tribe squad, but more importantly, for those 5 young men, can they find a way to recuperate, regain, and try to get back into this series?
Oh, fist bumps are out. You can see the smiles across the face.
Le dieron el mapa, no me la creo.
They need to have it here. INCO need to bounce back as best they possibly can. Albeit in search and destroy, we kind of counted them out versus Luminosity. They were able to do it then. Now this whole thing about composure brings into a whole different conversation here. The standoff, Tribe's best search this weekend.
Here we go. INCO tasked with the
Me corto un huevo.
Quick hit over towards A. Saying, let's go. Let's get into this series. Tribe, as usual, still set up to try to contest this. Bolu for first blood inside a cubby.
Ni modo.
Alongside with him, they'll both combine for the first 2 eliminations.
Vamos a elegir la selección de la predicción. Que no traiga la final. Vamos con el bait de ahora.
Countered by just an aggressive setup for the defense.
Yeah. No, I mean, that setup right there, specifically for Tribe, is just what we have come to know and expect. You know, you get tractor control, you make sure that somebody's always inside a cube. The cross from Delhi is always
Voten en la parade, voten.
Offensive attempt going to be a little bit more of a gas station alleyway control.
First blood, vague, switching things up by playing frontside hotel. Marshy just behind. That was a play through gas station. It turns into a 2-for-1 exchange, favoring the Tribe defense. The bomb also down just outside the hotel stairs.
Claro, es obvio que van a estar jugando tilteados, hermano. No más mira el chat es gringo, el gringo. Justice for Brasil, Mundial Track, Justice for Brasil, todo el spam de Justicia por Brasil, hermano. Hasta un verificado, flashito. Justice for Brasil. Todo el chat de la comunidad habla inglesa. Chequea. Y van a jugar a tilteados, obviamente, sí, hermano, de ley.
Whichever tool is best for the job. Nate at the top, desperate in nature, not going to land for Vague, but will regain and rejoin his squad mates. 3v1 situation. Bomb still down inside a hotel. Bolu sees a shoulder. Was that information mutual? Oh, it was, but Rafa not quite able to land. Now in towards Bakery. Help is here for Tribe. In fact, all 3 members are going to have a pretty good look as they try to trap Rafa inside of White.
Oh, slide out, and blunder ensues. And yeah, you know, the biggest difference maker is just how proactive Vague is being just in those first 2 rounds that we've honestly seen. And even dissected it through the other 3 times you and I got to cast Tribe on this map mode combination. Just wherever Vague can be with an SMG in hand, he's always fishing for that first blood.
100%. And this Tribe defense has been, I would say, stalwart beyond recognition. I think of just about any other squad. It's when they get to the offensive side that their vulnerabilities start to creep up. So if you're INCO, I think your goal here is to try to find a target of 2 on this offensive side. And they're going to try to flush things out, heading Marshy's direction towards Fridge. Trophy system taken care of. The push is still on. Defensively, Tribe trying to rotate back just in case help is required. And this does mean the middle of the map stays relatively open, although INCO will not possess that information.
Big moment can come around here for Marshy. We know how much he loves that back alleyway outside of Delhi. Throws some shots into Dad. Causes considerable doubt. Are you going to push this? Marshy thinking about it, just some pre-aim, but everybody recollects himself as they try to rotate over towards A.
And you need to use nades here for INCO to try to get some of these Tribe members out of these key positions. Bolu inside a cubby. Not tagged up by the flashes. That one will land. help is over the top of this. Jez is here to help support. As Rafa may have caught a bit of a route. Snuck it in from behind. Has Jez in front of him. Triggered his splint, executed for not quite long enough. The trade is good, and Tribe still holding numbers, but Lucas takes Vague right off the top of the bomb site, giving his team a chance.
Bomb patty cake on that picket fence.
Coraje, loco, en serio.
Again will be happening after Vague goes down, but Bolu doesn't have to move out from Cube. Proactive play coming through from Marshy, all the way in the backside of the warehouse.
This is just 2 scopes that are left here for INCO. Good first shot on the tech. Flank, again, like you mentioned, is on the way. Bolu still holding inside a cubby. This is a tough clear for INCO, even though it's a 2v2. Frozen would have to essentially pop off for a little slide peek and quick scope onto Bolu. There it is. Misses the shot to the pistol, not going to get away. Finish the mission. Following up, Lucas-in.
Lucas-in, demuéstrale que mande mételes un poco el pene, por favor.
Where is Marshy? And the answer is, he's right behind you. Lucas-in stays alive, pistol. Resets, creates a buffer, but the clock has expired. And with that, good discipline from Tribe to secure.
Had to go for that ego challenge. This is the only hope to be able to get that win condition. You can see Marshy right there just smiling, kind of laughing a little bit, able to finally capitalize on their ever so loved alleyway flank.
The objective, the enemy.
And again, it's all really coming down to just a little bit of a mishap. You try to make that flank play happen through the middle of the map, you don't have the coverage to look at Grandma's.
Yeah, it's true. Early numbers advantages lead to these kind of rogue routes, finding success. INCO, a different look, aggressive, in towards Marcy's direction at Deli, and they will isolate for the pick. Tribe trying to recover, but Lucas-in makes sure nobody pushes through the A site. Best look so far on the offense for INCO. Plant is down. Forward positions that Tribe have to clear. The Bolas found a bit of an angle deep. And how about that shot from Jez? Tech also in the mix. The kills are all coming the way of Tribe. Dando, an opportunity to try to isolate some of these members. Has a chance to look over the top.
No organizaron la partida, le dieron el punto.
And Tech will just hold for it. They're never getting a look.
No, they really difficult there in that 1v2, right? When you get that first pick, more often than not, in historically Search and Destroy for Call of Duty, you're always expecting for the
Exacto, o sea, me refiero que hasta la gente que está apoyando Tribe está que pueden echando para INCO disconnect on Hardpoint, Justice for Brazil, boycott Tribe Gaming. ¿Qué es boycott? Como trampa, ¿no? Try and Activision is mad. Mira, todo el chat de ellos, de la transmisión oficial en inglés. No hay ni comunidad de la portuguesa. ¿Cachas? Justice for Brasil, pura spam de ellos mismos. Todo el chat, Justice for Brasil, Bribe Gaming, Justice for Brasil. ¿Qué significa la palabra Bribe Gaming? Bribe. Activision, Tribe, Activision. Mira, manitos, comprados. Justice for Brasil disconnected on Hardpoint. Justice for Brasil. Todo el chat, mira, es todo el chat de ellos.
15 seconds, have to go. Marshy predicting the corner, but the shot's not quite going to land. Noel secures the kill, and on the flip side, Jez cannot get through the cut. And that'll be a first round for INCO. I've still maintained 2 would be successful for them on this offensive side.
Would. Hey, 2 is all they needed against Luminosity to fully come back in the Search and Destroy, but you're messing with a different belly of a beast here of Tribe Gaming on standoff. Wonder what the adaptation is going to be.
Trump Gaming.
It's going to be all through the middle of the map. Look at Tribe completely giving up all the space in the world, inviting INCO in.
The difference is
eso es que van a estar desanimados, lo que es obvio.
Rather quickly, the counter nades from Tribe are landing, and they're landing hard. Stuns, flashes, nades, even the gunfire coming in favor of Tribe. Numbers as the bomb is planted. Can you survive through this 40 seconds?
Bribe es soborno. Bribe Gaming está que lo llaman. Bribe Gaming.
Through the cracks of the barrel. That'll work out to try to make this a little bit easier on the life count. Vague on that quick pinch. Crozin trying to walk through boxes. He did not see the Tribe members coming through, but still finds the first. The pistol in hand. INCO repositioning, but they can't go too far. The bomb's not planted for this. They have to still hold around Tractor and Cubby, and as they make their way back through, Rafa gets the first. Rafa, as he gets the second. Knife is out. He's not able to get there. The timing, though, he still collapses. He slices it.
¡Vamos, Rafa!
And INCO get the second.
Rafa going absolutely massive on the main stage.
El Rafa la puteada que les mete.
Well done indeed. And look, if you're Tribe and you completely give up the A bomb site like that, your retakes need to be on point. It's the same post plant that we saw from that previous round. As you see there again, Rafa just threw the knife and then immediately going to the pistol, be able to clean things up. 14.
Oh, and how about Rafa? Little heat check on that Marshy. Tectonic in the back will secure the trade, making safe the flank.
Exacto, es un golpe psicológico muy sucio, loco.
So numbers early with Tribe, but a lot of time on the clock here for INCO to try to figure out how they want to set themselves up.
Basically giving up so much space. I mean, you can see here with Dad thinking with the idea, maybe I push all the way through the alleyway, but Frozen, he's got the A-bomb on lock, especially with the sniper shots like that, take it down Bolu.
You know Jez is saying, you want to dance, brother?
Yeah, that's his side of the map with a picket fence.
So Jez will move over towards that corner at boxes, seeing if he can catch any information off Crozen. Fake, bomb in hand, working alongside him. Jez connects onto Lucas and deep. Dad on the long route, coming forward. Crozen stunned up, flashed, Vague, taking space. On top of that, you do have a little bit of assistance through the middle of the map. Tectonic gets a couple of shots into Crozen, who does stay alive. The trade good as Dan comes back through to capitalize on the isolation in mid-map. 2v2.
Postplan has one on Statue. Crozen gonna be able to take down Vague, throwing shoulders, seeing where the play is gonna be coming from. And Jez, he's not gonna have information that all the players are coming from this.
This is just quick scope city from Jez. No nades, just the scope. Might be all he needs. First shot.
No!
What? Oh my God!
We talked about it. Jez lives for these moments. Take a look at it one more time. You can't
Flipa esa huevonada, qué chucha.
Post-plan situation, 1v2, you set quick scope, he'll take 2 to go.
Oh my! Tribe now up 5-2, playing with a little heat check of their own. Down towards gas station, it gets denied. INCO still trying to keep the tempo up. The 3-man hit does work out for first blood through the back alley, and that's enough for INCO to hold the numbers and back away.
Are you shooketh, INCO?
La jugada del mundial, literal, hermano.
But they're giving up a lot of space here. Bolu pushing up.
La jugada del mundial. No hay que negar que, puta madre, que la mejor jugada que hemos visto el día de hoy con Sniper. No hay que negar eso.
Tex trying to rotate over to assist. Jez, just keep him that side of the map, Lucas. Still trying to contest with some wall banks. This is a very passive defense, though, for INCO, and it can get punished if the bomb gets down, largely because you have the long flank being washed into safe position. You've got Vague, who could safely get back to cover by tank. And Jez could just decide, what does he want to watch? You want to watch mid? You want to watch A? He may just do both at once, considering what we've seen from him today.
Gonna start pushing up. Gonna help let this bomb go down. But you have coverage across the tractor, so now Jez can back all the way up towards Statue, play for the post plant. The retake is coming through very quickly.
Tech, well done to get 2 on the backside of tractor. Oh boy, Jez. No, not this time. Lucas in. Will shut down any potential heroics. You can hop now. Bolu, timing. Lucas sees him over the top of the bomb site. And INCO get the 3.
Look at the smoke even came out across the picket fence, just like, no, we're gonna cut off the line of sight one way or another.
Look at me.
Yeah, I don't even know if you would even care to have.
Yo le voy a INCO, hermano.
Probably still knows the wallbang spots. Yeah, facts. Yeah, counting the one picket fence at a time. Getting themselves on the board for defense are INCO so far. This time they're not going to give up that much space. Got a full flood coming over to.
They're going to push through this. Yeah, they're pushing through. All these nades go over towards boxes. Noel gets forward. Tribe have given away a lot of space. They may not 100% know that this position has been kept. So for Tribe, looking largely.
Noel da miedo, hermano.
But look at INCO. They free up Noel to get forward. And then
gracias, Uncle, hermano. Gracias.
Let's go help out in the backside of B.
And I love this. Just very swift rotation. Didn't see any nades. Didn't see a lot of pushback over by A. Quick rotate all the way back in the overside of Delhi. Rafa, Dad, coupling along together. Thinking with the idea that they want to push through over by Alley, but you'd have to assume that's going to be over here.
Oh, Noel. Oh, that's information. Tribe could isolate here. Lucasen trying to help on the cross. He needs to try to keep Noel from getting overwhelmed, because here comes the rest of the Tribe, knowing they possibly have a free kill in front of them. Lucasen just looking for information off the jump. And Tribe is taking a long time to try to break this down. They're going to use nades to try to flush out Noel, who does reposition. They may not know he's still here. Oh, now they'll know. Flash will connect. That's actually a stun through. Bolo on the slide.
Just
shut down by Noel. Still a good 1-for-1 commitment. Lucasen over the top. Sniper battle with Jez. Dead on the flank, caught out by Tribe. As Marshy gets both on the long play. Vague, free to plant as he tries to get it down over towards B.
Lucasen, Crozen, 2v4. And they both have snipers, Alan. This is going to be very difficult And they're isolating themselves as well. They get some shots. It's just information on Necrosion. You legitimately don't need to do anything when Jess is watching the cross.
Creating space, creating time. Vague needs just to find one more. It's Crozen. Back towards his spawn. Barely a hope. Maybe not even a prayer. 20 seconds. Tech over the top. Smoke, but Vague responds with the pistol. It's map point for Tribe.
Vague adding a little bit extra there after taking down the first. He's just cool, calm, collected. Just knows that it's just strictly business coming all the way through for Tribe. And again, you know, Marshy shutting down that flank play was really the only thing that INCO had up their sleeve to potentially stop that play from happening.
Yeah, agreed. INCO defensively double stack over through Hotel. Marshy's so lucky to be alive right now. Also got the read that if there's going to be 2 players in Hotel, we may be able to get forward on towards A quickly. Good kills. Would have been nice to have if you're INCO in this position because you've completely
Gracias, Onkel J 1979.
Bomb going down here for Vague. Look at what it's planted for. It's planted for that very long line of sight that Jess is playing, but unaware. Rafa's pushed all the way up through L.
This could be a first blood that would favor INCO's retake attempts. And they do catch out not just Jez, but also Bolu trying to hold inside a cubby. Clean kills coming out for INCO. Someone can hop right here. It's going to have to be a long play, 1v5 for Marshy. Not going to have it happen. Flawless round for INCO to get to 4.
Can't ask for a better outcome right there. Just a swift adaptation coming through for INCO. Instead of sending players like Dad all the way on the flank past the gas station, they just recognize, hey, nobody's pushing us over by the BS&D, so why don't we just go ahead and take the courtyard, take Brown, and put one player of Rafa's caliber of what we've been able to see through the day in L to be able to upset that line of sight that we all know that Jez loves to play.
That's factual.
Gol de la Tortuga.
¿Cómo
se llama?
If INCO will once again flirt with the
Gol de
temptation,
Francia.
trying to get an aggressive flank out. This time, no such antics. It's just nades. That battle for backs continues to be a very high-pressured point of contact as Vague will fall. Crozen for good first play.
Take down the bomb. It's on the statue. You'd have to assume, especially for INCO, that you took down Vague. That is more
casi
often
12
than not
kills,
the
Rafa
player.
11.
This play for pick, offense
Ah,
and
broma,
defense
dice.
has worked out that in favor of INCO. They don't have to do anything. They're still playing for the retake. You got 3 players all over in the backside of the AS&D.
Still a little bit of getting locked in for this defense. Shoulders being thrown over towards back alley. Oh, Jez. Does he see either of these 2 players that are quick on the contest, either in deli or on the jump up? Bomb collected. Jez also gets an SMG to work with. Once again, INCO not providing any information whatsoever. Stun queued up.
Watch out.
That will bounce over the top, not connect with anything. Trying to force motion out of the defense. Very little can be provided. But Rafa has just given Marshy a chance to even up the numbers. Isolation likely to come through here towards Hotel. Marshy hoping that he's not been hurt as of yet. Sees the prediction. The free fire comes out. Marshy gets the kill. Here comes INCO though, quickly over towards gas station. And as Lucasen takes down Tech, the defense needs to make a decision here. Do you play for this flank or are you trying to stop the plant? You really can't do both at once. And as Jez gets the first pick, he's got freedom to try to plant.
Bomb going down. Look at the space that Bo is playing right in that corner. When retake typically comes through for INCO, they're going to come flying from that side of the map.
That said, though, Jez is not able to back out of the bomb site, so he's going to stack with Bolu. Playing long as number 5 in Marshy, but he just has an SMG. INCO laboriously trying to make their way in. Point of contact through elbow. Tribe takes it just off the screen. Dad tagged up. Doesn't want to challenge. Good free fire, though, from Lucasen with the pistol. Need to get their way in. Still double stacked his Tribe. On the way out of Cubby. Not going to work out. It's Marshy to watch the retreat. And the standoff search goes the way of Tribe.
Almost what we would expect to have happen. That is now 4-0 through the entirety of.
No, Bolu esta Champs ha quedado a un nivel bastante bajito, la verdad. En todo modo de juego, no ha destacado mucho.
There's just consistencies to speak of, right? I mean, you got Marshy, whether it's offense or defensively, just loves that alleyway on the back.
A ver, el chat sigue. Todo el chat sigue igual, gente. Justice for Brazil, Brave Gaming, Justice for Brazil, NA Airport, Justice for Brazil, Justice for Brazil, Justice for Brazil, Brave Gaming, Justice for INCO, Drive Win, Justice for Brazil, cara de vómito. Justice for Brazil. Esta le va a caer un hateo tremendo hasta que expliquen de qué chucha pasó lo que en la primera partida.
And in the face of defeat, Rafa gets 11, but Lucasin drops 14.
Un tercer puesto es genial, sí, pero
Biggest problem is
un tercer puesto
offensively,
justo,
even though they got 3 plants off in the 6 rounds they played, very rarely were they able to fully lock down the post plants.
Yo estoy por Brasil, todo el chat es yo estoy por Brasil, yo estoy por Brasil, hermano.
Total plants off. Jez gets one of his own, and only 2 retakes were successful for INCO. So defensively, not quite up to par for what we saw from Tribe.
Claro, ayer pasó igual y se repitieron el partido completo de Wolves contra Tribe.
Yeah, it's again, you know, you ask and you shot receive, you got those 2 offensive rounds, and at least you're able to bounce back a little bit on defense, but the one thing that was consistent was the legwork from Tribe. And you'll see that coming through from these highlights itself is that everybody gets activated from Tribe in one way or another. They're always making sure that in their positional advantages, they are at least capitalizing off of it, whether it's communication or just team shots.
Contexto culón, en la primera partida de Tribe contra INCO Gaming, en los 2 puntos y medio, o sea, los primeros 2 puntos, o casi 3, INCO estuvo FK en la partida en el mapa de Takeoff. 4 jugadores de INCO estaban FK, no se movían casi nada, ni siquiera entraban al punto ni nada. Y eran que te daban quejas de que no sé, me imagino que si me ping eso no, vamos a esperar que den la información completa. Pero al parecer la respuesta chupó un huevo y dijeron juegan así nomás.
And it's going to be a problem for, and it has been a problem
Y quedaron
for everybody here this
250 por
weekend.
y algo
Even though
quedaron.
these standoffs have been close at times, I still am really impressed with the way that Tribe communicates.
Todo el chat
to
ahí.
make sure they know
Yo estoy por Brasil, yo estoy por
exactly where
Brasil,
their
todo el chat.
advantages are.
Yo estoy por Bravo. Ahora le llaman Brave Gaming. Tipo Robo Gaming le
But then
llaman.
this happens and you go,
Remake Bro, Champions Week, la Champions comprada, yo estoy por Brasil, todo el chat es así. Y así van a hacerla hasta que mínimo repitan la partida, loco.
Tribe really do
Mínimo.
act like the Sherlock Holmes of Search and Destroy when it comes down to COD Mobile. Just the way that they're able to depict information off of seeing 1 or 2 players, counting nades, stuns, seeing it all come through. It's just crazy. And again, you know, everybody's thinking the same exact thing that I'm going to say. This is why they were the #1 seed and the #1 team from North America.
O sea que si ganen, pues que la ganen
tournament.
repitiendo al menos
It's
la
just
partida.
everything. When they are on the game, they are just the well-oiled machine.
Yeah.
Not even a well-oiled machine. They are
the only one.
¿Cuántas veces no se desconectó Tribe contra Wolves?
Not fast. They're so fast. So, let's switch the perspective. INCO, having to reverse sweep to get into the grand finals.
Sí, igual el Gobos, igual digamos mínimo que repitan la partida y si ganan, pues ganan, ya está, no hay problema. Pero la primera partida sí fue, puta, la cara de motivo de los jugadores de INCO se notaba clarísimo. Que ganen al menos por... Mínimo, si la ganan otra vez, que la repitan al menos.
That was the biggest thing about how we framed up this series. Whatever happened in map #1, what we thought was going to be a 50-50 map.
Tonic regresando.
Circumstances happen. Tribe prevail through them. And now a chance to very cleanly continue this lower bracket run on their way to not just a top 2 finish, but possibly a rematch. Maybe, again, dictating superiority over COD Mobile globally.
One saving grace coming into this is that INCO.
Voy a ver qué dice en la español.
Todavía no ha terminado.
Así es. Aún falta
el pendejo.
Tiempo.
El pendejo.
O sea, creo que me pareció ver, no estoy 100% seguro, que los jugadores
INCO no jugó, se desanimaron desde un principio.
INCO se levantaban momentáneamente al final de esa partida. No sé si hubo algún detalle que quisieran ir al baño, algo por el estilo, alguna de esas pausas tácticas. La verdad es que no lo tengo tan claro, pero habrá que esperar un poquito. A lo que tengo entendido, pues me imagino que quizás se dirá algo pronto en cuestión de lo que sucedió en ese primer mapa. Ese primer mapa que, si no es que a muchos de nosotros, pues nos dejó un sabor amargo de lo que son estas finales, pero pues ya se tendrá que hablar al respecto dentro de muy poquito.
Sí, claro, como lo comentas, por ahí creo que al final sí está justamente solito Tectonic, entonces está esperando a sus compañeros, me imagino que todos fueron, pues, a una misión, ¿no? Digámoslo, por así decirlo, y ahora mismo cuando regrese comenzaremos con la tercera partida, al menos de que te den indicaciones y el de que ahorita regresamos, todo yo creo que podría seguir corriendo mientras esperamos que lleguen los chicos para esta tercera partida.
Sí, parece ser que como están de pie va a haber unos pequeños minutitos. Me imagino que va a ser poco, así que no se me preocupen, no se me despeguen. Ya volvemos por el match, por el tercer puesto de este World Championship.
When both teams continued to play, the admins observed that both teams were on a consistent network environment without consistent lag, so therefore the match results have stood for that 250 to 45. We've seen this happen before, and that's the thing is, knowing that was going to be possibly a case. I mean, it's not something that these players are completely unfamiliar with.
Ok, toca control en el mapa de Raid.
Check call saying, hey, we're going to keep playing on. And unfortunately for INCO, the result does not go their way, and now a massive advantage for Tribe as we continue to kind of reevaluate over the overall series.
Los casters en español se atreven a mencionar nada. No, eso no tiene nada que ver con ellos. Ellos nomás dan la información que le dan.
Until somebody says stop, I mean, Tribe were already
ellos no tienen nada que ver. Los casters están haciendo su trabajo nada más.
What we do here in COD Mobile Esports, you just have to continue to play on until the admins are able to come to that diagnosis. So, find ourselves here, 2-0 lead for Tribe off of that takeoff hardpoint and in a blistering standoff.
La mayoría de jugadores de Francia son africanos o de África por allá.
But to reverse sweep Tribe Gaming, especially coming into a raid. Again, I gotta echo the point. Your SMGs need to be on fire.
Juguito patrocinado por Justicia por Brasil. Justicia por Brasil es que le van a caer una funa. Hasta que mínimo que se repita la partida y ya si gana Tribe, que gane Tribe, pero mínimo la repetición, mi loco.
Getting into those tight spaces where they're the most effective. So you expect to see things like long-range play from cash window, long-range play from laundry window, or the opposite side in towards art or towards top bedroom, maybe even try to win mid-map. Those are all very key positions that you hope that Lucas can keep doing what he does best, and his subs can follow up, take away that space, and hopefully find advantages further deep.
Y ese sí es el morenito de pelo ondulado, con bigote y barba.
Because we have seen Lucas in, albeit again, you know, I'm not going to knock on the guy. He's heckin' nasty.
Remake Activision, Justicia por Brasil, banderitas de Brasil.
That selfless role, the tectonic role, right? To where always putting themselves in those longer lines of sight to make sure that the SMGs at least have the lay of the land rather than what Lucasin can get away with and has continuously through a lot of different matches this weekend. Getting in your face of the SKS. As comfortable as that may be, you need to be able to showcase what your role
championship
entails for a map like Raid.
100%. It can't be one-dimensional. No. Even though you're great at it. This is a game that we've seen, and we've talked about this a lot. Where this is no longer a we're just better so we win type game. Everyone's dynamic, everyone's flexible, and the overall level of competitive COD Mobile has escalated significantly from
INCO no sería no macaco.
But a raid control, again, it's a must-win from here on out for INCO. Need the reverse sweep to get back into the grand finals for a chance at
Eres el tectonic, hermano.
$7,000. Otherwise, Tribe will make it an all-North American affair, in which Bobby, I'm sure, was already farming impressions for. He's probably got the drafts already built out. Here we go. Raid control.
Bueno, muchachos, vamos con la predicción. Ya si pierde esta partida INCO, pues ni modo. Vamos a esperar a ver qué dicen ellos por sus redes. Tenemos control INCO contra Tribe. Hagan su predicción, muchachos, 2 minutos.
Jazz, Bolu all showing up with the kill feed. Noel still here at ring though.
Reinforcements defensively, very rapidly though on the way. Avoiding a large majority of the utility on the way. Can you find the kills though? Counter utility for INCO looking solid. First tick of progress is good. Defensive number is still persisting though. A Tribe gets 3 straight. Lucas in up top, in towards Art. Yes, gets the double. But with that said,
eso yo loco, la cara de ellos le decía todo. El factor anímico, emocional es muy importante en esto de aquí. Tienen que estar concentrados al máximo y andar sí, la cara demostraba que andaban tilteadísimos, loco. Tú ya sabemos que el nivel de INCO no es que lo dejen 250-50. Puede que le gane Tribe, pero no es así. A una magnitud de 100 puntos de diferencia a lo mucho.
Taking a look at the B zone, it's completely chalked by Tribe. Whether you love it or hate it, it's the right call. You give up the 3 seconds, you hold on the lives.
No, I think that's the right call on both sides. Rafa just a nuisance in the back. Pulling Tribe defenders back at the same rate for Tribe. You just don't want them to exist in kitchen when you have to rotate over towards A. So it's kind of a give and take situation for both squads. 21 playing 20, tons of time on the clock. Just comes down to how do you want to try to get across and find an exit from this B zone if you're INCO. They're opting to go towards mid. Fake, here to meet them. Long range shots, decent. Did not expect to play through pillars though, and INCO will gain that mid location in the gardens.
¿Cuál es la polémica? Un robo en la partida de Harping en el mapa de Takeoff.
Tech still hasn't moved, by the way.
Yeah, Trees is hanging out.
Bottom bed. Mid-match push actually starting to ensue.
Para cómo soltar al toque, mi rey. ¿Cuál es el problema de Mbappé? Que mucha gente lo hitea.
You gotta think, I mean, look, Tech is fine. If anyone gets onto the A zone, he's gonna have a really solid look back there to just pick him apart. That INCO looking to put some pressure on towards the lives though. 6 life advantage, thirdly occurring for INCO. More to possibly come, but as Dad drops, the rest of INCO will full commit. Once again, just saying, all right, we still got plenty of time to put you down to within single-digit life counts. Tribe's response is solid though. And with that, we go 13 v 10. Tech now getting activated as he backs up, helping out the play-through pool. And it's only 43 seconds of the clock, and all of a sudden, INCO, they have their own little bit of an obstacle to try to hurdle, but Tech could only come away with 1.
Big trade from Rafa to finally get Tech out from that positioning. He's able to go on 5 in a row, though. That was their first life. Keep in mind, you, but regardless, everything stabilizes, but it's favoring INCO. You had 2 lives as far as the advantage is concerned. You can play for the trades here, but you got to get onto the A zone and stall the clock.
Yeah, this defensive setup for Tribe is forcing INCO to have to all hit through Tiki. They are on, though. Clock will stop. 2 life advantage for INCO. Vague from the window.
Ni modo, gente, traeré video de esto. A ver qué chucho. Y trataré de preguntarle a Lucasin a ver qué onda.
Second tick of progress on the way. Flank play from Vague, shut down. Lucas in, turns his attention up towards money window. Good for the double. Now towards basketball. Last hope for Tribe would have to come through. Trades could be win condition. Could just jump on the zone as well. Whichever's more convenient for you. Marshy trying to clean out the flank. Boxing gloves out. Left, right punch combo. But Marshy's down to limited amounts of time.
Buena INCO, buena.
INCO on the board first.
Lucasin despertó.
I mean, that, first of all, seems very heavy on practice.
Te va a poder Kumar, loco, pero tiene que ganar el control, el hardpoint y el search and destroy que sería después.
Backs against the wall. Really did feel like that the spacing through the middle of the map was going to favor that of Tribe. But finding the right picks, being able to get inside of Tiki, like you were saying, it was one-dimensional, it was required, and they come through the offensive round.
INCO predicting their defense needs to be moved over towards B. They have guessed incorrectly. Tribe are on towards A, but this is why. Lucas in, calls out the Pred missile. Makes life a little bit easier on the defense for the retake, finding the first kill. Throws in, backside, SKS. First tick locked in, second on the way very rapidly, as the stack is largely here. Marshy, one tap in the corner. Bolu,
no le falló.
Thought for sure he was dead to rights. I think the same was thought by Crozin. Bolu keeps his life, secures the second tick. Dead off the backside. Double for him, but the knife comes through. More boxing match happening over the course of the poolside stairs. Trying to find a way to regain. INCO, can you get on to contest? Do you even want to? The answer seems to be no. Questions asked, and Tribe will add 60 seconds with a life lead.
Lucas, Lucas.
Second, Lucasin's heating up even further. 13 eliminations to their name. The only real players that are even closer, people that are on 8. Yeah. That gets traded out though. This is a lot of space being provided through the middle of the map. Yes, you lost the A zone, but the lives are starting to mitigate itself.
Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Rafa had pulled out a purifier, trying to gain control of Art. Only got 1. Noel could make the same play if he so chose to. Still plenty of time in the clock, just a 1 life advantage for the defense. Tribe getting their setup over through driveway and in towards red. Now the nades on the backside. Dad flushed out from topside ring. Still surviving though. Hunter Killer Drone will likely be what is used to try to get on first, but it was destroyed almost instantaneously.
Está jugando ahora en que se quedó por ahí. Es que ustedes confunden el no apoyar con el odiar. Un ejemplo, yo apoyo a INCO Gaming, pero wow, no es que odio a Tribe. Lo que me pareció una estafa o robo, claramente lo que pasó, pero no culpo a Tribe. Culpo obviamente al staff, organización, a los que están dirigiendo esto. El por qué no hubo repetición. Y no es que oye a Tribe, si Tribe tiene unos grandes jugadores y tiene un pedacísimo de nivel cada uno.
What do you do? How do you get in? Oh, how about that? An easy elimination from Lucasin. Third tick though, already halfway done. You gotta find the kills. You gotta get on the contest. Tribe still finding kills, but Lucasin pops out the claw. Finding great value. Clear off every Tribe offensive member while also depleting the third tick fully.
But you have a minute left on the clock here, Alan. 10v7. Lucasin still finding trades with the claw, will finally be exhausted. Hunter Killer Drone also being invested by Lucasin. Also has a Pred missile should they want to use it. 2 more operators to speak of, but it might not matter because Noel's pushing all the way up past the hot tub and is able to keep them further at bay. Sub 1 minute now.
8v6, Noel could just be a pest back here. Rafa's also revealed his position, trying to
Ale, tienes juego para ti, baby.
Only a little bit of chip damage. Noel still an absolute pest. Gets this life count down to within 1, and look at all the SKSs controlling statue. INCO are going to be shredding with just a couple of team shots.
Tribe tiene miedo, tiene que avanzar, le quedan 7 kills, 7 vidas. A INCO 6 y tienen que avanzar entre 20 segundos.
Tribe finding a little bit of success from the front. Jez could still play this. For spawn kills, but Frozen eliminates the threat. 4v4, 12 seconds. Tribe at the flood. Smoke comes through. They're going to use that to make their way on past the SKSs. Lucasin a little bit deeper than Dad. First kill comes out. Tech with the trade. 3v3. Clock stops at 5. Lucasin in the corner.
No.
Misses. Tribe still a chance. 1v2.
No.
She gets the first.
1-1.
Avoids Crozen. Can he get the regen? Crozen goes to the Kali sticks. Regen's in. Marshy. 1v1.
¡Verga!
Still probably thought he was either weak, thought he could cut down the space.
Es que no tenía balas, no se la podía jugar, loco.
Smile over it as well, just knowing exactly what they did. You gave up the space. It's okay to remain contested. There it is from
Claro, cuando el jugador que tienen que capturar está dentro del punto, el tiempo se pausa.
Didn't even need the reload here with the CBR. Gets the information as well, just snaps as well. Put the Kali sticks away, young man. Marshy shows up when it matters most.
Huge 1v3. And Tech comes into round number 3 with the first blood.
Igual.
INCO rapidly making progress.
Insanísimo todo, ¿no?
Wants a challenge.
Penal para Francia, opa, 2-1.
No, turned away. And INCO will get a very early capture on this B zone.
There goes. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Casual stuff.
Kylian Mbappé.
5v3 trade for the opening break is concerned, but playing for these exits are massive. Look at also how you have
No, perdió INCO contra LG.
for Tribe all the way up towards driveway, and if you're INCO, that kind of gives you a little consideration. You got to be careful with where you go.
Trades back and forth. Down to even lives. Bolu trying to contest bottom side bedroom. Denied.
Gol de Francia, GG's. 2-1.
Kilodrome can be spent for Dad. Operators even across the
Gol de la Tortuga Ninja. Kylian Mbappé.
Starting to come through for INCO. Tribe would have to respond to this. Shots on the way in. Just pre-fires for now. Now nades to follow. Dad pulling out the operator, trying to clear out Kitchen. Good nades to support this. Wow, now on the way in. Noel able to assist. Possible flank from Bolo on the backside of this, but he reveals his position. Now he's got to essentially just help from the
Bien, Noel, buena.
INCO looking good to immediately storm on towards A. 6-life lead. And the clock will stall as they start to get on towards the A zone.
Rafa with the Purifier only able to find one. Dad is also about to respawn in with 2 streaks of their own. Noel and Crozen have operators. On the opposite side, you have Tectonic. As well
que se come 10 mierdas
the pressure to try to retake it with them.
De segadoras, loco.
Tribe regain. First tick of progress does get secured. Win condition could be met just by trying to play this like a TDM. Rafa delaying, trying to find a way to finesse on Bolu, but ultimately unsuccessful. Vague, stunned.
No, el Vague de cadera lo mató.
Still finds one. That's going to create some extra time for the defense to trade from this clock.
10 versus 14. Under 1 minute. Winning conditions quite literally all over the place, and the way that Tribe have to continue to play out through
debería haber 1-1 el partido. Ya fue penal para ambos ahí. Uno para Argentina y uno para Francia.
Now flooding forward, Tech focused up towards money window, but the kills come out of Olu. That will clear out the majority of Kitchen, and now you can start to zone forward.
Otro gol de Francia.
40 seconds on the clock. Life advantage to INCO. Clock advantage.
Puta madre, 2-2.
Jets sidesteps around, finds Crozen for free. Life lead now down to 3.
Oye, tan rápido, pasa ni un minuto, qué chucha.
Vamos 5. Marshy
for the double. Predicts the third, but the SKS ultimately wins the battle. 2v7.
Qué golazo dicen que fue.
Well, INCO stay in the zone, but now Lulu's turn to start up. Tectonic clears the zone. Long range shots. Lots of tags.
Tectonic contra 4. Opa. No pushen papuchos.
Second tick is locked. Tech has to go. Has an operator if he wants to use it. But is instead going to clear up basketball. Has to touch. Has to get there. INCO still on. Still contesting. Tech gets the eliminations but cannot stop.
Casi la gana, loco, maldita sea.
And INCO take the round.
Such a tough call, isn't it? I mean, you don't
just
don't want to fly out from the wheelbarrow cutout, but you know, even more so is what makes it a little bit more of a head scratcher. Is even just trying to slide. Like worst comes to worst, you're still going to lose it, but you had information on that second player Tech. There's no real reason why you shouldn't have just tried to slide.
Tienen chance en el Search and Destroy. Ahora que andan calientes, ya no andan tilteados.
All offense so far. Tribe now looking to do the same to extend it to a round 5.
Once again, INCO try to control over towards B. It's Tribe focus early over towards the end
Entre
zone.
todos por money, weón.
By
Oh,
INCO.
¡hala!
They will have a chance to try to
Pero ven el aim de Lu. ¿Vieron el aim de Lucasin?
Second tick rapidly on the way. Marshy gonna call out the Purifier, trying to control money window. This may have to be a concession out of INCO. I don't know how you get through this and not cost yourself a ton of lives. They are gonna give it a kind of one half go here. As Lucas and Rafa able to find a couple eliminations, but ultimately the third tick looks pretty inevitable. And now Tech has got a claw. He's trying to put some pain in towards the spots. Yeah, the zone gets captured. And now all of a sudden INCO are just kind of stuck just outside of Kitchen. Tribe can get on and start making significant progress on B. That's exactly what Jets is gonna do.
Tech will find 3 with that claw. I really don't like what I just saw from INCO trying to at least get that third segment back in their possession, because as you were saying, middle of the map, off the respawns, and you were already
los de tres juegan super bien obvio y loco, ¿no?
on the way. 2 minutes on the board.
Play through pillars though, INCO trying to force a regain. Working out well, kills come through. Bolo trying to get something done with the claw, but is shut down. Tech right behind
Buena
him.
crossing.
Also turned away. Crozen with the regain. Second tick of progress depleted.
Stabilizing, at least for now. Still have a Predator missile in the back pocket for Lucas and Noel. Dad, they got some operators.
No. Crossing, no te la juegues allí, loco.
One big standout player so far, and it's just been Tech on that flex so far, but still lives evened up. So much time still left to be able to find either 15 eliminations or these segments.
Map control starting to trend in favor of Tribe as well.
¿Ven cuánto va Lucasin? 27-8. Ha muerto 8 putas veces.
You take a look to see what's still left. You kind of pointed at it. Lucasin is absolutely frying this map. And Noel says, let's try to put this one away here, but only gets the first with the Purifier. That's an expensive use.
Noel, Purifier in hand. Dad also going towards the streaks as well. Trying to keep them at bay.
No entren así, papis.
And Rafa was trying to get themselves inside of Art, but this is where INCO are the most annoying. On ring.
Es que tienen que defender, que en la captura se les va a complicar, muchachos.
Streaks to possibly peel them off of these godlike headies. Bolo clearing space and Tribe. They're looking
No, y el Jess se lleva uno con granada, loco.
Towards the spawns. Make the life count a little bit more dwindle. Now the hit comes from mid. Dad up top, able to find one. Lucas is sliding forward, denied as Jez has the operator out for 3. 7v3 situation, looking good for Tribe at the moment. Crozen trying to force this one forward, trying to put it away here. Noel working with him, the double comes out, but Bolo responds. A 1v5 would be necessary from Dad. First in the corner by the tree.
Chucha, les falló ahí al final, loco, ese arbolito de mierda.
COD mobile control is wild.
COD mobile is wild.
It's just all offenses. It's raid, so it is, I wouldn't say easier out of the majority of the maps, but you can absolutely capitalize a whole lot faster through the middle of the map. Look at the way that it all kind of panned out for us, though. On defense, it will end up being Tribe Gaming, but the way that INCO are rolling out first, they want ring, they want B zone.
Oh, they've gained it. 3-member stack. First tick of progress should be good. INCO throwing support nades to the backside as Tribe look like they're largely going to concede. Maybe the entirety of the point. They're playing for pillars control, but as they lose Laundry, there may not be any kind of approach towards this. And yeah, I think with that elimination, Tribe will kind of lick their wounds and set up an aggressive line of scrimmage to defend A.
A casual 4-1 start here in favor of INCO.
No?
One player on the flank, though. That's actually going to be Marshy, because of course it is. The guy exists on the flank, I swear, but only able to find at least one big spawn battle coming all the way through versus Marshy,
Lucasin 30 bajas ya, huevo. Igual Tectonic 30 también lleva.
Has stabilized itself, and now we're knotted up 25 apiece.
Lucasin is able to work a little bit further forward. Did not expect that Vague was actually just behind him. So zone of control again, trends with the defense. Dad denied through Laundry. Tribe taking even further amounts of ground. But as Bolo drops, Bedroom's now repossessed. INCO using this as their setup point. Minute 30 on the clock. Tribe have 3 operators if they choose to use them.
No se vaya a recuperar tan rápido, yo que no.
Lucasin wins those more often than not. You see why? Bolo with the claw. Thinking that there's still going to be a hit over through Kitchen. He would be wrong in this prediction. Still plenty of time to get this thing.
No es penal.
Get this from the flank. He's got great timing. Lucasin caught by Tiki. Easy first. Predicts the right. Doesn't see it. Puts down the claw in favor of the SMG. Trades come through, but once again, the defense prevails.
Jez also previously to this current respawn had an SK.
Amigo, esto nada.
1v1 over here by Laundry.
Y pierden aquí.
Trying to pick up off that space that was being provided after
GG's para INCO Gaming.
Jez, but won't be able to come up with much of anything. Middle of the map control very much so still here. Bolu will pick up Laundry, making sure
Penal a favor de quién? ¿Quién lo cobra? ¿Argentina o Francia?
Wall out. Purifier trying to deny, but Marshy is shut down. trades back and forth. Vague forced out of his position. Is he trying to value his life through bedroom? Back and forth we go, but it's Tribe on top of the trade.
Ok, parece que va a ser GG para Tribe.
And things start to get pressed for INCO. Last chance saloon. Trying to avoid the three.
Ah, para Francia, pero no cobraron, dice.
To earn a revenge shot against LG, but Vague says not on my watch. Now back up top. Whoa, the boxing gloves are out, but he goes to the drop shot. 17v6. Is it going to be an all North American affair here at the World Championships? It's looking likely. 16v3, 18 seconds on the clock, and Tribe will have a chance to match up against LG for the first time in an all North American Grand Finals, as INCO will not be able to get there, not be able to neutralize the kills in time. Send him on in. Boxing gloves out once more. Tribe punch their ticket to the Grand Finals.
All North America Finals, here we come. A reprise of Stage 4 Finals is on the horizon here on land. Wonderful stuff coming through from Tribe Gaming. What a monumental feat it was. Being able to bounce back the Thanos search and destroy, showing adaptation after adaptation, the rage control.
No, mi Luquitas. No, mi Luquito me ponga a Lucas llorando porque yo lloro con Lucas sin papi. No, huevo, no me ponga a mi Luquitas llorando, loco.
So wonderfully. Yeah. Ever since getting bounced down to the lower bracket, this team has been on a reckoning.
Tons of love being shared for Lucas. I imagine most of the words are, brother, you're disgusting.
Because he is, yeah.
Heartbreak though for INCO. But you saw it kind of, at least from our perspective, turning around, watching, and still standing.
Me gusta eso, que dentro del juego enemigos, pero por fuera todos panas. No, loco. Ver a llorar casi me destroza una parte de mi watch, loco. El bolo. El Índigo.
You know, everything that you see in game aside, you know, the body shots, that's just COD esports. The one thing you really have to tip to Tribe, albeit, you know, again, #1 seed coming into this, really disposing of everybody pretty darn quickly in the lower bracket, barring, you know, that Wolves matchup that we saw last night.
Sure.
Their esportsmanship is honestly just remarkable. It is commendable, and it's what makes it forces you just to respect this team. They're so nasty mechanically, but even out of game 2, they are just wholesome individuals.
At the end of the day, it is one giant celebration at COD Mobile, although tensions, of course, will naturally swelter to what was going to feel like a boiling point here in a moment as we look over the stats once again. Luke is in for 35 and 16. Unreal stuff on the bottom side. Tech, we wanted to see how he was going to form up today. 34 and 18. A major part of why Tribe have been really comfortable in this lower bracket run. They still have yet to drop a map since their loss from Wolves sent them down to this lower bracket. We also mentioned the name Bolu. 32, 22, 12 assists. The dude was everywhere.
Yeah, really was. I mean, it's that flexibility from Tech that even the desk was talking about.
¿Cuándo que se van el top 3 ganando?
To be able to get inside these very annoying positions. You know, you think of Marshy going back to the search and destroy. You even thought for Bolu, what we ended up seeing as well. INCO, commiserations. You got.
¿Cuándo que se gana el top 3? $200,000 por ahí más o menos, ¿no? Ay, todo abrazando a Lucas, sí, papá, qué triste me da. Se me sale una lagrimita, loco.
And INCO put that entire region on the map. I mean, you gotta be feeling really proud to be able to represent that region.
Couldn't be happier to see Brazil represented at such a steep level, not just for this INCO team, of course, Skade yesterday. Unbelievable stuff, but it's a third-place finish for INCO, and I'm sure Bobby's smiling.
Lucas in the best guest player in the world. Attrition was bribe.
Thoughts?
Thank you very much, Shift Improper, for putting in another great shift of a cast. And, man, INCO stalwart, they finish in third place. Tribe Gaming showed up and meant business. 3-0 here, Beef Mommy.
Chat must be going wild right now. I can already feel the fumes, the battles from the fans, but hey, that's going to be a valiant effort from Tribe. That lower bracket run was a hero's journey for this team. No one expected them to be here, but they showed up when they needed to. The timing for this team is just absolutely perfect.
Shift, Did you not
$150,000.
INCO was going to win the whole thing? Why would I be smiling right now?
I would be smiling. That was my prediction.
You can see the heartbreak on those guys' faces. Obviously, it meant a ton to them, and they really performed as well as they possibly could have. And once again, you got to give props to Lucas. And to be honest, it didn't feel like Tribe even had a counter for him as much as it was they were just going to play their game and assume that their teamwork was going to be stronger and that their rest of the 4 players could keep up above the other INCO players.
Well, third place, $150,000 US there for INCO Stalwart. It makes the wound feel a little less bad, $150,000 for third place, but man, it really felt like INCO Stalwart really never got their footing today after running into LUMINOSITY first and then Tribe today.
Lo que se me inspiró hoy por el ranking.
Obviously this start, not what you want. Pretty
¿Qué hace
frustrating
Tribe ni cada bocado?
You gotta play through it, and Tribe more than happy to start off with
Lucasin ganó.
I feel like this is the kind of
Una derrota para INCO Gaming, pero es una victoria tremenda para INCO Gaming, hermano.
Already waiting for the YouTube videos to be like,
Perdón, fue una derrota para INCO Gaming, pero fue una gran victoria para Lucasin. Demostrando desempeño en partidas, no quedando negativo nunca.
That's going to be happening. You got to play through all of the things, the negative things that are happening in your team, and just push through. And so, with that being said, Takeoff was supposed to be a map that INCO's actually really strong at.
Yeah, it just felt like after that happened, INCO was just deflated. They had some really bright spots, and to be honest, it looked like they were going to be able to win the control. There were points in the search and destroy where things looked even, but the Tribe just had that slight edge despite some of the crazy plays that we were seeing out of Crozen, going absolutely crazy with the Locust, doing everything he could. This is Tribe's go-to search and destroy map, and to be honest, I'm curious, maybe we see a standoff ban whenever it comes to the Grand Finals.
Well, standoff, that's definitely going to be a really good shot. But speaking of, Jez with a nasty collat. I wish I saw that. I wish that we all got to see it in person, especially you guys watching at home. You could hear the roars of the crowd when that actually happened. But it's not just him. It was like Marshy always going in the flank, and he's such a undermined person that has always performed. He's always on point, and someone that you could actually rely on when it comes to these games, especially here in this raid, when he was able to clutch up a 2v1 situation, stop the clock.
Por dos, sin duda deben darle, loco, el premio a Lucasin como el mejor jugador de la Champs.
We call it Marshy things for a reason, and man, this I think it's this round specifically would have put INCO up 2-0. They win the third round. If they get this one, that's onto a game 4 and maybe onto a reverse sweep. But I think that was another turning point in this game alone. They knew they could have won that round. They're still able to take another offensive, but man, wishing they could have that back.
Yeah, how about this? Like, again, we've talked about on Control, it's all about the defensive side. This one, it was all about the attacking side.
Well, it just seems like both of these teams are good at both, and especially in this particular map, you just kind of have a hard time when it comes to attacking that A site. But then
a poco siguen, ahora sí una gran final, Luminosity Gaming, que llevan contra Tribe, que aquí lleva un mapa de ventaja, si es que no me equivoco, ¿no? Es la ventaja de quedar invicto, Luminosity, un mapita de ventaja, y Tribe tiene que ganarle, bueno, hacer un comeback de 3-1. Luminosity nomás tiene que ganar 2 mapas. Hubieran hecho, amigo, todo el chat es esto. Bueno, ya dejaron de poner Lucas MVP, Activision, boo.
Gonna be huge, obviously, decision making, a big factor for them. We talked about their coach image, the fact that
bueno, su predicción, gente, se las pongo ya. No, Tribe, ya eligieron el resultado. Ok, gracias ahí. Como Aguara, no, ya INCO Gaming eliminado, top 3 de la Champs.
Well, if you're trying to make a big difference in your game, get your hands on the ROG Phone 6. It's equipped with the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 CPU that boosts performance and speed to take your mobile gaming experience to a whole new level. Its unrivaled performance puts it in a class of its own. Thank you to the ROG Phone 6 for supporting Call of Duty Mobile esports. All right, y'all. It has been a long journey, but now we've got ourselves 2 Tribe Gaming, Luminosity, only one can be crowned king, and we will do that after we take a short break. You're watching the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship.
RP mejor top 2, dice. Eso fue dividido por regiones. What's up, what's up. Bueno, sí. Igual acabo de hacer la publicación por Facebook de cuando pasó lo de que la gente comentaba Justice for Brazil. Y bueno, hay gente defendiendo bastante a uy, ¿qué hice? A Tribe, loco. Vean que publiqué esto aquí yo. Justice for Brazil, gran robo de Tribe Gaming, 2 puntos del Harpen, están en FK y no reiniciaron. Y aquí le puse, bueno, para no discutir es mejor esperar a ver quién son los propios jugadores de INCO Gaming. Comenta Isaac García, bueno, todos saben que Tribe es el mimado de Activision. Ojo con los comentarios de la gente. Ojo con los comentarios de la people. Aquí uno deja llorar bot y le respondo, pero lo hace Tribe versus Wolves ahí, pi. Le pongo eso. Tiempo extra ya. Verga, no jodas que se van a penales. Anda para allá, bobo. Ya están como las argentinas de ratas. ¿Qué pasó? No sabe Isaac. ¿Quién nos manda a quedarse FK? Nunca apareció conectado para decir quizás fue falla de meses. ¿Qué lloran entonces? Quisieron hacer lo mismo que Skate y dónde salió. Que no confunda las cosas. Ya se habían salido una vez. Otra vez quería que se reiniciara. Sin Yolanda Mari Carmen dice. Híjole. Sí, deja de llorar vos. Ni modo. Ni modo, loco. Bueno, al final hay que esperar a ver qué dicen los propios jugadores, a ver qué comunicado hacen los de INCO, a ver qué comunicado hace Lucasín, a ver qué onda. Francia versus Argentina va 2-2. Van a penales, ¿no? ¿Se le vende? Mbappé recibe su premio de parte de la novia, dice. ¿Por qué le ponen a Mbappé como gay? ¿Qué contexto? Yo no entiendo qué ha pasado. Sí, van 2-2. ¿Perdió INCO o ya perdió ya? INCO eliminado. Pi. Francés de la cuna, papi, dice. Argentina se deja meter 2 goles en menos de 10 minutos. Sí, papi, no pasa nada. Contexto, perdió Tribe Gaming, ya eliminado y queda como el mejor equipo número 3, como top 3 de los mejores equipos del mundo. La novia de Mbappé es trans. ¿En serio? ¿Es trans? ¿En serio? Bueno, pero ¿qué pasa? ¿Son sus gustos? ¿Hay algún problema que su novia sea trans? ¿Cuál es el problema ahí? Tú que tienes contacto con Lucasín, deberías preguntarle qué pasó. Sí, voy a mandarle mensaje al Instagram apenas pueda. Igual, ahorita bajoneado, triste. Vimos que lagrimé un poco por el equipo de INCO Gaming. Yo aquí tenía el loguito. Y acá también, en mi pechito. Iba todo por INCO. La colita un poco chueca, ¿no? Pero... ni modo, loco. Ni modo, son cosas que pasan y a ver qué Que aclaren con la noticia que pasó, ¿no? Tú también eres trans, eres la mejor amiga de Ari, dice. Así es. Mira los penaltis, no puedo ver los penaltis. No puedo ver nada del partido yo. En streaming no puedo ver nada. Mbappé es tremendo minero, dice.
Welcome back to Raleigh, North Carolina for the 2022 Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. It has been a heck of a weekend. But the top two teams reside.
A mí también, loco, me duele un vergo ver llorar a Locasín, loco. Vía Barca, güey, vía Barca.
LUMINOSITY versus Tribe Gaming. Proper shift Digon here. Guys,
Ahora también es trans. Ama huevos.
that these two teams have had before, and they do it yet again.
Man, just don't even ask me for a prediction, please.
Luminosity habla de CHAMPS. Bueno, aquí así por ende que gana el mejor. Luminosity Tribe, GG's para cualquiera de ambos. Mucho suerte para ambos equipos. Aquí no sé la verdad a quién apoyar, si a Luminosity o a Tribe. Es que ambos tienen mucho nivel, pero yo creo que la puede ganar Tribe.
Yeah, you know, again, it's one of those things that it seems that the Wolves just seem to bring out some of the best of everybody that we have seen them compete up against, specifically with Tribe. You know, after they ended up losing out that winter side matchup versus Wolves, they popped down on the lower
¿Eres trans? No, güey. ¿Qué va a ser trans? Yo, mamá huevos. Digo que no sabía el tema de Mbappé que tiene novia trans. No sabía eso ahí. Pero lo que no entiendo es que por eso lo joden.
We could say it, but should they have been there? Should they have not? You know, is there a mental advantage for Luminosity with the fact that they get the map, but also that Tribe had to go down on the bottom side? Remember, it was
Charode más bonito que Raleigh. Hay que haber sido mejor la Champs.
The Tribe Luminosity semifinal in the upper side of the bracket, and the Wolves in that spot.
Hard to say if it's like a mental advantage at all. Obviously, it's actually a physical.
Seguro que pasará. Él lleva ganado 3-0 y te remontará 4-3. Oh. Ah, claro, estas partidas son BO7. Hola, Michi. La revancha. No hay revancha, ¿no? Ellos no están enfrentados. ¿Quién crees que ganará? Hermano, la verdad es que está muy complicado. Muy complejo. Será una transmisión del Mundial de Foot y hay más espectadores, por eso no dan skin gratis del Global Disc. Acepta que Luminosity se cura eso, sí. Luminosity se una pisada INCO tremenda.
The ROG Phone 6 now boasts a 165 Hz refresh rate and a 720 Hz touch sampling rate for a super smooth.
Sí, fan de Try, pero creo que esto la gana Luminosity. Tiene un mapa de ventaja. Eso es verdad. Luminosity tiene ventaja porque al final tiene un mapa además. Las recompensas. AK Rus, .50.
I just want that charm, honestly.
Hazte un videito, dice. ¿Del qué?
I know you know this, but I'm colorblind, and that to me is just an anomaly that I have no idea what's going on, but it's popping out of a spray can and it looks amazing.
Dude, I love the graffiti look just across the entire event.
Yeah,
the fact that we're getting it like as cosmetics for the weapon.
Hola, Solín. Francia sabe el fútbol y el G para la Champs.
Even the calling card looks super awesome. Yeah, this is a really cool in-game package. I mean, the COD Mobile team always knocks it out of the park with their art division, but
eso está chulo, el marquito este.
Bursting with inspiration.
I like it.
El resto no, nada.
All right, one more time, let's take a look at the prize pool so that we can put it into words the difference between first.
Dale, Mateo. Bueno, se disputará el primer lugar por $700,000 y el segundo lugar por $280,000.
In second place, it is $700,000 for first and $280,000 for second. This is, of course, our tournament prizing brought to you by HyperX.
Hola, Miedi.
It's a lot of money. Yeah, that's a lot of money, and it's even like a pretty steep drop-off when you go from first place down to second place. So I mean, that pressure, that extra bit of money on the line, you're almost gonna feel it really just kind of hiss through the air here in the arena.
I mean, I thought for a second you were about to pull like a Dr. Evil impersonation. 1.7 million. I'm like, we just all did that in sync. Come on, this desk is lit. Come on.
That's going in the rollout at the end. All right, well, it seems like we are almost ready to go now. Tribe, Luminosity, Proper, you don't like doing predictions. So
that's right.
What I will ask you to do is tell me, how do Luminosity win this?
Oh, wow. It's like asking me a prediction without asking me a prediction. I think that the best way that Luminosity are going to be able to do this is continue to be very unpredictable and to continue to adapt and overcome. Their pace differential and understanding what they have to be doing from each map individually has been at an all-time high through the entirety of the weekend.
Shift, how do Tribe win this?
Look, their search and destroy has been really clean. And when they had played last time, Standoff was in the rotation not once but twice. Tribe took both. So I think if you're looking at this from the guise of how does LG stop Tribe, I think it's to shut down Jez, which is kind of like the counter of what you asked in a certain sense.
Porque habrá tanta diferencia de primer y segundo lugar a ganar a Tribe. Sí, al final esto vamos a hacer sorteos al final de esto.
For more thoughts on this matchup, let's send it on over to our casters for the finals. It's Beef Mommy.
Jess tiene un parecido a ti, dice, y por ahí un poco el cabello y los lentes. Ah, no, creo que no usa lentes él.
Call of Duty Mobile first ever World Championship Grand Finals, joined as always by the wonderful Beef Mommy. What was happening right there?
$1.7 million. Hey, I got you, Ship.
Okay.
I see you smiling over there in the desk. I got you, man. But yeah, I mean, everything down the line, a lot of money. It's a huge jump from $700,000 down to that second spot. It's a really hard point to be at because you know that Luminosity already has that one score up in this best out of 7. Tribe, as resilient as they are, it's just going to be really difficult to overcome that one hurdle.
Yeah, it's still kind of difficult to tell how these two matched up against INCO to try to gauge what expectations should be, because it was two very different looking matchups. Obviously, INCO able to take one map off of Luminosity while they weren't able to do the same for Tribe. But there were just some different situations, different mechanics, and altogether INCO looked a little deflated after that map, and you gotta think that played a pretty big role, but in the rest of it, they played things relatively closely. So looking back at how Tribe and Luminosity have faced up against each other in the past, obviously Stage 3, Stage 4.
Diablo, manito. ¿Qué pasó?
It's those two at the top both times. And Luminosity,
Qué rabia, qué rabia. ¿Qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó?
Reverse swept in Stage 3.
¿Viste lo que dijo Ifer? ¿Qué dijo Ifer?
To avoid that.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a question of who's going to be that NA #1 and try to defeat Tribe, and especially with this competition where they kind of had a very rough start in the beginning, but right now looking like they're very solid, bringing
Ahora ya le mando un mensaje a Lucasim. Imagino no va a responder ahorita, imposible. Pero vamos a ver qué dice por las redes.
But after day 1, day 2, last time just showed up, but it just seems like they bring down giants.
Yeah, Luminosity, I would definitely say, is now out of the shadow of the Tribe. These two both in the spotlight. And as you can see, Luminosity's been frying all tournament long, even up against
Estoy sufriendo demasiado. Hay ver quién es.
number 1 knocked down Tribe, and number 2 still gave Tribe a lot of trouble.
Ifer arremete contra los brasileños. ¿Cómo que arremete? Mucho de Brasil, pero no decían nada más cuando le ganaron por MS a FX. No solapes la mediocridad. No tiene nada que ver por la partida de los MS contra FX, papá. Contra FX nunca hubo una CHAMPS presencial. Dentro de 3 años por fin tenemos una CHAMPS presencial, y que tengan problemas aquí no es culpa de un equipo ni el otro, es culpa de la organización de Activision, y queremos al menos un porqué de qué ha pasado.
Was fast, so beautiful. As you can hear, the words that they actually said was really beautiful. But before we actually go and talk about this team, we got Dion.
Muestra, ¿qué va a mostrar?
Introducing Luminosity.
Al comienzo decía, vamos Francia, Argentina metió 2 goles. Después dijo, vamos Argentina y Francia empató. ¿Pero quién? Muestra, ¿qué voy a mostrar? ¿Qué voy a mostrar? ¿Ya explicaron qué pasó? No sé si han explicado por otro lado, pero yo no he visto nada. Ah, el Eric, qué grande. Están al equipo, finalistas. Washi, Blur, Eric, el rey de la mufa. No, no arreglar la Champs, pero algo pasó y queremos solamente sacarnos de la duda, nada más. Traigo Luminosity. No sé, la verdad, está muy peleado hasta aquí, pero Luminosity tiene ventaja por un mapa, recuerden. Oh, eliminaron un tweet por acá. Oh, Sonjo eliminó un tweet. ¿Qué chucha Sonjo? Como tiene público Tribe, ¿no? Cool.
Will they keep the victory 3 years in a row? 2020, 2021. Will 2022 be the same?
Ahora estoy viendo los tweets a ver qué se nos en YouTube.
Three teams, Omega, Wolves, and INCO in the lower bracket. And now they face their
Situación verdaderamente lamentable para INCO. El corazón está con todos los jugadores.
A rivalry that knows no boundaries. These two squads have played against each other time and time again. But this time, it's for the World Championship. Only one can be crowned king. Who will win? Let's find out.
Qué mal.
Beef Mommy, Bobby, take it away.
Oh, this is 3 years in the making. This is a lot of money. $1.7 million, like you mentioned, $700K to the winner. What? If my math's
Se parece a Tetillo, dice.
$20,000 drop off.
Tetillo con cabello, dice. Yo creo que la organización tiene su favoritismo. No sé, estoy intentando leer tweets o algo, pero no. No han publicado nada.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to
Cagunis que publicó un video, huevón.
They're gonna have to play. There's no reason why that you should be weak in a certain map because
Ay, no sé.
the competition. You need to be strong.
Titón de mi Dios de la kilo con rojo lead.
Every single game mode, but kind of like what we saw in that first game that we had today, INCO versus
Ahí fue la arregló,
Luminosity
dice.
was such a huge factor when it comes to Luminosity's win. Tribe Gaming, what do you think is gonna happen here when it comes to the map selection?
I mean, I think if you're a Tribe, one of your biggest objectives is
for
trying
Tribe.
to get to that map number
A ver,
6, the standoff search and destroy.
puedo comprender tranquilamente que INCO Gaming pudo haber perdido un 3-0. Pero lo único que quiero saber es qué carajo pasó en el primer mapa. Porque no lo repitieron como los demás que pasaron con Wolves, con King Jong Club, como todos los días anteriores. Es lo único que quiero saber, nada más. Hola Ana, ¿cómo estás?
That puts them in a really tough spot. They're already at a one map disadvantage. They've got to come out guns blazing.
¿Es final de loser o final? No, gran final, gran final. Veo 7 las partidas. Tienen que ganar este. El primero que haga 4 wins y 4 puntos.
We saw that INCO kind of faltered, especially
dejé Trobochukio.
shaken up. So that first game really matters to set the tone between these two giants that we saw and performed really well up against a really hard team. And now coming into this, when it comes to the statistics and the numbers, we kind of just throw them out the window.
Dijeron que tuvieron un poco de lag, pero se precipitaron en dejar la partida. Tenían que haber esperado a que producción les permita probar la partida. Dice. Ya, pues ahí pues, ese es el problema.
Obviously, you want to pick up as much time as you can, but number
siguen
one
en TikTok. ¿Cómo que siguen en TikTok?
Chaining together P3 and P4. That's where these teams look to pick up their biggest chunks, controlling spawns there.
Por eso, Guillermo, a eso me refiero, loco. A eso me refiero, que queremos el que ha pasado.
Absolutely crucial. Cannot afford any wasted time. That split-second decision-making plays a huge role in the outcome.
Si estoy con el apoyo máximo de Tribe, digo, de INCO, ahí tengo el logo todo aquí y lo tengo en mi camiseta marcado, O sea, un poquito 3D, pero lo tengo aquí marcado en mi camiseta. Me explicaron en la chama de la página de LATAM, dice, los casters lo pasaron la data. Pero no sé, se me hace mal feo eso allí. Es que, como te digo, la cara de los chicos de INCO decía todo, loco, o sea, qué mierda. Lo que hacían era, ¿qué mierda hago ahora? Era así como en Ciudad, literalmente era así, haciendo todo a su compañero. ¿Y ahora qué? O al que estaba atrás del staff, era así, ¿qué mierda hago? E igualmente INCO y Noel hasta se pasaron la partida sin dar calls. Sin dar calls la partida, ni siquiera hablaron.
Obviously, big players to
Pero ni
watch
modo.
on this map are the ones that typically dominate in the long range, those being Tectonic and Jez.
Eso sí, es que eso es de verdad. O sea, la primera partida, como fue una huevada, pues de ley les bajonearon un montonazo, loco. En el video lo jugaron ahí, todos bajoneados. Hay que hacer las cosas como son. ¿Quién perdió? INCO Gaming.
Just getting ready to load into the game, but the anticipation definitely building, and you can feel it here.
It makes you kind of question, is the SKS still going to be brought out, knowing very well that INCO,
A ver, el Baby es un tweet.
the LATAM region rather.
Y a INCO le ganamos 3-0, ahora estamos en la gran final contra LUMINOSITY.
But I feel like for Luminosity, they did an amazing job at stopping the push, and I feel like they have different versions when it comes to stopping that kind of meta. And now for Luminosity, they are absolutely bright. They're looking like they're in the best form in their career.
¿Cuánto va en los penales, loco? 5 ya perdió gente. No pueden darle ban a Golgobo. Papi, él tiene su preferencia, no pasa nada. No pasa nada. Si uno prefiere a Tribe que INCO, pues que lo prefiera, no hay ningún problema. Si uno prefiere a INCO que Tribe, que lo prefiera. Si uno prefiere a Luminosity que a todos los equipos, que lo prefiera. Son puntos de vista de cada uno.
Hold up in the World Championships, and it most definitely has.
I mean, this proves the point. Both NA teams are going to be here, and the strongest that they've ever been in. And speaking of Tribe,
Sí, es BO7, o sea, el que haga primero 4 partidas GG's.
looking like the situation's actually going to be flipped, as Luminosity is usually the ones that has a very hard time in the beginning, but now it looks like Tribe is going to be the same, and beautiful work.
Tribe campeón nuevamente, puede ser. Igual, no hay ningún nuevamente porque recuerden, gente, que dentro de 3 años por fin tenemos una Champs presencial, así es que si es que Tribe queda ahorita campeón, pues hay que decirlo, es el mejor equipo del mundo. Ya no hay peros ni nada, jugaron contra todas las regiones, de todo el mundo, literal, todo el mundo. India, China, Japón, Filipinas, Malasia, Garena, toda esa región, la región Asia, Sudáfrica, todo, loco. Hasta la región vietnamita, solo que eso nos pasaron. Exacto, Tetonis le pasó lo mismo contra Wolf. Tetonis hizo, ¿qué pedo? Y se la reiniciaron todas. Es mi pena. Pero bueno, gente, empezamos la partida final. Luminosity Gaming contra Tribe. Recuerden que Luminosity tiene una partida adelantada, de ventaja. Así es que voy a elegir predicción. Apoyen por su equipo favorito. Van a tener 2 minutos para votar.
That's a lot of seconds for you, and Marshy definitely knows how to pick up the points. Now, going in there very aggressively, that's going to be player number 4 from Luminosity.
Apuesten en los mejores equipos del mundo, gente.
That SKS looking like it's going to be really good in this map, but take a look at the other side. There's actually no response whatsoever when it comes to those long-range engagements. Looking like they really just want to go for the CBRs, the Krig 6, and also probably like I see actually a Switchblade. So again, if it really works for you, then go ahead, but you need to find some sort of counter up against Blur.
Yep, does look like he's still going to be rocking with the SKS. Obviously, Tribe has talked before about how they don't.
Es la final. Hay que hacer BO7, que gana 4 rondas GG's.
But we didn't see it have a huge impact for them, so with the Kilo being his weapon of choice, no surprise he's sticking with it right here. A pretty even P1 as the battle for P2 ensues, and looks like Spawn's going to go the way of Tribe. Marshy playing nice and sneaky right there, tries to hit the flip, but not going to be able to get the turn for the kill. Jen's going to get shut down as well, and a big feed for Luminosity to lock in a chunk of time right here. Bolu pushing up now, no reinforcements here for Luminosity, and they're in a tough spot. Solo's got to go big. He's able to find one. Blur does get dropped right there, and now Jez looking to go big. Solo one with the shorty before he gets traded out.
Ya está la predicción, gente. Tiene un minuto más por votar. Tiene un minuto. Esto va a estar cerradísimo, loco. El equipo de Tribe contra el equipo de Luminosity. A su preferencia, abrirle a quien sea. Tribe parece que tiene más nivel que Luminosity, pero Luminosity, ojo, que tiene un mapa de ventaja.
But they do have that rotation off into that next hard point.
Luminosity has definitely looked more solid on the early rotations. Seems like for the most part, Tribe's game plan has been bully your way into the hard point. We'll see if they can do that here, and Marshy doing his best to make things happen big in the backside as well. In the early rotations, not doing a whole lot for Luminosity Gaming.
La Chubi, emocionadísima. Marcy, racha de 10, loco. Bueno, racha de Tony, racha de 5. A Francia, dice. El partido está cardíaco, dice. A mapa de ventaja lo tiene Luminosity Gaming porque ellos llegaron a la gran final invictos. Nadie lo bajó los brackets.
You can see the Luminosity players saving their operators right now, which is interesting given the gap that we've seen form. Obviously, really prioritizing this rotation of P4, but they don't have a whole lot of people here. A few break through. They're able to take out the remaining Tribe players that are there, but they give up all the scrap time there on P3, and right now, in need of a solid setup and good spawns to be able to lock in big time right here.
Vamos Argentina, y acá por lo que veo Tribe tiene dominadísimo esto.
Gotta be careful, might run out of time, and he's able to get big value right there, but still not able to clear out the Tribe players.
Diablos.
Envy looking to break on in, his claw gonna go to waste as well.
Qué nivelazo de Tribe, hermano.
But surely this seems to be slipping out of the grasp.
Parece que es Lucasi.
As Tribe Gaming is snowballing left and right.
I mean, they do have a 100% win rate here in Takeoff throughout the competition in Hardpoint. They played it 3 times, and it looks like they're just so comfortable and such a good map pick for them. And they're just doing so well when it comes to these engagements. Obviously for Tectonic, he's going to be that anchor, that slayer, trying to get those points, knowing very well that the players from Luminosity is actually going to be spawning right over there.
Well, we talked about Tribe. Maybe not necessarily going to the lower bracket on purpose, but not really being worried about it because we know they're a team that plays better when their backs are up against the wall. Well, it's the grand finals, and there's not a much bigger wall than that. Right now, they find themselves up by 110 points through this first set of hardpoint rotations. Major reset needed for Luminosity. Blur in the high ground, not going to be able to
connect with the puta, loco. Están que le dan una arrastrada, pero bien grande Tribe, hermano. En OVA, más que todo, porque de Kills no hay una gran diferencia. Cómo dominan el punto. Uff.
Jez laying out right now. He's on a 4 spree. And Luminosity just seems lost.
It's just Tribe always has the upper hand because they have high ground advantage, where you don't have much of sights here because you always have to think about the verticality of the map of Takeoff, and so far Tribe is actually using that to perfection. Tectonic doing such an amazing job at always stopping the push. 21 already to his name. Big, Marshy also have operators to play with, and just as I said that, Tectonic gets that one as well, and looking like Tribe is out.
Oye, qué asco el final del mundial, loco, que sea por penales. Gol lo perdimos, escucha mi hermano por acá. Gol de Argentina. Ataca, escucha mi hermano. ¿Gol o no gol? ¿Cuántos goles tiene que hacer Argentina para ganar los penales? Que no le sale el fútbol, hermanos. ¿Qué pedo con ese gol? ¿Qué pasó?
Luminosity, you need to go and catch up, and for you, you need to have really good.
Hijo de puta, Tribe, cómo domina, huevón.
Luminosity, listen in.
¿Qué pasó con el nivel de Luminosity, loco? ¿No estaba tan igualado el Tribe? ¿Qué pasó? Gol válido, gol. Gol de Messi.
From LG, so different from their first game a while ago, but obviously it's because they have so much to catch up on. Yes, they go and capture this hard point, but obviously for Tribe, so easy to break every single time.
I mean, they've gotten a bigger chunk in the last little bit than we've seen them get really all game long, but hasn't really meant much given that there's a 160 point gap between these two teams. But this is not the first time that we've seen this. Very similar to what happened in Stage 4, only on firing range hardpoint. A very big Tribe win followed up by a dominant LG performance. It's not over yet, but man, oh man, they've got to, I mean, at this point, they've got to get like 3 straight full 60s, and just with the way that Tribe's playing right now.
Tectonic, Marcy, 30 kills, huevón, qué chucha. Qué verga con el tetas, loco, ¿cómo está matando tanto con esa kilo, loco? A robarle la clase, ni modo.
Very commendable stuff here coming in from Tribe, showing everyone how to actually play takeoff. But let's see if Luminosity can finally play Tribe's game and finally dictate the pace, because so far, Tribe is the one that's playing the guitar, and they're going to be the lead.
We were kind of curious if the stationary play style, the more static play style of Tribe was going to be able to match up against a more flexible play style of Luminosity. It definitely is. Obviously,
literal, Wolves, el equipo chino le dio más pelea a Tribe Gaming. ¿Qué pasó, loco? No entiendo. Wolves es el único equipo que logró ganar la Tribe, loco. ¿Qué pasó?
Rather than getting, what, double, triple challenge the hard point, and it has paid off big time. Tribe now only in need of 5 more points to close this one out. Luminosity starting to move upwards a little bit, but all Tribe really needs is one solid early rotation and should be able to lock in the win. Luminosity, let's see if they can pull off a miracle.
That's going to be difficult, because as Luminosity was soaking up the points in P4, the setup going in for P1, it was just not there. Tribe is already there with just 5
okay, el mapa iría ya 1-1, gente, ¿no?
This hard point with 5 points left for them to go and win this first matchup. It's still going to be good. It's going to be
el mapa iría ya 1-1.
Gets that Purifier kill, goes in this hill all alone, and yes, he secures it for his team. Tribe Gaming gets map number 1.
Well, just like that, winner's bracket advantage is
hay que preguntar si no le ha cambiado algo, señor Ego.
Tribe Gaming steamrolls their way through that first map, and a lot of that just felt like a
qué chucha, loco, le dio más pelea a Wolves que Luminosity Gaming.
Didn't quite see it in the main POV, but looking
¿Qué pasó ahí?
out of the corner of my eye, I believe it is Tectonic set up on that head glitch above P1. Ban sneaks up behind him.
Mis puntos, porfa, y vean sus puntos.
Turned on by Tech. That, I mean, just like, Ban's been phenomenal all tournament long, and it just felt like things kind of fell apart at the seams.
I mean, he's still doing a really good job with 30 kills, being the top fragger for his team, but obviously...
Vamos, para la gente que ande, amiguitos, por YouTube, los que quieran jalarse para acá, para Twitch, hermanos, acá se agradece muchísimo que me estén apoyando con la view. Se agradecería bastante. Ahí les dejo el link de Twitch. Vengan, 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 go, 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 los que puedan apoyar por acá. Vengan que por acá, ahorita acabe esta vaina, le hacemos fácil sorteo de pase de batalla, como siempre, ¿va? Amigo, el Marcy. Tectonic 38-18, verga. Van a negateo, pero igual, no quedó como Washi, loco, 17-35.
There's not a whole lot you can do. You're having to solo chow 2-3 Tribe players every single time you're going into a gunfight. And you gotta get more help for him. He did everything that he could to get in the hard.
Hiciste anoche sorteo. No sé si se llama sorteo anoche, no, déjame acordar. Déjame ver tu chat. Porque a ti te envié la última cuenta, creo, ¿no?
You know, this is one thing that I noted up against their game against INCO is Tribe's version.
No, Rubén de MC, creo que sí ganó el último, fue Rubén, ¿no?
Is to number 1 do close range, number 2
creo que sí.
buddy system, especially in a map
déjame chequear con el programa acá.
Where your life really counts because it's such a huge
o le mandé a Gonza, déjame ver.
The fact that they're always getting those power positions up in the 2F, up in that vertical point where obviously looking down you have more.
Sí, aparte de Rubén ganó un Ronald ganó él. Solo que me olvidé mandarte mensaje a ti. Pero ya se le había mandado. Lo bueno es que aquí el registro queda todo bien. En los sorteos aquí queda todo registrado. ¿Quién ganó últimamente? Ronald RV06. Ya le pasé con de todo a Gonza.
40 to 160 or something.
Se los miaron por dos, loco.
A span where you're getting 10 and you're letting Tribe get 110, maybe even more. You gotta find a way to stop that momentum. I just didn't feel like their operator usage was good enough to do that. We saw a lot of wasted operators, a lot of hasty pullouts for those operators. And I think that cost them in a big way.
I feel like for them, it just really went downhill after P2 because yes, they were winning a lot of the gunfights, stopping the Tribe plays, but they weren't able to dictate the pace and anchor down the more favorable spawn, which is going to be by launch base. And you get to see it really good after this, but I mean, it was a little bit too late where after our second reset, Tribe already had so much of a lead already, and for Luminosity, always just playing that catch-up. And obviously for them, they have to soak up all of the hard point, so they're going to be split as a team. So 2's going to be staying there, and also 2 might go in for the rotation, but they always just get gunned down every single time.
And look at what we said they were like.
Te la envío igual solo para no perder.
It was 60 to 220. That's, if I'm doing my math correctly, a 190 to 30.
Sí, yo te lo iba a enviar, pero me olvidé. Se lo envié a Gonza. ¿Qué le pasa a los menos si se le tiene miedo a Tribe? No sé, pero van 1-1, gente. Slums BD, va a estar buenísimo aquí. Penal para Francia. ¿Cómo que penal? ¿Siguen jugando todavía? ¿No estaban en penales ya? ¿O qué chucha?
And not good news again for Luminosity here in Slums because
penal
they
regalado.
lose the 6-8 up against
Qué
Wolves.
chucha, no entiendo el partido.
So with that being said though, I'm still not going to be particularly
Mira, INCO hizo casi los mismos puntos que Luminosity y estuvieron AFK literal en este mapa.
Just teams waking up. We've seen that control matchup up against INCO where Luminosity woke up even though that is their worst game mode. So maybe they learned a thing or two because they were leading by a huge margin up against Wolves, but they let it go at the
Ay, segundo tiempo extra. A verga.
Yeah, it's a thing that this Luminosity team is
Mano
for a
involuntaria.
while, is closing out whether it's games or matches. I don't know if it's once again a mental thing because you know.
El ¿qué te acuerdas de BD? ¿Cómo que acá me acuerdo?
One of the best snipers in the world. I think if
no
Luminosity
sé.
wins this whole thing, you could maybe make the argument that he's the best sniper in the world. You've got Slayers that can fly across the map like Band and Envy. Like, you know you got the gun skill, you know you have the chemistry. I've heard from so many teams about how good their communication is, and I think even when they were frustrated,
literal, la final de la fase 4 del año pasado.
Good. They're capable of winning this. It's all going to come down to confidence.
3-3.
You gotta close those
Gol.
S&D games down. They've already kind of faltered today with that first game that they had with INCO and S&D and standoff.
3-3 van ya, a la madre.
Yet again, but dropped it. There needs to be a change of pace because Tribe is actually kind of the team where if you are going up against them and they're down, they can find a way to adapt, and I believe Luminosity can do so. We've seen it already before. They've had that raid search and destroy up against Stamina and did an absolutely phenomenal job, and especially in that control where all the odds were actually up against them, they can definitely make this work.
Yep, still a lot of COD Mobile left to be played. It's a best of 7 series, and we're only getting started right here. Obviously, finishing in control if we go to a game 7. Not the most normal thing for Call of Duty in the past, but these guys are definitely prepared for it, and it looks like they are here and loading in to the lobby here on Slums Control. It is going to be Luminosity on the defensive side to start, which should be a big advantage for them if they can capitalize.
Si irán a penales, pero otra vez penales no entendí.
Blur has a
No le sale el fútbol, lo siento.
To try and get the search and destroy. Lineups are going to be there. No information whatsoever. And there you go. Marshy gets down. Ban gets that first.
Vamos con la predicción, gente. Triple G.
But then Bolu trades him out.
Definitely the better side of the trades for Luminosity. They're going to be able to make their way up, and right now, actually trying to catch Tribe off guard. Jez going to take a little bit of damage.
Tengo ansiedad a los finales así.
And now Jez,
por dos, no son de ver.
The 1v3.
Finales gana Argentina al Divo, el mejor arquero de
Look to
Francia.
play things passive. He's got a lot of map left to clear out, and it looks like he's going to go for every corner that he can, at least on this side of the map. And it seems like Luminosity has read it perfectly right there. They get the information from Envy, and just like that, should be enough to close out the round. Solo connects onto the shots, and Luminosity takes the lead off round 1.
Qué rápido, hermano, ¿no?
It was really that two-piece that Ban did that kind of stopped the push coming in from Tribe. Obviously, just raining down utility down in bricks. That's going to be a really good start. And
qué presión, papá. Vemos aquí a Luminosity ahora sí, otra vez.
Luminosity can aggress. Let's see if they can finally get that as Ban gets one more. Second first blood for him.
The utility usage has been so
es control,
good.
perdón, es BD. Yo puse control, loco.
Right here once again. Nades do connect, and that's going to force Tribe
No es
back
control,
on
bueno,
the
la votación
defensive
dice control,
side.
pero hagan que es
Bomb
Beirut.
is in hand. Don't know if there's any trophies available, but there we go. Washi.
Recordemos que Luminosity era UD y fue el equipo que lo arrastró a Tribe en Summit en un Search and Destroy.
Head glitch. That's not an easy shot to hit. Solo reads this next one like a book, but he doesn't even need it. Envy takes another down and a strong start here on the Slums S&D.
Jez needs to step it up when it comes to those snipes, because if you allow Blur to do that and Washi as well, you're just going to have a very hard time. And what I already mentioned early on into this matchup, Luminosity is just so good when it comes to that util, and they showed it in game number 1, and now they're going to be showing it here in this S&D.
Diablo, manito, Diablo.
No question about it. A lot of utility go through, but the ADS shots can't match up with the hipfire out at Tribe. And the SKS not going to be able to connect right there. Should be a double kill, and it
Diablo,
is.
mi papá.
Equalizes Tectonic, trying to chow. Envy's weak, but he's the one that's got a head glitch to work with. Jez sitting back with the sniper. He's still got Washi to deal with right now, and with the bomb going down, the pressure once again onto Tribe. Jez slowly making his way through blue right here. Tech trying to get some information. They've got some time to work with, but timing might go the way of Washi. It doesn't matter. Jez proves to be the better sniper on that one. And now Envy all alone, but he's got an SKS. And that's best case scenario for trying to take somebody off one of these long angles. Hits the wrap right here. Jez, will he stick it? He should have the time. Envy, the route's too long.
No, huevón, se la desactivó.
Envy took too long, and now if you give Jez that pros don't fake, that was such good situational awareness for him to kind of just predict that Envy would probably just wrap around. Now, I feel like I'm not quite sure the feeling that you get when you know who you're up against. Okay, knowing this person, okay, he's not going to do close range. He's probably the type of person that will go and have a long wraparound. But you know what? That is a good opener for them as Bolu and Big finally gets to, and Bolu gets to as well.
You can feel the momentum shift. Washi can be able to find a couple, but he's all alone against 3 remaining Tribe players. Shorty in hand, and that time Tribe able to find the first bloods. It pays off big time, and they're able to counter that utility. I mean, a lot of times just, I'm not gonna say it comes down to luck, but the placement definitely crucial. Shorty not able to connect, and he doesn't stand much of a chance. 3 players holding hands. You think back to the Ninja Defuse that Envy gives away right there, and maybe a questionable decision. You got 2 weapons that are definitely not fast on movement speed. You don't have any type of tactical or lethal that you can pull out, and definitely wishing he could have a redo on that one.
Yeah, and it just seems like a little bit shaken up with that, but they need to make that comeback if needed. Jez spots one, doesn't really go in for the follow. The Vague with a really big opener, but Bolu as well gets rid of Solo. But a response coming in from Washi. He's been an absolute beam in this Bravo Hill. I mean, Alpha Hill, rather.
He's doing everything that he can, but he's the last man standing once again as the momentum quickly dissipating for Luminosity. He's going to make his way through blue right here. Tech on the outside. He's not moving an inch. Audio cue might set something off right here. And that once again puts Washi in a really rough spot. If he reads it right, can't hit the shot though. Tectonic plays things fundamentally. Washi can't connect. And now 3 rounds in a row going the way of Tribe Gaming.
Tribe is just reading this so well. And now I feel like it's always that opener from Vague, followed up by Bolu.
3-2 a favor Argentina. Literalmente, Tribe contra Luminosity, 3-2.
In a while, it's been a long time. And now, a slow push coming in here. Very passive, the approach coming in from Luminosity. But then finally an engagement goes through. Ban goes in there a little bit aggressively, but then paid the price. Tectonic and Vague get to a piece. Tectonic gets a second. Will he get a third?
Luminosity is just not capitalizing on these early sprays. Even when they get first shot, they just seem to lose the gunfights. They're going to be able to take down one of those Tribe players, but still 3 remain. And right now, in a tough spot once again, Envy's got the bomb in hand. But Tribe able to spread across the map. You got 1 player hitting the flank. That's going to be Marshy. And this is going to be tough to read. The bomb goes down. But with that information, they're going to go ahead and set up on the inside of garage right here and see if they can cut off that flank while the sniper watches over the bomb.
This is a good setup coming in from Tribe. playing your numbers to your advantage, gaining a lot of these sight lines. But for you, just have to figure out, they're probably going to be planting here for long. That's going to be good. 2 peeks though. Washi gets 1. Even things out. Jez knows very well there's one player there. Tries to go in for the wall bang, doesn't really quite get the shot. And now just applying that pressure, and the bomb is going to be defused. What a beautiful defensive setup coming in from Tribe, knowing very well that they can't go past the defenses of Jez.
And just maybe unfortunate positioning on that bomb plant. I don't know if Washi took the shot and missed, or if he just didn't have an angle, but it looked like it was going to be a tough play to make either way. And now Luminosity moves to the defensive side. Washi's going to find one to open. Vague finding Band on the flip side. And only a 1-for-1 trade. With the way the majority of these early game trades have gone, gotta think that's gonna go advantage to Tribe again, but Washi, he's doing all man right now. 9 kills on the board, a double kill. The quick scopes connecting, and now all down to Tectonic. Luminosity playing this one to a T, and they are not out of this one by a long shot.
Luminosity going in there a little bit more aggressively. That's going to be really good stuff from him. From all of the boys here, they're trying to go in there one more round to even things out. Jez with 2, struggling to get all of these kills. On the other side, though, Washi very hot on his hands. That's going to be really big kills for his team. And so far, again, very, very aggressive push coming in from Luminosity, looking like they're really good at the defense.
There are very few players that have been able to counter Jez on S&D in this tournament, but Washi has certainly done his best so far. I don't know that either player caught eyes on each other, but trying to find an angle right here to peek through. Jez gonna slide across, but Washi, reaction time not quite fast enough. No first blood quite yet, and the longer that goes on, the more that helps Tribe, but Jez gonna be able to connect onto Washi, and that's gonna open things wide up for a Tribe push.
That's gonna be really big for Jez, open things up for his team.
Vienen los penales.
Alpha anymore. The problem solved. Strongest player coming in.
2 finales en una, literal, loco.
Now they have to
Francia contra Argentina, Tribe contra Luminosity Gaming.
That's going to be Envy. Can actually go in there for the defense and broken, but he goes on
Buena, buen
really
timing.
long rope around here in the Alpha site.
Right now, Band trying to stay alive. Couple Tribe players around him, but they're not going to be able to sniff him out. Now down to a 4v4. Bomb is in Vague's hands. And he's actually making his way back over towards A. This is not a play that we've really seen so far in this game. Not a whole lot in this tournament. 1 for Envy, not able to make it 2. And now it's down to a 1v1 between Vague and Blur. Vague only 23 seconds.
Diablo,
trying to make a decision right here.
Si van a dar penales, ponga el soundtrack de Dragon Ball Z.
Blur may have read this like a book. Oh, perfect positioning. Could not have played it
4-4.
Just like that, Luminosity's tied back
up.
Ay,
he had to guess where he was going to go, and Arches, Vague went. Arches, he went down. Even up in the scoreboard right now. What a good recovery coming in for Luminosity. Big kills from all of the players here so far. Patience definitely pays off. But that's the information from Vague that a lot of these bombs actually raining down from Bravo. That makes him halt just a tiny bit. That's big info for them, though.
Luminosity so confident on these defensive pushes, but the nade gonna connect onto Blur. Trophy system's not in place. Marshy's able to find another, and now this round is split wide open. LG on their heels. They gotta play the head glitches to try to find a couple picks right here. Tectonic's gonna be spotted. Solo gets aggressive, but he's forced back as well. SKS and a sniper still in play. Picks still very feasible, but they get spotted out by the SMG cross map right there. And all of a sudden, it is a wide open B bomb as another Luminosity player drops. And Washi, once again,
Washi contra 5, papá.
Alone, looking for an angle to work with. He's gonna spot Bolu right there, but the quick scope not gonna be able to connect. A 5-0 round for Tribe.
There's only so much you can do with that sniper, man, especially in a small map like this. Vague was a player for that round. He opened it up for them, especially with that grenade. Getting that info, there were going to be a lot of players, but unfortunately for Blur, he didn't really go out. Not really bad timing for him. Same thing, though, going in from Luminosity, where they're going to be sending players down to bricks. Oh, no, they learned their lesson. They're not going to touch it, just a tiny bit. Doing it a little bit slowly this time. But Bolu's, he does have a nade to play with. Another one. Oh, gets that.
Wow, the placement on that could not have been any better. And once again, gonna open up that bomb site. Luminosity does not have much of a defense. Another player gonna drop. Couple trades go through. They're only down a man, but Washi, maybe too aggressive right there. Solo gonna drop one, but he needs to pull off a 1v3. The bomb has been dropped. Now getting picked up by Vague. And Shorty's got to be perfect.
Lanza una Argentina 0. Gol de Argentina, gol de Argentina. ¿Falló? ¿Hizo gol? ¿Qué pasó? Estoy en dos lados acá, 1-1. Estoy acá y allá, acá y allá.
Putting down your trophy systems in the same spot because twice in a row, in 2 rounds ago, it's
6-4, una ronda más para Tribe Gaming y la hacen.
Kind of curious if they've got different setups for offense or defense, because you think, especially on the defensive side on slums, you know how much utility is getting chucked over to the B side. You have got to be in position to keep yourself alive. They're going to be able to force back the Tribe push. Vague has been tearing it up in this one. He's got 14 kills to his name, leads the entire
no te pases de verga, arquero.
Doing everything he can, but he's had a dry last couple of rounds as well. And Luminosity needs him to find some of those early picks.
Tapadón de Dibu, ahí está grande Dibu, el mejor arquero. ¿Un golcito y ganan o cómo? No entiendo. Que no le sea el fútbol, lo siento.
Tribe. Vague. DLQ in hand. Is in a very good spot to take out Washi. So good when it comes to it. Uses the truck to his advantage. Possibility to get another one as he goes in for the chase. Goes in.
Hola, verga, ¿cómo estaba acostado ahí? ¿Lo vieron cómo estaba acostado? Vamos 4 contra 3. Gol de Argentina. 2-1 Argentina, gol de Argentina. ¿Qué significa eso? ¿Que vamos ganando? ¿Qué tenemos que hacer? ¿Un gol de más? Sabe más fútbol un niño que tú, literal, si es que no. Es que por ende no me gusta el fútbol a mí. No me gusta. No sé nada de eso. Ni de videojuegos de fútbol, ni del jugarlo, ni del verlo, nada. Es el mejor de 5, o sea, el que haga 3 puntos primero, ¿no? Imagina que es un Call of Duty ya. GG's 5-6, 5-6.
Tribe is having a hard time closing this one out. Luminosity.
Mira, no le gusta el fútbol. No sé, no me llama la atención. No es que lo odie, pero simplemente no me atrae, ¿no? ¿Gol? ¿Ganó? ¿La falló? ¡Falló! ¡No jodas! 2-2 entonces, ¿no? No. Falló Francia, la falló Francia otra vez. ¿Cómo? Argentina ganó. Argentina campeón. Argentina campeón. Y Francia, jajaja. Campeón. Aún no. A ver, sí o no, pues decídense, mamahuevos. Qué buena granada, loco, del Jess.
Could not have thrown that one any better, and it's all down to Washi to try to clutch the 1v3.
Are we playing basketball right now, man? With the way
sí, Argentina campeón. La metió. Sí, Argentina campeón.
But Washi being alone.
Ojito con Washi. Washi igual a Messi, puede ser.
Although it's going to be hard because he's going to be stuck in a pinch. But then he needs to get that one kill. Bring around the Rosie right here and breaks. Bolo gets the kill. And there you go. Seals the deal here in search and destroy.
No. O un penal todavía. Todavía no, es que me... Banea a Toffer, weón, banea a Toffer. Si la falla Francia, gana Argentina. Si la falla, gana Argentina.
Blur maybe got a little bit of overzealous with the body shooting right there. This is just not a team that you want to make angry. He decided, I'll poke the bear when we're on game point and we'll see what happens. Tribe tears it up in that
Gol de Francia, no.
Huge performance out of Vague right there. Top frag for the lobby.
Qué puta final, weón, qué chucha. Tribe 2-1, tiene que hacer 4 rondas.
A matchup that started with Luminosity in the lead without a game being played. all of a sudden that lead is not only disappeared, but Tribe Gaming's in the lead.
El envió 11 kills.
That's just hard to watch because
Pero
for
ve
Luminosity
15,
in that
loco, el vague,
S&D
qué
matchup,
chucha.
they were doing a lot of things wrong time and time again, doing the same mistakes of being in the
Y la
breaks, not putting
predicción,
down that
está
trophy
Beira,
system.
no
Maybe
se la
they
hice,
did,
¿no?
but there's a,
Sí, se la hice, sí,
there
la
was
hice.
a way for them to keep throwing and chucking
Ok,
down grenades
oye,
there. You
votaron
know
todos
very
por
well that
Luminosity
for
aquí.
Tribe, they're always gonna
Y
be
es por los
throwing down
puntos.
util there, and
Ganó
it's
Tribe.
just, that was really big openers for them to just go in very aggressively.
42.000 puntos para Annalise y otras 16 personas.
Vague having that 15. Those are going to be really big kills for his team. And on the other side, obviously, NB really tried
por
to get
Argentina.
it, especially with the body shooting and all. 11 kills to his name.
Yep, Bolu with a big performance for Tribe as well. The SMGs
Ya, ganaron.
always going to
Campeón Argentina.
on slums, especially
Listo,
when it
Argentina.
comes to the search and destroy.
Espero el audio de Floppy en el grupo WhatsApp.
Over on that far
GG's.
side bomb site, pretty chaotic.
Y para los
A lot
guachos.
of work for Luminosity to do right here.
My goodness. This is just a really, really quick matchup. And then as history repeats itself, Luminosity
Ahora
goes
sí,
down
Argentina
yet
campeón.
again
Dale,
here
Messi
in
la copita,
slums.
alzala Messi.
Again, for S&D, Tribe seems like they're going to be reigning supreme as we see all of these things put together. Pretty good start coming in from Tribe, but obviously it's just not over yet as we have one more map of control. But
Juliana, también gracias por subirme la historia, Juliana. Muchísimas gracias. No, Julia, perdón. Julia Fabiana.
D-Gun, bring it away.
Thank you very much, Beef Mommy and Bobby. Great start so far, just like Tribe
Listo,
Gaming.
Argentina.
2-1.
Argentina en la
Remember,
casa.
Luminosity had the map advantage, and that got absolutely wiped out, and in an emphatic way too on that takeoff.
Look, here's the thing. All these map mode combos in some form were played in stage 4, whether it was the winners finals or the grand finals. Both of these two maps initially favored Luminosity off of those gameplays that we had seen from a couple of months ago. But here this weekend, Tribe is fixing all of the things that they were even slightly stepping away from during stage 4, and now all of a sudden you're in a position to really control this series layout.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you're fair shout for what happened back in stage 4, but it's a different meta. We're here on land, man, and I'm not gonna lie, this Tribe squad is coming a little different, especially through the majority of this takeoff hardpoint map number 1. I mean, between Tech and Marshy, I don't know which POV was more fun to watch. Marshy was just everywhere. Tech was locking down those longer lines of sight. The flexibility to set up Marshy's success on these flanks was at an all-time high.
And the thing that's really curious, and Bobby brought this up, and he was right, by the way, it was a 2
Argentina campeón, te quiero mucho, Messi. Qué bonito ahí. No, esta es la final, Jan. El que gana... Son partidas BO7, bueno, es partida BO7, el que gane 4 mapas, GG's, campeón del mundo. Y merecido para Messi, excelente jugador, más arriba de Diego en todo. Sent o de la palabra. Bueno, por GG's para Argentina. A ver, estoy esperando a que Floppy mande un audio. Déjala joder en el grupo.
S&D on slums, but they were getting completely outgunned here, and we're finally seeing the tech that we've been wanting to see throughout the whole tournament.
Getting outslayed, getting outmaneuvered, it's just everything that we've known that Tribe have been able to do, and what we have been seeing them do from a fundamental level and also at a mechanical level ever since Wolf's knocked them down to the lower bracket. It was almost a scary reawakening that I feel like Tribe needed here for the weekend.
And the thing about it is Luminosity, they haven't really done anything that has ever looked like this on the weekend. They were the #1 ranked team out of our 16 total.
Manda audio, Floppy, ya le puse.
Through the first day of upper bracket gameplay in hardpoint. They were carrying like an
Mundial
average win
comprado,
differential of like 115 points.
Está mejor el 0-7 de Free Fire, dice el Wiwi. Argentina campeón del mundo. Fútbol.
It was a last push there that made it respectable because they didn't get to the triple digits until the very end there.
That's right.
And it was kind of confusing too because when that map started out, I think they opened up with the first 5 or 6 kills.
Ya le puse ya
They got
Argentina.
themselves like 14 points. You're like, okay, cool, nice little start here. And then they
Messi
get
el mejor,
completely
qué lindo, loco, ver victoria argentina, loco. Qué bacán.
Okay, first 2 rounds, Luminosity, they're here to play. We got them. And then Tribe continued to turn it on. And this battle of the snipers, Jez versus Washi, was just a joy to watch.
Those that are like the deep North American COD Mobile fans and historians will know that Luminosity, after getting blown out in that winners finals, came to this map mode combo and beat the brakes off of Tribe. And it looked like we were going to get that again until we started to see Tribe, mostly off of vague slipperiness, continue to work through some key positions.
Hola, Guara, ¿qué onda Argentina? Pues está bien, felicidades. Uno del mundial más regalado de todos los tiempos. Descripción, güey. Haz ganar a Argentina, pero no seas tan obvio que los penales decimos donde tirarlos sin pedos. 30 años después vuelve a ganar a Argentina. No jodas, 30 años después, ¿en serio? Bien por la pública, muy bien, loco. ¿Dónde está el vato que decía que Francia ganaba 4-3? ¿Dónde está el vato que decía que Dibu era ZZ? ¿Dónde están los bichos lovers? Sí, hay unos diferencias tremendas. Primer lugar son $700.000, segundo lugar son $400.000, ¿no? 36 años sin mundial, opa. Dibu lover.
And right now, feels like Luminosity is reeling just a little bit. Tribes seem to be rolling, business as usual. And I'll say both these teams seem relatively calm. We've seen pop-offs from both of them, right? Whether it's waving goodbye to the other team or ripping off the headset after a map win. Both of them just seem really, I guess, controlled, although it's 2-1 for Tribe.
Yeah, it's strictly business, right? I mean, they have faced off against each other before, but here at the end of the day, you know, you have $700,000 for first place as well. You have to come in and play your game. Strictly business coming in for Tribe.
Por el continente, qué chido, ganó Argentina. Hay que quitarle la copa a los europeos, pero ganar de esta manera no mames. Si no se puede, mejor no lo ayuden porque es más notorio, dice. El bake, loco. Qué chuch.
And I think that's the whole business side of it right here is that, you know, their whole goal at the very end was, doesn't matter who we play, we want to win this.
Sí, años soy de Corio, Skate Davo. Cuando juega Juárez, el ganador entre ellos dos juega Juárez, no se preocupen. ¿Quién es Martín? Está llorando. Está bien. Resumen de la Champs, perdió INCO, tercer lugar. Estamos en la gran final, Tribe Gaming contra Luminosity y Tribe lleva 2-1. Tiene que ganar dos mapas más y ya está. Qué grande Indigo, loco. Marsh. Y mayor alerta de Kiros. Eso no era penal, está bien que sea su equipo sudamericano, pero de esa manera prefiero perder. La verdad es que no lo vi, así que no tengo ni idea de cómo fue el penal. Pero GG's para Argentina, hermanos. Y ese bigote de puerto dice, déjalo. Mira, no me río porque yo sí soy. Es un video 7, así es. Ganar Argentina, felicidades para Argentina, guachines. Para los guachos argentinos, felicidades, hermanitos. Como que Messi tiene 2 finales de Champions. Penales mal pateados de Francia, dice. Como dije, no los vi, así que GG para Argentina.
Making their dreams come true. Only 2 maps away now for Tribe from being
¿A qué hora es la final? Estamos ya en la final, Paulina. Estamos ya en la final. Tribe lleva de ventaja 2-1, solo que están haciendo brackets para tiempo, perdón, pausas para tiempo de que los jugadores vayan al baño o X cosa. La cuenta de Tribe en Twitter le dijo, tenemos que dar esta bake. A ver. Chequeo.
Man, look, you guys had talked about it before. Bobby and Beefami were talking about it kind of at the end of our series, asking the question, were we going to see Luminosity still rely on the SKS, which got them through INCO Gaming so quickly? And we have not seen it really pulled out at all. So the guy that I'm actually looking at is actually Blur. Because, yeah, Bandits have a hard time getting in towards the point, but Bobby broke that down really nicely. He's not getting a lot of from his teammates to get there. And what was so successful for Luminosity back when their series in the winners finals was the fact that Blur was dominating at the long range, allowing Band to walk
publicaron el colateral de Yes nada más.
Look at the KD. Winners respawn 1.5 now to a 0.75, and he hasn't pulled out the SKS maybe more than for a couple of seconds.
No le dijeron nada.
Miss, and I think LG need to think about going back to it.
Argentina, mi segundo país de nacimiento. Amo los guachines. Sí, los de LUMINOSITY eran UD. Ya ganó INCO, INCO perdió, gente quedó en tercer lugar. No hay vuelta atrás.
Made their name with the SKS. Now that map's already done and dusted, and they got pretty much put in a box.
¿Qué DLC te parece mejor, la navideña o la navideña?
Do you still have time to pull out the SKS? Do you still have time, the correct maps to still do that?
You do. It's a raid control, Hacienda Hardpoint immediately up next. So you have the ability of going to that and being able to realistically still play your game plan without having to worry
Argentina.
about losing by picking up an SKS kind of out of nowhere. The other thing about this, as we look through the layout again, is now
control, mapa raid.
See a map 7, they have to steal away a map that Tribe had.
Tercera victoria de Tribe o victoria de LUMINOSITY, hermanos.
And even on top of that, you look through the entirety of this series layout, there really aren't any convincing results for
así como van, gana Tribe y efectivamente es el mejor equipo del mundo.
From here until the end of this best of 7.
Yeah, because the last time that they played the raid control, even in stage 4, it was a 3-0, that in favor of Tribe. You would almost feel like that might be looming
fue sobre su baile. Babazo, chill. Pensé que era otra cosa.
With the same exact idea that if the SMGs continue to pop off that in favor of Tribe on a map like raid control, we might end up seeing a similar outcome.
Well, I'd imagine that we continue to see the battle of the snipers with Jess.
¿Vuelvo a ser líder de Tribe? No sé, la verdad.
From basketball in the pool and going shooting that way. Where does the SKS end up?
Two maps you have coming up is that you could pick and choose that. Actually, it's really up to what
¿Por qué canjean al mismo tiempo?
Favorable, because largely what we're going to expect to see if LG were to go to this SKS is trust that blur.
Okay, van a volver a jugar con sus almohaditas hot. Tenemos ahí a Indigo, a Marchi, a Bake.
In particular, when we've seen Hacienda Hardpoint from Tribe, they're really focused on getting up into those upper hallways. The SKS can ruin that instantly. Same thing on Raid.
World vs Tribe estaba mucho más intensa que. La verdad es que sí, no sé cómo carajos están perdiendo, loco. Si el LUMINOSITY fue que eliminó a Wolves, ¿no? O sea, lo sacó a Barkets, creo. A ver, Wikipedia.
Getting one over by ring just to make sure that that entire zone itself remains in your control. The SKS on that head glitch alone is just gross.
Si Wolves le ganó a Tribe 3-2, LUMINOSITY lo sacó a Wolves 3-1. No sé cómo carajos están tanto perdiendo contra Tribe.
LUMINOSITY, they had that map advantage,
pero
so
GG's.
3 away. We will be crowning ourselves.
Quiero ver el análisis de Toffer del partido de INCO. Yo también lo más seguro es que hago un video de qué pasó con INCO en Hardpoint. ¿Por qué todos FK? Voy a ver si hago un video de eso. Si esto termina temprano, haré un video ahorita y lo subiré hoy día yo para YouTube.
In a raid control where, like we mentioned, the SKSs have an opportunity to
vamos a sacar en memoria de gamer, dice. Que hace diferentes a la mejor la de las demás legendarias. Y podría decir por lo de... Porque es la más viejita, la más old school, pero ahora como ya no es exclusiva, pues vamos. Neise, la capa mucho desde Ecuador hacia Colombia, saludos. Ok, creo que ya inició la partida. No, tío, no. La gente no han agarrado celular todavía. Ok, las stats ya tienen en pantallita. Tribe, 19 mapas ganados, LUMINOSITY 15. Tribe solamente ha perdido 5 mapas y LUMINOSITY 6. Y el KD está muy similar entre LUMINOSITY y Tribe.
It was leaning heavily toward LUMINOSITY the first time around, but that one hardpoint map switched things pretty quickly. Obviously, the control going to play significantly differently, and we do see LUMINOSITY.
Ok, vamos a elegir la votación, gente, hagan la predicción allí. De chill, apuesten todos sus puntillos. Estamos en la final de finales. Toca ahora sí modo control. Y tienen 2 minutos para la votación, gente. Aprovechen. ¿Qué es el KD? El promedio de kill deaths. Tiene otro nombre. ¿Cómo se llama el KD? Nombre en español, ¿cómo es?
And now going in there very aggressively, Jez doesn't really win that gunfight. And now for the defense, LG's going to be starting that, so that's going to be good for them. But with Tribe,
¿cuál es el significado de KD en español? Kill death.
Washi's going to be able to sneak away to the top side. Ban finds another.
Ah, el BM. El BM que es en español, pero las siglas, ¿qué significaban? ¿Cómo? Baja por muerte, algo así. Baja por muerte, eso. Kill dead, kill dead. No me salía la palabra en español. Baja por muerte, muerte por baja ahí. Tenerlo en 2 ya es full elevado ya, tener el KD en 2.
Four-man push coming in from top laundry, but it's not going to be good as Washi gets rid, almost going down.
Tener el KD en 2 ya es muy positivo, lo que demasiado. Es como quedar 30-15.
Absolutely amazing as the points almost going down for the lives. 18-17 is going to be on the clock, and also Bravo, 3 ticks of progress. Oh my goodness, the rotation in A. You already know how well Tribe actually plays here.
Lo siento, Little Sis, lo siento. No soy un professional player, sorry. Vengo llorando de ver a Argentina. Qué lindo ver a todos ahí abrazándose y ver llorar al Dibu, loco. Falta que gane Tribe, lo más seguro es que gane Tribe. Tiene una ventaja increíble en cualquier mapa dominando. Y como dijeron, Wolves dio más pelea que Luminosity Drive, increíble. Esta partida de 2.7 ya eres bueno. En esos ranks, en scrims es tipo, en competi profesional que tú tengas el KD de 2 es una locura tremenda. Lucasin es el mayor jugador con más KD alto, tiene 1.97 si es que no me equivoco. Sí, haré un video sobre INCO, gente, no se preocupen.
And now speaking of the flank, player number 5, keep your eyes on him. Marshy yet again being so annoying here on their spawn, getting a lot of these kills. Now again, it's all yellow all across the board. Tectonic getting that triple kill. That's going to be really good for him. And now, for Marshy, he's going to be a really big deal as some players are actually going to be on the hunt from him.
GG para los guachos de Argentina, gente. Para todos esos guachines. Las stuns que rotas están, loco.
Feels like they're kind of in a dire situation right now with the way things are spiraling out of their control. They find themselves down 12 lives, and to be honest, maybe it's best to save because I'm not sure
24-11.
will even save you right here with how big this life gap is. Now -14. Tribe has been nearly untouched in this round of control. And Vay gonna do his best to clean up that kill. He does exactly that. And probably maximum 11 seconds. You get somebody hopping on the objective, but seeming to be only a matter of time before Tribe closes out this round 2.
Luminosity always being backed up in a corner, and that presence in their spawn is always going to be huge. Bolo gets one more, brings it down to 4 lives, 11 seconds left. Gets one more. Getting ticks of progress in Bravo as well. But then with 1 life, that's definitely going to be impossible. Bolu seals the deal, and now 2-0 here, Bobby.
It's tough to spot
Diablos.
the number of hope for Luminosity right now. They've been getting steamrolled for the majority of this matchup. Spots of the S&D looks bright. But here in the control,
la tienes full dominada, Tribe, hermano. Tiene que jugar este control y para cómo tiene que jugar el Hardpoint una vez más. Y esto es casi partida ya regalada para Tribe. INCO le da más pelea. Es que INCO le da más pelea que Luminosity, loco. En todas las partidas 4-2, 2-1, así. En el control. En el Hardpoint ni hablar por el problema que tuvieron. Y en el Search and Destroy igual. Sí, son 4 para ganar. Diablos.
Okay, that's good. Slow things down. And a really big gunfight being won up against Vague that had a Purifier in hand. That is big. Denying that spawn trap. But Tectonic goes in there. A little bit of a running catch here as Cat and Mouse. Solo obviously going to be that cat getting big kills. So there you go. Signs of life coming in from this team. Right now, Luminosity obviously on the defense will have an easier time, but take some progress already in B. Only one more remaining.
Right now, lives are even. Tribe have not yet fully captured an objective. Tectonic doing everything he can to ward off the flooding Luminosity players. And looking to maybe
ojito que esta ronda parece algo cerrada.
Don't realize Solo's tucked away in that corner once again. Playing the cheekiest of spots. He's going to try to hide inside that smoke.
Va bastante similar, pero es que Tribe domina demasiado un punto, hermano.
That's going to be a crucial kill to keep Tribe pushed back. And the clock continues to tick.
Ojo el Solo.
Yet to pick up any of those objectives. Solo doing the one-man show down below Modern right there.
He literally stopped 3 players from pushing into Alpha, and they just
Recuerden, gente, que hoy tenemos torneo.
just one player. Good because he got
Hoy tenemos
kill,
torneito.
and also excellent because he was able to stop the push, delaying Alpha even more. With 14 seconds left on the clock, he played them pretty well. Not just that.
La economía argentina aumentó un 300%, dice, y ojalá que sí. Ojito que parece primera 2 de Tribe.
Well, we were looking for the glimmer of hope for Luminosity, and it is
Es un torneo por 100 subs. Creo que hoy a las 9, creo. 2 contra 9 jugadores. Y así ayer me metí el stream de I Mateo. Y le dije, mañana nos besuqueamos, le dije. Y va a estar peladísimo, loco. Creo que es el... Bueno, no conozco lo demás, pero... Como tuve la oportunidad de las 2 partidas o 3 que jugamos contra el equipo de Mateo, una culeada tremenda, el QQL y el Rose. Esos equipos dan es miedo, loco.
Hunter Killer gonna go out. Bolu being as annoying as he can in top Modern right there, or rather top Laundry. Nade gonna connect for the hit marker, and they don't really have any challenge over here on Statue. They've yet to find a kill.
Band is doing a great job at holding down the spawns.
Oye, ¿a qué hora es el día de hoy?
That's gonna be Envy. Tribe gonna be backed up in the corner. Band
¿Cómo así infiel? ¿Qué cosa? ¿Infiel en qué?
He's actually going in there, getting that trade. Solo's over the purifier. It's gonna be really good in this spawn. Still looking for those players. It's good.
A las 6 horas México, 7 PM en Ecuador, entonces.
Solo doing his best to get max value on the purifier, but not meant to be. Bolo drops him right there. Tribe starting to equalize the lives. That's 3, 4, maybe 5 in a row. Luminosity still with the life lead as Bolu tries to make his way toward top Laundry. Right now, Vague beaming cross map right
ojito que LG trata de remontar,
Shut down by the gravity vortex. Luminosity continues to fill up the feed.
Ojito, ojito, ojito.
But they've got it back in their control. Already a full objective.
Ah, es la novia de Mateo. Ala, no sabía.
Only 3 takes needed here on A. With a life advantage, should be pretty doable. Tech has to find Band the top.
Pensé que eras chico porque te decía Gabo, ¿no? Ni idea. Pero como es GV, veo 69, 69. Y él también dijo, Mateo, que también va a estar cerradísima las partidas, loco. Van a estar cerradísimas las partidas. Ay, mío mío. No sé, me están troleando posiblemente. Sí, es la final, gente. Partida 2-2. Ojo con Luminosity que quiere irse al 2-2 igualado, Ojito con las callouts de Tribe.
They smoke. Left side ring, nice. One shot. Hey, one ring. One shot.
Soy su sugar, dice. Ay, qué rico. Messi levantando la copita. Esta puede ver eso por TikTok ya después, ya.
He's swinging you, top red. He's in the top red corner.
Top red corner. Vaya, ¿qué no escuchaste? Top right corner. Es en esquina, huevón tuyo. Ojito con Luminosity, ojito que sacó el modo insano. A la verga. Sí. Si ganan estos quedan 2-2.
One pillar. I'm flashed.
Well, you can see Luminosity getting the better of them right there as things get a little bit quiet. The reposition very much going their way. And Bolu, great point. Nobody watching the flank, especially if you're going to make these heavy team-wide pushes. You have got to be aware of those off angles.
Ojito.
Getting the full objective capture over.
Les falta capturar ahora más a Tribe.
But the much larger task at hand, making their way over to A and not losing too many lives in the process. Could potentially look to set up the spawn trap.
Quieren hacer spawn, velo dónde están.
It would put Luminosity in a bad spot and let Tribe play the TDM.
Oh my
God. Gonna be backed up, Solo gonna drop. Big first blood, but immediately traded out.
Oh my gosh, Tribe making their way downtown, walking fast.
Ojo el guache como le vuelvan. Ojo. Le igualaron, huevón, qué chucha.
Really big, but Ben goes in for the response with the claw. Big kills coming in from them. Still going for life advantage as they deny the space, denies the push going into that alpha site.
Beautiful break out of the spawn trap right there. Tribe was pretty content to just win this one on a TDM, but Luminosity says, let's do it the old-fashioned way. The battle over A ensues right here. Blur with a big gunfight win. SKS in hand. He doesn't realize Marshy's still in the inside of the point. How does he get the kill right there? Bolu goes big as well. The lives have been equalized. Tribe can't seem to lose a gunfight right here, and only a little bit more time needed. Bolu's got a claw ready to go. Can he
Remontó Tribe. Hijo de puta. Qué remontada le hicieron, cabrón. Nah.
My goodness. What a fight, though, coming in from Luminosity. You must commend them for that. Stopping the push coming in from top side into their spot.
Qué remontada le hicieron. Qué bien, loco. Qué muy bien jugado.
When they were capturing Alpha, that claw, Bobby, that was so good.
And a lot of that
Van para sus puntos ahí, muchachos.
1v1 gunfights that Tribe was just more confident on.
Los que votaron por Tribe, ahí está. Tribe 3-1. Va a tocar el mapa de Hard, o sea, la modalidad Hardpoint. Si gana este Hardpoint, GG's para Tribe, campeones mundiales. Le van a cantidad de killcitas allí. Diablo, Tribe, mamadísimo.
Once again, we call them Marshy things for a reason, and definitely, I mean, if you're Luminosity,
el ban es mamadísimo, eh.
You needed that game.
Yeah, you definitely did, and it looks like history definitely.
Cham robada igual que el mundial.
Took it yet again, and obviously for this squad, they're so good at raid. They have 100% win rate here in stage 4.
57,000 puntos.
Getting 100% win rate here in stage 5. My goodness, that is just absolutely crazy. Oh, here we go. Speaking of the man himself, that is going to be Vague, our top dog for today.
It's the Beef Mommy OMG moment. You gotta take it.
Oh my god.
The spawn trap set up for Tribe definitely gave them a little bit of momentum.
¿Qué? No me cara ese video.
I'm a little bit surprised.
¿Ah?
Luminosity was even
¿Cómo que subirlo?
but a beautiful purifier
¿No?
usage.
Le doy y no sale, es otro video.
Able to take the top laundry control allows them to flood in from the high ground and really allows them to distract while their objective players make that push on over to A. You can see that one player slowly but surely
lo vas a subir.
through on the top side. And, a whole lot of engagements there up above top laundry. Tribe Gaming. What a turnaround in that round alone.
Sin temor a equivocarme, dice el equipo más pecho frío de la historia de COD Noel. Nunca pudo ganar la última partida. Qué equipo más bueno para más pecho frío histórico, dice. Ay. Ay, Dios mío, que no estoy.
Just Luminosity that can actually pull numbers like that. Another team that was able to do that though as Wolves, but obviously they're going to be out of the competition. And now we're moving on into Hardpoint Hacienda, where Wolves took Tribe down 243 and 250. Pretty close. It looks like Luminosity, they need to keep it even closer.
And if you're Luminosity, if there is one map in this entire map pool that you feel confident about, it's got to be the Hacienda Hardpoint. You know that Tribe couldn't take
Qué chucha pelean, loco.
You took down Wolves on the same map mode.
Aquí en mi chat están que pelean, loco. Digo que ya ganó Argentina, no jodan. Y si creen que fue mal, publíquenlo ahí, pero no vengan a pelear acá. Háblense, putesen por interno, muchachos.
The glory of being crowned the kings of Call of Duty Mobile right here. You can see once again. Such a solid start for Tribe.
O sea, me da igual si se pelean o no, no tengo ningún problema, pero no quiero que se peleen en mi chat. En Twitch hay algo que se llama susurro, que es mensaje interno. Interno, peleense, mándense a la verga ahí como ustedes quieran, pero en mi chat no se pongan a pelear en mi chat, loco. Igual todo buena onda el Danny Phantom. Vi que te silenciaron, ya te quité el silencio, papi. Mándense a la verga por mensaje, por susurro. Ya no es mi culpa, entre ustedes bésense ahí. Sí, ya vi que te silenciaron, ya te quité el silencio, Danny Phantom. Todo buena onda con... ¡No la silencien, por favor! No me la silencien, muchachos. Todo buena onda.
They took their loss to Wolves and were like, well, is Tribe overrated? Is there an issue? What is it? But proving here in the grand finals, they are far from overrated.
¿Quién para pelear en este chat? Verga. No leo ni un testamento, pero están enviándose testamentos. El Dani no sé con quién. Están que se madrean, loco.
North America in general hasn't felt super comfortable on this, but Luminosity have definitely looked a lot more solid right now. They've got to bounce back in a big way, and obviously got to look primarily at those ARs to hold down the long lanes. Blur,
no me ganen, es broma, dice.
Gonna have a big task here.
Hey, it's a Beef Mommy OMG moment where I thought
Oye, putes lo que ustedes quieran, hay un susurro ahí.
bringing out his own claw just disseminates everyone that is
Para dictador. No quiero que baneen a nadie, loco. Nárrame el juego, es que trato de entender, pero mi inglés no es muy bueno, dice. Ah, no, solo están explicando las partidas cómo fueron y las jugadas. Son los highlights y están explicando, bueno, en este caso de Bolu. ¿A quién le iba a rey? Y no sé, hermano, no tengo preferencia por ninguno. Pero creo que más le voy a Tribe, hermano. En detalle Luminosity, por cuestión de lógica, Tribe tiene mucho más level, así que Tribe le voy.
And that shows the importance of the teamwork for this Tribe roster. Most of the gunfights.
Bien sabe inglés, tienes que tener ese, pero tú sabes ahí lo bueno de la Champs. El inglés es lo básico en partida.
And especially if you're just trying to take one player off guard, that's going to get you not even a 1-for-1. You're just going to take the kill off the trade and not even give them an opportunity to bounce back. So right now, we're getting ready to hop into the Hacienda Hardpoint. It is do or die for Luminosity. One thing to keep in mind, they got reverse swept in stage 3. Can they now pull off the reverse sweep here up against Tribe?
My goodness, I'm so excited for this, man. This is the best situation for Luminosity, having beautiful 2 wins up against Skate and Wolves here in a pretty convincing fashion. And for Tribe, they lost this one. That's going to be really big for them. And that confidence needs to be picked up by Luminosity right now as we start things off. So far, 7 points for Tribe as they're both clearing out all the power positions here in 2F.
A lot of kills go through for Tribe. Haven't been able to lock in a ton of that hard point control though. His band floods through the bottom side. He wins a crucial gunfight there, and just like that, Luminosity should be soaking up the time. Obviously, they're going to be looking to flip these spawns as well. Rotation to P2 going to be crucial, and band right there going to slide on through. Not going to hear the Bolu footsteps behind him, and just like that, Tribe back into the hard point.
Back into the hard point, getting and soaking up those points, but with 11 seconds left on the clock, rotation needs to pull through. They're early. 2 players already in there through driveway. Only greeted by 1 player from Luminosity, and Solo needs to be quiet. Jet spots him out. That's going to be really big kills for them to go in for the hold. And it's not just that. They're trying to go in there for that tile solo hold as well.
Well, right now, pretty even heading on into P2. Obviously, the early rotations going the way of Tribe, but there's 3 players flooding through. Only 1 player left to deal with, and just like that, Luminosity's got the control just like they want. Players coming up from driveway solo, holding down the short angle right now. A little bit of a split spawn, but looks like it's only going to be 1 player on the backside. No, all of a sudden, every Tribe player spawning back toward P1. And that puts the Luminosity players in a rough spot. Ban doing everything he can. He takes down 3. He's got a Hunter Killer ready to go and single-handedly holds the line. Hunter Killer's gonna go out right there. Reinforcements on the way in. Just able to avoid those shots, and somehow he is still alive. Finally taken down. But Envy's there for the trade, and the bulk of the hard point time going to Luminosity.
Props to you, Bad. My goodness, he held that so well. And he was surrounded by Tribe players from everywhere. Literally left and right. From Rock, from Driveway. Jez actually went in from Rock, trying to go in there for the pinch. And 2 players from Tribe actually spawned right behind them. I thought, okay, this is it. They're going in there for the break, but Ban just did so well at stopping it. And right now we're going in for the next hard point where Tribe's already going to be there very early on.
Vague is going to be able to get the afterburn on the Purifier kill. Right now it is Luminosity in control of the hard point. The early rotations paying off. They've got control of the spawns as well. The Hunter Killer goes through for Tectonic. And it's actually going to be a stun kill for Tectonic onto Blur as well. But Luminosity maintains control right here. They're maintaining the high ground as well. And right now, no real avenue for Tribe to break their way on in outside of outgun everybody. And that's what Bolu's going to do. Luminosity still in control with those spawns going their way. Marshy doing everything he can to find some scrap time. But right now, priority number 1 is that foot race on over to P4. And who else but Luminosity already there?
Tribe, though. They're running.
El pendejo. El pendejo.
But then Solo with a head, he definitely wins those gunfights. And the rest of this team, Luminosity, goes in there for that rotation as well. And now for Tribe, they're going to have to catch up. And it's going to be a long time. But with Jez having that claw down can definitely help his team. But Envy, yet again, getting those big kills. Not only having in their early rotation, but also winning the gunfights inside.
Marshy is struggling right now. Only 3 kills on the board. We have not seen a game like this out of him so far this tournament. And right now, Luminosity continues to stack time. Jez doing everything he can to play those headies, but Luminosity's hold is just too strong. The closer spawns as well, gonna pay off.
El pendejo.
Finally able to find 2. But once again, Tribe pushing for scraps. They're gonna fully invest right here. Luminosity said, you know what? We'll just take a couple of kills. Solo's got full strings to work with right now.
El pendejo.
Tribe not even going to be able to pick up the scrap time on this one either. They've got no top side control over here for P1, and they are just absolutely scrambling to find some hard point time.
El pendejo. El pendejo.
It's so open.
Sigo utilizando el micro de la cámara, no, es una mierda, así que no sé qué pasó con el micrófono, mamó. No me quiere reconocer el micrófono.
El pendejo. El pendejo.
Se escucha todo culero, ¿no? ¿Ya se escucha? Ok, gracias. Valió ver el micro, no sé, no veo qué reconocer. Para que tiene mejor audio. ¡Aló! ¡Cámara de mierda! No importa, ahí humildemente, gente. Se escucha decente, ok, gracias. Me sale dispositivo no reconocido, me sale el micrófono. El micrófono tiene como 2 años conmigo, creo. No lo sé. No. Patrocinio de micro, gracias. Es que este micrófono no vale la concha de tu. Vamos al micrófono ya. No, pero creo que es el cable en la entrada de la PC. Sí, pero ¿qué estoy viendo? Los Luminosity ganando de la Tribe. ¡Aló!
restarted this round. And now for Tribe, you had a really good play a while ago.
Sugar, que te compre micro, sí, mi loco. Pero aquí todo en Ecuador, todo es carísimo aquí. Este patrocina micro, jale. No se reconoció el dispositivo USB. Intento voy a conectar, voy a tratar de conectarlo en otro puerto, a ver qué tal.
He and Jez, the only players positive right now. Bolu trying to soak up as much hardpoint time as he can with Marshy, but Luminosity have not made it easy. They say, never mind, we're going to go ahead, opt to rotate early on this one and see if they can get a close to full 60 of their own. That nade, not quite able to connect. Trophy system is there. And now Tectonic on this wide angle, a big task to mow down the Luminosity players in his path.
Man, Tech was a really good shot. He actually went in there early into the rotation, but couldn't really sustain it because two players actually spawned right behind him from Luminosity. Just unfortunate timing right there. And actually both teams went in there for the early rotate, and it kind of like the same situation also happened to Luminosity where Tech spawned right behind them. But as Call of Duty has it, two players from Luminosity also spawned right behind them as well. That also gave Luminosity such a solid hold here, and the trip looking like it's actually spawning into their favor.
Ahí sí ya.
Bolu's going to be able to earn a Pred missile. Big value for Tribe as they slowly creep back.
El micro tienes que quiere que te quedes en trobo, dice. No, gracias. Ok, sí, sí, sí. Ojito Luminosity que quiere ese Kumba, muchachos. Ahora sí, ok. 4K HD.
What a beam out of Bolu right there. Big early gunfight. Blur gets a little bit of information. He's going to opt to back up right here. And now waiting for somebody to hop to that outer angle. Bolu says, hey, let me push through a pre-fire of a Craig. Maybe not the best idea. He does get taken down. Driving the inside of the hard point, but a nice little flank out of Envy. That's a two-piece. Make it a three-piece, and just like that, he's on full streaks.
Oh, there you go. Information given as well. Doesn't really quite get any.
Luminosity God, puede ser.
Is still key. Three players rushing through from Tribe, going in from the backside, but then Solo's gonna be.
Me están separando los de Tribe. 38 kills, ya 38. Nadie ya 38. Estaba dando los escuch. Qué grande, usando mi chat para chat de ellos.
That's about as good of a hill as you can ask for if you're Luminosity, and they find themselves now in an 80-point lead. It was do or die. They will opt to do for a little bit longer right here, assuming they can close this one out. Tribe starting to build momentum. Once again, Luminosity just got to play fundamentally sound.
Tectonic 42. ¡Ay, verga! Sí, cierto. 42-43. No me había percatado. Diablos. Hay que robar a esa clase de la Kilo, ¿no? De ley. De ley, esa Kilo no conozco cómo está reventando.
It's not over for Tribe yet.
Not over Tribe. Bolu could be getting some shots. Information finally given to him, and now for Solo. Goes in there for the hold. Vague goes down. Almost gets that kill off of Solo. That would have been really big, but obviously it just smokes all over the place. Such good util usage coming in from Luminosity. Something that we really didn't get to see a while ago. It finally pops out now. 18 seconds left on the hard point.
Go LG, dice el chuzo. Vamos a ver qué tal. Está peleado todo aquí.
Early rotation once again. Tribe is there. That is the same case last time around and weren't able to soak up much of the time. Once again, gotta be frustrating for Tectonic. He's on 49 right now. He's got a claw ready to go. Actually, 5 operators ready to go, and Tribe is fully ready to just steamroll their way to 80 points straight to see if they can get to 250. But a big chunk of kills once again come through for Luminosity. They're doing best to break this one. Only 14 seconds needed. Tribe pre-firing away. Claw gonna go through for Tech. He's now up to 50. And they
tienen que hacer comeback, huevón. Tienen que hacer comeback.
Continue to move upward.
This is where the points go down. Tribe though, still soaking up majority of the points. The comeback.
Ojito, pero Tribe domina este punto. Parece que entra Luminosity. Entró Luminosity. ¡Ya!
Really big grab vortex kills. Tectonic
Tectonic 53 kills, aló. Entra, gordo Tony, entra. Uf. Ahora corran al next, al next.
And now the rotation pulls through as they can't finish the game in this hard point.
Oh, LG's
Ojo, se spawn trap. Opa, se spawn trap.
Tribe continues to pick up the kills. They've got players rotated out early. Vague doing his
Uy, le stun como rompe huevos, ¿no?
Pushing through. They can't seem to find him. They can't connect on the gunfights. They're there to contest for right now. A big gunfight.
4, 3, 2, 1. GG's para Luminosity Gaming, señores. Quieren hacer ese comeback, no se van a rendir para nada. Es la final, así es. Clase veces que eso es lo que sí, creo que yo la tengo. O sea, la misma que tengo yo. Se me fue internet, sacó de partida. Que están rankeando, Gabo. El Tectonic 58, loco. Anuncio no puede ser. Recuerden que los anuncios, imaginen que son donaciones gratuitas.
Oh my gosh, I mean,
Tectonic, vean esa cantidad de bajas, huevón.
59 and 28, but it just wasn't quite enough.
A una kill de las 60, qué chucha. A ver esa apuesta, papá, que esto va a doler mucho. Amigo, 82.000 puntos contra 4.000. GG's, Limosina Gaming. Esta me acaba de doler. Ah, la verga, 91.000 puntos para Ana. Y otros 11. A ver cuánto ganaron, cuántos puntos ganaron. Gané 4K.
Tectonic had 59 kills, but with the 29 that he has, probably
Hola,
really
Joffrey.
hard, 'cause he's doing so
Le aposté todo atrás y no me joda. 15K. A ver, Ana, tú. Yo perdí 12K, qué chucho. Perdí 8K, no. ¿Cuánto ganaste, Ana? Te dejas con la intriga. 50K te dieron, ¿qué dices? 25K. Perdí 19K, excelente Tribe. Como que no escucho. Ay, ay, ay. Mío mío. Ganar Argentina sí es GG para los guachos. Oye, estoy un poquito lejos, ¿no? Ahí está, regresé. Ondongo. Estaba almorzando, yo siempre le he puesto LGBT. Perdí 11K, Dios. Para los que votaron por Drive.
El pendejo.
Gracias a todos, gente, los que están por aquí en el stream. Muchísimas gracias por estar viéndome a mí junto a una repetición tan... Bueno, junto a un stream tan grande. Y una importante... Y una final muy importante, pero me trabé, me dio hipo. Agradecer a todos los que andan por las diferentes plataformas, a las personas que han dado sus bits también, muchísimas gracias. Y agradecer a todos porque llegamos a la meta de las 100 subs aquí en Twitch ya. 100 subs, es una locura, hermano, no esperaba que en 3 semanas llegamos a 100 subs, gente. Así que muchísimas gracias a todos los que han aportado con las donaciones. Analiz por las 30 subs, si es que no me equivoco, 30 o 20 más o menos.
For Luminosity, this is the time to redeem themselves from their game a while ago up against INCO because they had such a great lead, but unfortunately dropped it at the very end. And now for Tribe, it's just gonna show.
Quiero dar recompensas de verlo en la página por verte a ti, Príncipe. Mi peruano favorito, gracias. Sí, INCO tercero. Ahora, ¿quién apostaré? Mucho ojo porque toca Search and Destroy.
Oh, apparently in stage 4, Tribe 1 standoff on S&D
¿Cuántas partidas estamos para conocer al campeón? Tribe tiene que ganar una partida más. Si gana esta Search and Destroy, GG para Tribe, ganó campeón del mundo. Si gana esta partida INCO, perdón, es que sigo con INCO. Si gana esta partida LUMINOSITY Gaming, irían 3-3 y se desempataría todo en el modo control.
And really, everything goes out the window at this point. There's $700,000 on the line for first place.
¿A quién le doy sub? Escoges tú. A ver. ¿A quién escogimos ahí? Obviamente va a haber preferencia para la gente que es activa, porque están aquí apoyando demasiado los streams. Déjame ver. A ver, Roger la tiene claramente.
Honestly, I'm trying to look at it. It's just slightly different. Like the order of it is slightly different.
A mí, Mahoney, tú tienes Prime. Los que tienen Prime se pueden suscribir de manera gratuita, gente, a Twitch.
Yeah, exactly. Control, raid will always be chosen by tribes.
¿Viste la historia de Lucasin? Sí, gracias a todos, obrigado, pues. Siempre estoy, hijo de puta, ese es el B4, Norman Black. Okay, al Skrillex podría ser. Le he visto. ¿Skrillex o Jordi? También al Sombra visto activo.
All the glory, that's what's on the line right now, along with a whole lot of cash.
Una sub. Que le den su mami. Tú ni estás acá, mamá huevo. También el señor Ego. Y no sé, principalmente a la gente que está. Se la dio Jordi. Bueno, felicidades, papi Jordi. Y gracias por esa sub, Gabo, muchísimas gracias. No sé si tu nombre se pronuncia Gabo. Corrígeme, por favor, si es que estoy mal o estoy bien. Pero gracias por la sub para el Jordi. Muchísimas gracias. No, mod, sub. Los moderadores en Twitch hay un límite de mods. Así como un límite de VIP. Se pronuncia. ¿Qué? ¿Cómo va a pronunciar eso? Huevo. Gabo, le digo yo, ¿no? Voy a creer que la V es una A invertida. ¿Cachas, no? El A, G-A-V-O. Pero ya está invertida, ¿no? G-A invertida, V-O. No sé. Hace rato Gabo gay, ahora Gabo got. Ya estuvo que no me diste mod. No voy a dar mod a nadie hasta enero. En enero vamos a tomar en cuenta a las personas porque ya no haremos restreaming en ninguna plataforma. Solamente serán aquí en Twitch y posiblemente en TikTok. Por el tema del partner de Twitch. Que parece que lo vamos a conseguir ya. Parece, ya cumplí los requisitos. Pero hay que esperar que nos que nos las den, ¿no? Una cosa es completar, otra cosa es que nos den, porque hay posibilidades de que no tengamos el partner por esto. Chequen esto acá, oye, no se ve ahí, ¿no? Ahí está. El camino del partner, ya enviamos lo que es la solicitud. Y aquí te dice revisión completada, consulta tu correo electrónico. Hijo de puta, no puedo bajar. No me deja bajar, qué chucha. Consulta tu correo electrónico para ver el resultado de tu solicitud. Si necesitas realizar una solicitud, prueba el 26 de diciembre. Así que vamos a esperar a ver qué tal. Ojalá que sí. Ojalá que sí. En una línea el caster solo me decía huevo, dice. Suena más estéril. Hubo. Ok, más estéril. Hubo. Ya conseguimos los 20 VIPs, ahora sí. Había una meta que decía, consigue que 200 personas participen en el chat. Ayer como llegamos a 300 viewers y muchos participaron por el sorteo, conseguimos, así que tenemos emblemas VIP para 20 personas nomás. El Gubo para que suene más aesthetic o estéril, y Gabo para los amigos. Latinoamérica ya perdió, sí. Yo quiero ir pesico desde Vigo, desde Trovo, weón. Oye, ¿tú ya no terminas Afro o sí? ¿Ya 0 streams ya? Rápido, organización comprada, tan y se demoran los mecos, dice. Gabo mayor que Gubo. Ya me lo lloraba cuando Messi levantó la copa y eso que le iba a Francia, dice. ¡Ojito para Lossi! Gracias por la sub, Annalise. Muchísimas gracias. 104 suscriptores. Obviamente, para la gente que está aportando con subs, se les va a dar también su aporte allí. Y para la comunidad que es bastante activa. Desabrí un streameo, mi sense dañó. Chucha, ya nada, ni pese nada, lo que mal. Escoge otro para regalar, chucha, es que me la pone jodida ahí, Yo opino que la des tú ahí. Después me funan. Ya no quiero nada tuyo, Guara. ¿Cómo que nada mío? Trey después de esto debe ver qué hace con Bolo y Marchi. Y Jess le ha quedado grande a la Champs. Ha quedado de ver Tectonic Strike. Literal, Tectonic ha metido un carro tremendo. Igual Marchi, sí, Marchi le falta bastante, Yo soy de Warese, dice. Hazla quien quiera, sí, para que no me funen. ¿Que sea el favoritismo? No quiero que me funen. Carra Guara en Warese. Ni jugaste ayer, care verga. Por cierto, el Norman Black también está registrado para jugar hoy día contra tu equipo. O sea, en resumen, B4, el que aportó una sub, no Annalise, el anterior, Gabo. Ojo ese post. El Gabo es el que nos vamos a enfrentar el día de hoy a las 7. Ayer jugamos los partidos y ganamos por suerte los dos. Y ahí tocó un partido bueno. Ojo, sub para quién? Oh, para Ninky. Para Gochi, gracias. Oh. Ojo el Banet. El Banet no deja la toxicidad, papá. Ahí la predict. Voy. Por lo que tengo entendido, le cambió solamente el acechador MIP, nada más. Acechador MIP por el granulado. Igual preguntaré si es que ha cambiado alguna cosita de más. Blur, Search and Destroy. Ahí está la predilla. Tienen un minuto para votar. Haz una pregunta y el primero que te responda se la doy. A ver, esta pregunta me hizo pensar a Estariana. El primero que diga cómo se llama mi gata, le das una sub. A ver si están atentos a los streams. Ahí se ve quién está en los streams. Vamos a ver quién comenta en el chat primero. El nombre de mi gata. Ana Katy. Yo le he mostrado varias veces y he dicho el nombre. Michu, gata, no. Guarita. Yo no sé por qué llaman Katy. No sé por qué dicen Katy. Están enfocando Katy. No, Kimberly, no. Si nadie adivina, daré una pista, ¿no? La primera letra. No, digo, si nadie adivina, pues. Siempre dices reina. Sí, pero sí he dicho el nombre de string. Es más, ayer lo dije, ¿sí no? Ayer lo dije y Grande me dijo, no lo digas porque para regalar una sub, pero el primero que sepa el nombre de... Ya se lo digo, con puto. De la gata. No dije nada. Lucasina dice. El E4. Micaela. Luna. Ok, un minuto, una ronda más en esta ronda. Si no la daré la primera letra con la cual inicie. El primero que diga se lo das. No, qué malos viewers. ¿Cómo que no? Ayer lo dije. Sí, yo es verdad que le doy cariño a mi gorda, mi amor, mi reina, mi preciosa, pero he dicho el nombre. También en el Instagram, en las historias a veces la subo con los nombrecitos. Kiara, Shimo. Así le digo gordita de cariño, mi gordita. Una gordita. No, nada que ver con K. Venga, mi amor, que nadie sabe cómo se llama. Nadie sabe cómo se llama. Esta gente no la quiere. Esta gente no la quiere.
69 chicos. Esos son sus seguidores, Guara.
Mi amor, no lo quieren acá. No lo quieren aquí en el stream. No se acuerdan de usted.
Scrappy end for Luminosity. Yes, they were being traded out pretty fairly, and that's what you expect actually from Tribe, knowing very well that they can
Ok, ya pasó la ronda. Es que nadie va a llevarse, pues.
Nadie se lo lleva. Still not a lot of points to play with in the smokes. Gonna be blocking out the sidelines. That's gonna be really big for Tribe. Not having to worry about the snipes of Washi.
A lot of utility going out for both sides. Tribe knows that LG likes this aggressive push.
Es gata. La pista es gata, es mujer. Pero iba a decir el nombre con la primera letra, pero Ariana me dice que no. Mi amor, no la quieren en mi chat.
And right now the bomb actually making its way through Grandma's trophy system, gonna get taken down by Jez. Marshy continues to hop to try to find information.
En WhatsApp lo subo a cada rato.
Right there, but there's two Luminosity players to deal with. He doesn't want
no, eso es más fácil. Tiran el lata, lo loco. Digo con letra entonces. Ok, la letra es con la letra, bueno, inicia con la letra J. Y lo entiendo rapidito ya. Pero el primero que comienza. Ya, Yuji. Dásela a Yuji la sub. Ese Yuji envergiza, qué chucha. Yuji. Yuji lo dijo. Julieta. Por la música. La Julieta baila sexy con una mano en la nena. Y salió el sur. Joffre dice ya tiene sub. Verás si se la da otra vez. Si se la das la resub para 2 meses. Porque al final fue una pregunta y el primero que la dijo. A no ser que no se la quieras dar por ser el... No, pues revisarlo en Steam de ayer que fue de 13 horas, no jodas. No iba a revisar eso. En esta no hay info, dice. Ah, verdad, en el Instagram de Ariana sí tiene destacado de... Tiene hasta el nombre, creo. Mi gorda, mi Julieta, algo así le tiene, creo. Chucha, dije Juli, sí, pero lo primero que fue Yuji. A no ser que Yuji ya tenga sub y diga, oye, quiero dar la sub a esta tal persona.
Again, closing the gap even more as well. 2 and 3. That was a really good push coming in from Tribe.
From the facial expression we saw in Washi, he definitely thought that should have been a kill shot, but
Y decida Guara, ¿qué dijo Yuji? No, si gana Tribe este Search and Destroy y GG's.
He can find an early first blood, and Marshy getting aggressive right here, throwing shoulders. Nobody gonna push through yet. Envy says I'll get the kill and the body shots.
¿Qué dijo Yuji? No lo vi, loco.
And wall shots out of Envy. He's actually going to be able to get information right there.
Dale la sub otro gay, dice. Chucha. Ah, que se la demos a otro. Verga, otra pregunta. Es que no sé quién fue el segundo. Deja ver quién fue el segundo, va. Kiara. Mishi, no. Voy a buscar aquí quién fue el segundo. Puta madre, pero es que no me deja subir. Vean, ¿por qué no me deja subir el chat de esta huevada? Ah, a Memphis se la da. Ok, si se la da a Memphis, pues perfecto entonces. Listo, se la queda a Memphis entonces. 1v1, a puñito, ¿qué hace? Ojito, 4-2. Oye, Memphis, pero tú tienes Prime. Gente, los que tengan Prime se pueden suscribir gratis a Twitch, loco, por un mes.
That is really essential and something that we haven't seen in this Luminosity squad in their previous S&D, where they were just kind of nervous at the very end, and now looking like they're primed in position. But 2 and 4, we saw it already before. The lead already.
Que lo cuente fue el segundo, dice. No, pues yo elige qué hace.
That doesn't matter for them, even though they're down so much, they can definitely go and recover. A little bit more of a.
Ah, que si han, claro, si han usado el Prime para otro canal, pues ya de ley. Prime de la prueba gratis, qué chuch. Esta ya es la final, gente, final. Entre Tribe e INCO, ¿quién ganó? Ganó Tribe, hermanitos. 3-0.
Question is, when do they want to make the push? And Tech might have the read for this. If he can get the timing, Ban's going to get spotted out. That first blood, absolutely crucial to slow down the push of Luminosity. And now the blood pressure starts to rise just a bit.
And now you're going to be down to Luminosity, but it's going to be evened up. Bolu spots one, but it gets turned on still.
Hola Parker, hermano, ¿cómo estás?
Still big. Blur in a 1v2 situation spots one, gets in. Marshy saves
3-4.
3 and 4. And there you go, like what I said in the beginning of this round.
¿A quién le vas? Sinceramente no tengo una preferencia, así que voy por tema lógico. Tribe está dominando mucho más. Pero ojo que la puede ser remontada de Luminosity. Recordemos que mitad de equipo de Luminosity es ex jugadores de Tribe.
Able to get the kill, but not able to get the round. And right now, Luminosity, a little bit of a different approach. They send a couple players up by A.
Si termina la champ, ¿vas a seguir o vas a cortar? No lo sé, depende de que la termine. Sub 106. Gracias, Gabo, gracias. Para Memphis, thank you, papá.
He is such a cheeky boy.
No sé si termine o...
How surrounded he is. That's
algo, no sé. Como ganó Argentina, pues bueno, mi compadre estaban, creo que querían hacer algo, pero no sé si van a hacer algo los chicos. Verga, un wallbang.
Oh my gosh, I wish we saw that from his perspective.
Oh, I hope we can get a playback for that after the round, but Blur, it just... The IQ could not have been any better right there. They do lose Ban in the process, but what that does is forces Tribe back, makes them waste a lot of time, and now you got 3 offensive players holding hands with no real information on where
Tribe 1 versus Tribe 1.1
is. You get 1 player pushed into Grandma's, 1 on the B site, and now Tribe's only option is to really force an A plant right here. Envy should have seen Vague right there, but he doesn't. And there's no trades to be found, so just like that, we're down to a 3v3.
Oh, no trouble ensuing for Solo, though, as 1 player is going to be right behind him. But it's a good thing that the crossfire ensues. Blur going in for the backup. Possibility for another kill right there. Vague goes
Guache con escopeta.
Oh my gosh. It's just going to be Jez with
contra
the
uno.
Spots
Ojo.
1. Oh my gosh.
Uy, casito, huevón.
Another Solo.
Switchblade.
Oh, we're going in for another replay of what actually just happened there. Oh, this is what...
Mira, mira.
Oh, that is a nasty
doble wallbang.
Blur.
Ay, casito el doble wallbang, loco de Blur.
Got tacky as well. Read that positioning like a book. And with that ending, with so few players, once again,
así es, Ángel. Si Tribe gana este Search and Destroy, GG's. Y si Luminosity gana, pues van otro repechaje más que sería en control.
They gotta be feeling good right now, but the biggest issue for them has been closing out games. They weren't able to do it in the controller, the search and destroy.
Checa Watts.
An opportunity right now. They've got to continue, and they're gonna give up the A plant for free. Immediately retreat.
Ah, sí. Voy a andar fuera y va a andar machoneando. Ya te vi. Vas de farrita,
And a huge first blood for Solo.
That is a huge gunfight. He went in there so aggressively. Gets 1 more. Turns around. Possibility for another, but no, gets shut down by Bolu. Really good responses from both of these teams so far, but Marshy with that double is doing a good job. But Blur brings it down to a 1v1 situation.
1 contra 1, mucho ojo.
It's planted for him.
Bolu contra Blur.
No, it's not. He needs to go in.
Y van, hermano, gracias por ese raid.
Blur goes in for the attack, and then he doesn't have any more time.
Ay, pero el tiempo no le dio, huevón.
But well played for Blur.
Qué buen timing, loco.
Man, I honestly, with the positioning he had right there, I almost want to say he should have started.
Oigan, ¿por qué no aparecen en pantalla cuando alguien me hace raid? No sé por qué.
But he was zigzagging a little bit right there. It looked feasible. I'm not sure how much time was remaining on the defuse right there. But a big
se puede jugar con el tiempo, loco, qué bien jugado.
Right here in Solo going full aggro on the mid push. It pays off big time. He gets 1 kill immediately away with his life and the turn on to Jez.
Solo una doble.
For him there as well. He's doing it all for his squad, and Tribe in shambles off the start of the round.
Están configuradas, pero tienen retraso mental, no sé por qué.
He didn't hear the slide, and now Bad gets the free kill. A 1v4 situation, but it's a good thing that Bolu gets the...
¿Al cual de le vas? Y a cualquiera, hermano. Yo tengo una preferencia entre ambos. Pero por... creo que favoritismo le voy a Tribe, hermano.
Are going to bunch up together, sealing the deal here. through for one more round win for them to bring this into a game number 7.
Solo has been steamrolling this Tribe team. 14 kills on the board, but big contributions out of every single one of these players. Clutch plays left and right. And surprisingly enough, the only player
Solo con un triple ojito, dice. Al menos esta final no es arreglada como la del mundial, dice. Cali. No me voy a acordar que perdió en Game, loco.
Normal rhythm on the offensive pushes. In all the different looks that we've seen out of Luminosity have caught Tribe off guard. I didn't think you could wallbang that anymore, but maybe you can. Washi looking to connect on the push into the A bomb site. They've been fine to give away this free A plant every time, and quite a few times the retake has worked. You got one player on the flank once again. That's going to be Ban per usual. Vague taking shots. He's going to be forced to regen. Ban gets the information. He's looking to get traded, but I don't know from where.
Yes, Iván, caen de ambos. Cae Marcia en manos de Blur.
We're all looking at the same direction, and that just gave Luminosity entrance, a free entrance. That's what Ban did. Just distract the competition, and there you go. It's gonna be a 1v2 situation. Still very
1 contra 2.
7 seconds, but obviously there's gonna be a defuse.
¡Ey! ¿Qué pasó? Ay, pero le hizo defuse. GG's, huevón, van al repechaje final. 3-3, el Banet, siempre. Siempre el Banet cada vez que va una ronda.
Luminosity. Oh my goodness. They looked a little bit sleepy at the start of the day, but they have awoken the beast. Tribe Gaming has in Solo flying across the map. Big performance out of him.
Ok, esos puntos guapos, a ver quiénes van, esos puntitos. Oigan, 30.000, 50.000 puntos para LG, GG's. 50k de puntos, se hicieron ricos algunos por allí. Loser bracket, no, este es winner bracket. Es final de las finales, es final, ya está. El que gana esta partida de modo control se la lleva. Y Solo, hermano, es un huevo jugando. 15 bajas en el Search and Destroy. Qué fucking locura. El que hace el gol gana, ya. A ustedes.
El pendejo.
Shockingly little amount of sniper appearance in this one. It was all about the SMGs, and Solo was just flying everywhere that he could. Envy making some big plays, Blur with some crucial wall bangs. In all those positions, the ones that you don't typically see in the setups on this map, I think especially the defense
Vamos, Diablo Huma. Gringos, campeones del mundo. Ya los Humas gringos es Tribe. De ley. Tenemos a Indigo, al Joffrey, al Dogor. Y el Blur, tremendo. Ese tiene que ser el Unique, lo que el Blur. Final del Mundial, el fútbol, final de la Champs League Mobile. Se acabó la mentira de Lucasin. Bueno, Lucasin o Tectonic, uno de los tiene que quedar como MVP de la Champs. Para mí más Lucasin que Tectonic, loco. Lucasin, creo que si muestran stats de todas las partidas en general, en casi ninguna partida vimos negativo a Lucasin, hermano. Y es que no me equivoco, ninguna. Claro. La última que pasó del Hardpoint contra Tribe sí fue una culeada tremenda que les dieron. Pero el resto contra Luminosity, GG's. El Banet. Normal.
Luminosity feeling some mojo heading into map 7.
Well played by Bolu though. He couldn't really stick that kill to stop the plan even though that Luminosity had the numbers advantage. That's really good.
Ajá, hasta ahora Lucasin, antes de prender stream, mostraron el MVP de la partida, o sea, de la Champs hasta ahora, y era Lucasin con un KD de 1.90 y algo. Casi 2K. O sea, casi 2 de KD, perdón.
really tight corners and you're going up against a solo that's absolutely guns a-blazing with that R9.
Van 3-2, van 3-3 si es que no me equivoco.
I'm curious to see if that gets pulled out.
Ronda gana.
I forgot that he was a player that had been doing that. To be honest, he hasn't super popped off with it whenever we've seen it, but there were times.
Estoy hasta el huevo de los correos que me llegan. Hola, ¿estás interesado por promociones pagadas para tu página de Facebook? Te vamos a pagar por semana $7,000. Si estás interesado, por favor, comuníquese conmigo. Qué grande, qué grande. Se recontra en el pingo. Yes, Unique. Bolu Índigo, sí. Big Dogor. Tectonic B4. Marcia Ansioso. Diablo, Zetana, eso es pura. Es puro robo de página. Sí, ¿quién me va a dar $7,000 por publicidad en página? Imposible. Es puro robo eso ahí. Te leo porque hace años me pasó esa misma huevada. Yo era inocente en las redes ahí, pues y me mamaron una página que tenía. La ambición. Pero era un peladito, así es que ya. Ahora aprendí ya. Gana $7,000 mientras. Si ganara $7,000, ¿crees que estuviera en Ecuador? ¿Crees que tuviera esta cámara? ¿Crees que tuviera este micrófono pitero que se activa cada rato? Estos sobres, calidad-precio. Este fondo. Para mostrarte el nivel de LATAM. Un ventilador y una gata. Bueno, la gata nada que ver, pero un ventilador. Mi nivel de LATAM, ahí está. Mi nivel Latinoamérica. Un calor de mierda diario. Yo robaba Facebook. Así, me mandaba links y me dan las contraseñas. Bueno, Vané me va a formar, por favor, el sex. Me acaban de dar correo en este momento. ¿Tendría la misma novia? Y no sé, pues depende. Puede que no esté aquí en Ecuador. Ahí no le haya conocido a Ariana, tal vez.
Crestedrop-X10. ¿Por qué ahora Tribe no tiene que ganar 2 veces para salir campeón? Venía de loser brackets.
Porque le cambiaron el sistema de eliminación. Antes era el normal, bueno, es muy similar. Solo que ahora se llama eliminación rusa. El que hace 2 wins al equipo pasa a la siguiente fase. Sencillito. Vamos a hacer la predicción. Y si estás en loser brackets y quieres ganar, ¿no? Antes se tenía que ganar 2 veces, ¿no? Digamos, eran partidas BO5, BO7. Tenías que ganarle 2 veces a ese equipo. Pero ahora solamente el partido que pasó invicto tiene un mapa de ventaja. Nada más. Bueno, gente, final de las finales. ¡Vamos allá! ¡Vamos, huevos! Hagan su predicción.
Hijos X10. La verdadera
Puesten.
final. Tribe versus Warse, cabeza explotando, cabeza explotando.
Ahí está, apuesten, apuesten, apuesten. Vamos, LGTVSA. Y vamos, Tribe Gaming. Ojito con LG. Vengo del raid. Gracias, papá Gabo, por el raid. Thank you.
I'm not sure if that actually counts toward the lives. I never really checked on that one, but right here, Blur doing everything he can to defend, or rather push through on that B side. Not a usual spot for the SKS, not a usual map for the SKS, but the A zone completely captured right here. And now on to the tough side, Tectonic maneuvering that top side, put the kilo away, he's pulling out the
hasta miedo da pushar cuando todos tienen dominado top, loco. Pero ojo, saben que tienen dominado top, van por debajo ahora, no se la juegan.
That's going to be really crucial for him. Spots one. Big doesn't really quite get the trade though. 16-16, even things out. Tribe is so good at doing this, at slowing things down to control. Not letting it, you know, steamroll out of control here. No, Luminosity, just as they had the lead, obviously it's going to be very hard to do that because they have to worry about that OBJ. And now for Tribe, they're doing so well, but Solo getting that big double.
Solo con la escopeta, ojo.
Almost getting the fourth, but Jez shuts him down.
12-11, papuchos.
Right now, Luminosity, you got time to work with. You don't have to rush things. Obviously, you want to get that objective captured, but you also don't want to let Tribe play a TDM against you where you're going to be at a
Le copiaron el formato de la mundial de Dota.
way long range to be using
No sé, solo sé que se llama eliminación rusa.
back and no kills go through for them. Tribe looking solid in the top side, but Ban's got the counter. High ground control going the way of Luminosity. Luminosity right here. They're set up in a really good position. Question is, will they have the lives? They're throwing a lot away. Why are you pushing through? They're giving them for free, and just like that, a 5-life lead for Tribe Gaming. Only 2 players left to clutch up 2 ticks of objective. And a big task for Band is he's not able
Okay,
to
Tribe primera ronda, GG's.
Tribe takes round 1.
Good adjustment coming from Tribe, very much like them to do so. And even though they were down by just, I think, 6 lives in the mid-game, able to slow things down a notch, and where Luminosity seemed like they were getting a little bit impatient, not playing the time that they had. They had 55 seconds left to get those picks.
Yep, we said their aggression might be the death of them. Solo's gonna push through right here, able to find the first with the R9, does get traded out the Purifier.
Actívate, manito, que juega War 6. Voy a agregar eso a los puntos, sí, a los puntos del canal. La del ansioso.
Gotta pay attention to the operators as well. Vague pushing through with his Purifier. Does get traded out right there. Luminosity still having the edge. Likely looking to snowball as much as they can. Didn't opt to use any of their operators at the end of
No, sí, hoy sí toca jugar el torneo, loco.
Y
que les dije.
Playing it pretty dang well. Jez gonna drop right there, and now the life lead starting to build a little bit.
No, ya sí. Estamos con el Spin, con el Ansioso, con el Michi. ¿Qué más? Mi persona y B4 de refuerzo. Luminosity está culeando un poquito esta ronda, ¿no? Lure se cambió a la kill, ojito. Ah.
One player gonna get taken down. Marshy's got some streaks to work with.
No, que porfa, no, weón, si me van a pisar ustedes, loco. 2 chances con ustedes, no pudimos ganarle, marica. Ahora la única diferencia es que hay 2 nuevos, nada más. Para el resto, culiadísima. El que mío le tengo hacia el QQL y a Rose. Fuck.
Those could pay dividends, as it does look like Blur has an EMP system, if I'm looking at that correctly. It's actually going to be a,
sí, de King. Por suerte tocaron 2 brackets easy de inicio. Pero el equipo de Mateo es el que me preocupa. El resto, no, la verdad es que no sé quiénes sean. Aunque vi por ahí que estaba en un equipo Impolite, así que mucho ojo, que ese man también juega bien. Impolite, creo que el Gerard Duty. Ayer jugamos screen contra el Gerard y ganamos ganamos 2 de 2. Perdimos 2 y ganamos 2. Hay 2 Ross. El es el Roses se llama. Creo que era ese.
We know Jez is going to be able to push in the top side and equalize. Just like that, Tribe looking to start popping those operators. Purifier comes out. Marshy in the top side. He knows that he's got a teammate in front of him to clear the way. So he's going to be able to make his way down below, and just like that,
Mateo, un gusto haber estado en mi canal. Un gustazo, papi.
Fred in hand. That's going to be really big once the beat
Listo, ¿qué más?
is actually going to happen. But Bolu shredding out with the
Ah, el Ross es el Ross Kit, tal vez.
Really early on, stopping the push. Again, a lot of the score streaks and the operators being shut down right now by Luminosity. Big Fred. Let's see if getting one. Big gets spotted out. Doesn't really quite get that kill, but does get that information that someone's going to be by cable car.
Diablo el solo, manito. Si llevamos 5 horas de stream que empezó esto. Scout out the Tribe.
One bottom, I'm going B. Watch the top, watch the top. Look at the lives, 69. Top dead. Nice. One bottom dead. Nice.
No me refiero por los streams, el man igual juega... Tiene nivel de competi todavía. Ayer jugó competi en algunas partidas, le ganamos 2 y perdimos 2, como digo. Y jugó main ese, así que era mi enemigo. Verga, se comieron a todos en el punto 12-2. GG's para Tribe. GG's. Una nukearon al Steve y a Jared Dutton juntos. Me pueden nukear solo, pero no con alguien, por favor. Irán al 2-2, loco. Puede ser.
Luminosity did not have a means of pushing into those zones. The topside setup too strong for Tribe. And right now, it's Tribe one round away from closing things out. Luminosity need to find a big round here.
They're one round away from winning $700,000. And if you drop it, that is a very costly mistake.
Él es que es Norteamérica. Está bien gringo.
That solid hold though, as LG's going in there for the take here in control room. Very, very aggressively, they're pushing in through, but they're just letting Tribe actually funnel through. They're not overextending their game here.
Salen estos un año, vale, verga. No digo nada porque a mí también me nukeó Fata. Aunque no activó la nuke. Ah, y puedo hacer una string sniping. Y yo jugando con subs. Ojito con la sub para ahí, Mateo. Gracias, hermano. Para la besuqueada del día de Mateo. Para la besuqueada. Para la besuqueada. Entre Mateo y Guara. Ay.
Nobody having the edge right here. Obviously, Tribe looking to lock in this ace side, but the tougher task at hand is
18 gente. Gana Tribe y G's.
Tectonic has not been spotted out. He spots a teammate. That's not who you want to be shooting at. And all the top side control right now going the way of Luminosity, but Big catches one player sliding down.
Big kill for Big, almost getting that 18th, and Solo going on his 19th. Two operators ready for Luminosity.
Van a 2-2.
Going in for Tribe.
Wow, ojito que Marcy tiene purificador y tiene Purdy y todo.
It's gonna be the timing of your operators and also your score streaks. That is going to be the name of the game. 32 seconds left on the clock.
Por espaldita. 14-10, mucho ojo.
Really difficult because the super solid hold. Very good defense, especially by Envy stopping the push.
That's a big kill right there. They've still got the life advantage. Nothing to worry about. Don't panic. Tribe has no objective captures and not a lot of time to work with.
C37, mucho ojo, muchacho. 5 vidas nomás. Les duplica el equipo de Luminosity. 5 segundos para capturar. Tribe Gaming. Tiene que capturar ahora o nunca. Se guardaron las rachas peores para la next. GG's. Dios, qué final, huevón. Hola, Michi. Michi con suéter, perdón. New York Suppliners fue uno de los primeros equipos en perder. Los premios como son $700,000 para el primer lugar, para el segundo $400,000 más o menos. La tienen que mostrar ahorita. Decisivo, gente. No hay un pero. Tribe o Luminosity. Se van, el loco, qué buen timing.
Oh, Tribe. They're bringing out the big guns early game already. They just want to end this right now. But then
ventaja de Tribe de 4 bajas.
Two members left from their team having their operators.
Y además, es posible que gane Tribe porque tienen que capturar al equipo de Luminosity, loco. Muy posible que gane Tribe. Además, se guardaron rachas. Gol gana, gente. Los calos de Luminosity ya está, GG's. Parece que esto ya hizo un ganador. 23 C3, señores. 10 kills de diferencia. Un spawn trap que es el Marcy. Racha de 5, racha de 6. El ganador es 6. GG's Tribe, Tribe campeón, nominado como el mejor equipo del mundo actualmente en el año 2022. 3, 2, 1 y contigo Ángel, yes. Ahí está el Tectonic y el Índigo. Eso, bailen, bailen, disfruten, disfruten. El Hawkins haciendo un blog allí. Sí, así es. Wolves es el único equipo que les logró ganar. El Marcy y el Bolu. Ay, va que quiere llorar.
to the question.
Vamos, Bey. Qué ricas tetas, Tectonic, qué ricas tetas.
And talented team of Call of Duty Mobile.
Ay, el vagueciño.
Tribe Gaming. Hats off to you.
Ahora hay que reconocer el camino de Baker, hermanito. De la nada salió como un gran jugador. A las scrims. Nació en las scrims.
In a well-fought battle by LUMINOSITY. It seemed like it was over long ago, but man, oh man, did they give us a show today.
A ver ese trofeito. Dense abracitos y besos con LUMINOSITY, por favor, con LG, la marca de mejores televisores que hay en el Ecuador.
That was such a powerful shot of Image going down the stairs. We already know.
A cambiar sus vidas. Sí. Una gran cantidad de dinero para ellos. Vida media asegurada con $125,000 cada uno. Dependerá de cómo administren su dinero. Además, una fama que logran ganar. Increíble. Marcas lo van a contactar de ahora en adelante. Futuros eventos. Y también como son creadores de contenido, mucho más. Así que tienen ya la vida ganada por delante. La vida... sí, literalmente la vida ganada. Obviamente con esfuerzo, nada de gratis. Se esforzaron día tras día.
The only two COD Mobile players in the world to be Stage 5 champions twice. They will hoist the trophy.
¿Qué se le cae, weón? Qué chucha.
A little bit heavier than he expected it to be.
It's actually very light.
Maybe they have a different one this year. I thought it was light as well, but.
Qué grande, una copa de plástico, baby.
The crowd,
no sé, plástico, ¿no? O plástico matizado. Claro, lo que me refiero a ver que ya tienen asegurado mi vida con esto, dependerá cómo ellos manejan su dinero. Además, la fama que se les crece y las marcas, como te digo, van a ser conectados increíble. Tienen ya una vida por delante más que asegurada. Pero dependerá de ellos si que desean continuar con esa vida o no. Porque todo puede irse para abajo, loco. En inversora 3D.
The most games any team has ever played. And I keep repeating it. The most resilient team.
Vamos por esa meta, guayo, bien dicho.
They're used to the upper bracket run. They're so used to being called the championship. They're tested.
Vamos, Índigo.
And they bring home the trophy and they prove everyone wrong. But a lot being said, we casted such a great series.
Fue poder quemar la arteris.
Right away, Tribe. Congratulations.
El premio le llega después de 10 años.
Thank you very much, Beef Mommy and Bobby. One more time, congratulations to your world champion, Tribe Gaming.
Qué hermoso, papá. GG's.
All right, Marshy, let's start with you, brother.
Más unas palabritas, claro que sí.
But can you try to put it into words?
No, eso no. Dejen que hable. ¿Qué dijo Marshy nomás?
Jez, you're the new player on the block. Obviously, you know, you've stepped up in huge situations. What does this championship mean for you?
I mean, it's just a whole new milestone, you know, just to see what's up next. Yeah.
Bolu, you were asking this whole weekend, interview me. Well, now we get to do it as world
Me apostaron casi 100,000 puntos, no jodan.
It feels amazing, man. Honestly, I don't know really what to say, but
eso, ráscate el culo.
I think we as a team deserve this the most. We've put in the most effort at any other team to make it this far. The best tournament of our lives. The first team to win from the losers bracket in the first match. And overall, the best team I've teamed with in history of COD Mobile, in my opinion.
Hasta la próxima.
Thanks the crowd, all those people watching. The YouTube chat, thank you guys for supporting. My family back home watching. My best friend Miles for watching. And yeah, hope everyone enjoyed watching our match down to the wire. And honestly, everyone made the right plays at the right time. And it's just honestly an amazing thing that I'll forever cherish in my life.
Vague.
Hay unas palabras, loco. En resumen, al final dijo: gracias por cambiarme la vida. Thanks for changing my life.
Pretty sure that even happened in like the previous years and shit. Oh, I won't get fined. It's fine. Chime will cover it. They'll reimburse you. But
no, you might have a little bit of money to cover it.
Yeah. Nah, so coming from that, it was really good. And going into our next match, we had a good feeling into it because we were facing Stamina. We know how they play. We knew how they were. Our main goal were only to like face LG and have our eyes going up against them in the game. because that's what we predicted, and that's what happened. Obviously, it was a close match, but at the end of the day, we won, and that just proves that West is the best and East is ass.
No se escucha ni verga.
Wow. Now, Tech.
A ver, Tectonic.
You showed up huge in the biggest moments here for the squad. I wanted to know, why is it when the moments are biggest, you come up huge?
I think it's more so just like a pressure thing, you know? Like, it's always fun having pressure, and, you know, all the tension is high. A lot of people get nervous, but I'm going to be honest, to me, I've lived 3 years for this, and I'm glad that it's finally happening.
Well, the wait is over.
Así es, 3 años luchando para esto, dice el Teitas.
Your 2022 World Champion.
Vamos, parece que dice, vamos. Traducción, no sé qué dijo. El Marchi dijo 2 palabras. El otro no le escuché, el Bolu, chucha, por ahí un poquito. Solo entendí el final. Eso es por cambiarme la vida. El Baby no escucha nada por sus donaciones y el Tectonic, bueno, dando una explicación de cómo después de 3 años llegó tan lejos.
Huge shout out to LUMINOSITY once again. Obviously second place, but a well-earned second place for those guys. They gave it everything that they had, and they absolutely gave us a show in this matchup.
Beef Mommy, I kind of wanted to get your thoughts here.
Si se ve pesada la copa, loco, ¿no?
2022 season.
Uy.
Well, I did hear that the East was.
Oye, Kraft, ¿qué pasa con el Kraft?
He's correct.
Oye,
though.
please.
They're very sass. They're sass. Okay, I'm gonna.
El West es mejor y el S apesta. No me percaté la verdad eso. Google Traductor, nada. El hablar del gringo lo capto ahí medio. El leer no. Oye, el leer un chance. Pero el hablar yo no. Marshall Williams. Marshall solo dijo una palabra. Creo que dijo Thanks for all. Nada más.
I know for a fact me and Bobby both had INCO at least making it here, but you can't honestly look any differently because these two teams have shown so much prowess through so many different game modes, their adaptations, and overall just moxie just carried them through the entire weekend.
Shift, final thoughts.
Yeah, man, I mean, look, it's taken us 3 years to do this, and this is one heck of a set of groundwork to work off of for the future. The fact that we got all 16 teams here in the first place, that was already
no es Jaunis, me equivoqué.
Success, let alone the fashion that they played through each other in this bracket.
All right, let's take a look one more time at our prize pools. $700,000.
$700,000.
Tribe Gaming, $280,000 for
Igual, Luminosity se va triste con el segundo lugar y con $280,000. Pi, 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 pi.
3 years in the making of having a LAN, of
Ahora tengo para la
really claim who is #1, and it was a wait well worth it. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you to the community for inviting me in for this, and thank you to all.
Oye, verdad, hay fuera hasta en el evento, ¿no?
Supported here in Raleigh.
Juárez juega a las 7, muchachos.
That's it from us here. I think we've had a hell of a weekend, and everything that's needed to be said has been said. So, to close it on out, we'd like to thank you all for watching. On behalf of myself, every single one of us casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, we thank you for watching, and we will see you as we do it again next year in 2023. Tribe Gaming, your 2022 Call of Duty Mobile World
Confirmaron que para el 2023 vamos a tener champs de Call of Duty Mobile. Y gracias a todos por ver y toda la mierda esa, ¿no? Dale, qué guapo. Ya acabó la chamba, con esto muere COD Mobile. Todo Warzone Mobile, papi. Todo ese dinero que ganan no son para los jugadores, ¿recuerda? Es verdad, o sea, era un decir nomás. Bueno, sí ganan una gran cantidad de eso, pero el equipo, la gente que invirtió y todo eso, pero sí se llega a buen dinero igualmente. Se llevan un buen dinero, son $700,000, casi $1 millón, loco. Bueno, vamos a jugar. Bueno, un gusto ver la Champs, muchachos, con todos ustedes. Un gusto ver la Champs, muchachos, con todos ustedes. Everyone, how are you? Thanks for this, for accompanying me to me, these Champs. Thank you. Queremos ver a una liga hispanohablante bien chingona. El March es de mi altura. No me voy yo.
69 Chir X10. Adiós mi vida.
Ya no me voy. Tengo la camiseta de Creator Club X INCO Gaming. Saca esa weá, déjame en paz. Yo apoyo a INCO a la muerte, lo siento. ¿Quién quiere que le compre la sonrisa con mis 24k de puntos? Hijo de puta. Bueno, muchachos, vamos a jugar. ¿Será que le habla Tectonic para un préstamo? Y puede ser tu momento, hermano. A ver, paso a tu TikTok, Weber. Me apareció, pero no lo vi. Tipo, normal lo pasé. ¿Inco te va a dar money? ¡Oh! No. ¿Ranks? Sí, yo creo que sí. Rams, bueno, no sé, o cortar y más tarde volver a jugar. Porque a las 7 tengo el torneo. Lucasín perdió porque no compartió su historia de IG, dice. No me compartió en su historia de IG.
Hasta la próxima.
Lava esa playera, voy a ver la humedad. En realidad, primera vez que la uso, no la he usado en todo el día. O sea, desde que me llegó de Call of Duty, recién la uso. Ha estado guardada. El que sí la he usado es el gato. Puro pelo esta huevada. ¿Quién ganó? Tribe Gaming, GG's, campeones de la Tribe. Bueno, para la comunidad que anda por Facebook, por YouTube y por Trovo, para ustedes yo ya les cortaré stream. Voy a quedarme en stream acá por Twitch. Así que les pasaré el link. Porque...
el pendejo. El pendejo.
Porque vamos a hacer un sorteito, un pasecito de batalla en este momento. Déjenme hacer activo ahorita. Hacemos esto así, pupa. Esto así, pupa. Esto así, pupa. Esto así, pupa. Para ver quién se puede llevar 420 cepecitos, muchachos. Okidoki, okidoki. Ya saben cómo es esto, sencillito. Ustedes comentan +1 en el chat y esta huevada los anota de manera automática. Así de simple. Acá a mi izquierda verán sus nombres y solo tienen que comentar el signo +1. Nada más. No tiene ciencia.
El pendejo.
No tiene ciencia. Si quieren participar, el +1 por Twitch. De chill. Ahí sí. Sí, voy a hacer un video del tema de INCO, a ver qué tal. Pues puede que le interese a la gente. Ah, por cierto, esto se agrega de manera alfabética, de la A a la Z, y los que empiezan sus nicknames con números van primero. Por ejemplo, 8 Ávila, y de ahí de la A, y bajamos hasta la Y. No hay nadie con 7 en este momento, así que hasta la Y terminamos. ¿Saben? Por Twitch, por acá los espero. Para lanzar ganadorciño, papá. Ganadorciño. Sobres que fue un placer ver el mundial. Ahí te publiqué como la vi por Face. Gracias, papi Dani, gracias. Y gracias a todos. Este año que viene empiezas a agarrar el tema del competitivo. Lo dudo mucho porque viene la salida de Warzone Mobile y quiero dedicarle mucho más a la cuestión de la creación de contenido. Tengo fe que con Warzone Mobile puedo impulsar más mi canal de lo que está. No quedarme estancado con 50.000 subs. Pobre Jesús, lo banquearon todas las champs. Pi, 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 pi. Gracias, Rosy, gracias. Yo voy a cortar ya. Bueno, voy a cortar ya por aquí, por Facebook y por Twitch. Pila, chul. Deme un segundo mientras corto acá. Pupa, pupa. Y pues acá también.